Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku was reborn as a devil story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. It really helps the channel grow. Now, sit back, relax, and let's jump into the story. All men are not created equal. I learned that a long time ago. At a playground, a toddler with green and black unkempt hair was trembling with tears in his eyes. Behind him was a boy with chestnut hair. He was crying and curled up in a ball. "You're being mean to him, Kaken," the boy said, still trembling as he got into a fighting pose. "If you don't stop hurting him, I'll never forgive you." In front of him were 3 boys. One had ash blonde hair, another was chubby, and the last one had long brown hair. The boys simply smirked as they prepared to gang up on the green-haired boy. "You really want to try and be a hero?" The ash blonde said with a smirk as he punched his fist into his palm, generating an explosion. Meanwhile, the 2 kids behind him did extraordinary things as well. The chubby one spawned wings and flew up with the long-haired one extending his fingers to completely abnormal lengths, as if you could ever be one without a quirk, Deku. Later, Izuku was lying down on the ground, beaten up and bruised, looking up into the sky with the boy he was trying to defend earlier looking down at him, tears in his violet eyes. "Are you okay?" Izuku only nodded. 10 years later, that same boy, Midoriya Izuku, was tapping his pencil anxiously as he listened to Urabuchi-sensei droning on and on about the Meiji period. History wasn't Izuku's favorite subject. At least, not ancient history. The era of quirks was far more Izuku's speed. Specifically, when All Might first appeared. All Might, the symbol of peace. Whenever he arrived, the villain was captured and nobody was hurt. He'd always appear with the widest grin on his face, his booming laughter echoing through the air no matter what kind of danger he plunged into. Whether it was rescuing people, stopping criminals, or just getting a kitten out of a tree, no job was too large or too small for All Might. Ivilders dreaded his name while the innocent knew that everything was going to be all right when they saw his smile. A goofy grin spread across Izuku's lips as he sketched a crude drawing of All Might's face into his notebook. He couldn't help it. Thinking about his idol always puts him in a great mood. "Man, I wish I could see that video of him taking out those bank robbers earlier today. I can't believe it happened just a few blocks from here." The bell rang and Izuku began packing his notebooks into his bag. Not only that, All Might actually teamed up with Ingenium for that. "It'll be the first time I've ever seen him be partnered with a speed quirk user. I can see how Ingenium stacks up against All Might in that depart dash." "Hey, Deku." Izuku winced, turning around to see his childhood friend Bakugo Katsuki sauntering towards him with a fierce scowl on his face. "Your mumbling bullshit is getting on my nerves. I could hear it all the way from my desk." Sorry, Kaken," Izuku apologized while bowing his head. He had that problem ever since he was a kid and people have complained about it before. "I'm working on it and what the hell are you doing obsessing over the speed of All Might and Ingen whatever?" Bakugo asked with a sneer of contempt. Izuku could hear his classmates mutter to themselves. Geez, here they go again. I know Bakugo has an awesome quirk, but he's way too pig-headed. Hey, better he be in but to Midoriya than to us. Heh, true that. At least I've got a quirk. Honestly, Midoriya's just sad. Izuku's heart sank as the chorus of insults and pity began. I just want to gather information and dream on, Deku." Bakugo poked Izuku on the forehead hard enough to knock him to the floor. "You're scrawny little but couldn't even hope to catch up to them. Have you seen yourself in 𝐻𝐲𝐻𝐻? It's a disgrace you're even competing against me, let alone all these other losers." I was just. Izuku's gaze drifted to the ground. Everything Bakugo said was true. His physical condition was lacking. It was sad, really. Clinging to his dream like this. One would think he would devote his mind and body to training, like one of those comic characters of old. But that was fiction. This was reality. Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance, "So stop muttering or shouting that bullshit. You're distracting an elite like me from getting what I deserve." With that, Bakugo sauntered away to meet up with Kohei and Masashi. Most of Izuku's classmates muttered or chuckled with one another but left Izuku alone. Except for one. "Hey, Midoriya-sen, are you okay?" a soft voice asked him from behind. Izuku turned his head around to face the speaker. She was named Milia Takamaki, one of the few girls who didn't appear to think of him in any negative light, and the only girl at the school who even bothered to talk to him. Because of that, she was the only girl he knew he could talk to somewhat comfortably. She was very cute too, having shoulder-length light ocean blue hair tied in a ponytail by a purple ribbon and deep purple eyes along with thick long black eyelashes. Over her eyes was a set of huge circular glasses, which made boys and girls alike view her as a cute Meganeko glasses girl. Her figure was slim and petite and she had a bust size that made most of the girls jealous. "I'm fine, Takamaki-sen," Izuku replied, picking himself up off the ground and biting back the stinging tears building at the corners of his eyes. "Midoriya, don't let what Bakugo said get to you," Milia said, offering him his bag. "I'm sure when given the chance, you'll become a great hero like All Might." Thanks, Takamaki-san." He took hold of his bag before the two left the classroom. "She's right. It doesn't matter what Kaken says. There's a chance. There's always a chance. There has to be a chance for someone like me to be a hero." Once school ended, Izuku hung his head as he walked home through the streets of Musutafu, a sigh escaping his lips as Bakugo's words ran through his mind. "Takamaki's right, I can't let what Kaken says get to me," Izuku thought to himself with a shake of his head. "So what if I'm not athletic? Some heroes rely a lot on their tools. Snipe relies more on his marksmanship than on
how fast he can run or how hard he can punch. Yeah. If I just study enough, I can find a path best suited for me and—" Izuku stopped and stared at his reflection in a puddle on the sidewalk. "Oh, why am I doing this to myself?" Izuku had been told all his life that his dream was unrealistic, impossible even. That without a quirk he could not be a hero. He didn't want to believe it. He couldn't believe it. I still won't believe it. But still, he needed to train if he wanted to have a hope of making it through UA's physical tests. But that was 6 months away. What can he do to prove to himself that his dream wasn't impossible? "I need to get into UA first." Izuku sighed for what felt like the 100th time. "Kaken will probably throw a fit when he finds out. Look, it's All Might." Izuku froze at the announcement. Without warning, Izuku ran ahead. Several other people had done the same, most of them hoping to catch a glimpse of the symbol of peace. "Here he is," Izuku pointed out. Jumping through the air was indeed All Might. He wore his classic blue and red spandex, his cape billowing in the air behind him. Under his arm, there was some overly large and slightly deformed man, most likely due to his quirk, beaten unconscious. The boisterous laughter of the number one hero echoed through the air. Izuku was grinning like a kid in a candy store, his glittering green eyes hiding no small amount of his admiration. "So cool. I actually got to see him. He looks even cooler in person." "Careful now. You'll drool at this rate," someone next to him, a girl based on the voice, pointed out with a small chuckle, glancing at Izuku from the side. "You're a fan of his, aren't you?" "Of course. All Might is amazing in every sense of the word," Izuku declared without hesitation, still looking to the sky to watch as the hero continued to jump from building to building, his figure slowly shrinking in the distance. "Ever since I was little, I've always wanted to be a hero just like, Izuku's grin finally began to disappear, his shoulders and pupils falling as he spoke. Harsh reality quickly evaporated what was left of his energetic stupor. "Is something wrong?" Izuku looked at the girl who was talking to him, and immediately froze up. She was a young woman with cyan eyes and very long, flaming red hair, not to mention a voluptuous figure, which included bursts that a lot of girls would kill to have. She also wore the standard UA uniform. Izuku's face began to turn the same shade of red as the girl's hair. "I'm fine. Sorry, gotta go. Bye." Izuku then ran off. The redhead continued to watch him with interest. "I was talking to a girl that wasn't Takamaki. I was talking to a girl that wasn't Takamaki. I was talking to a girl that wasn't Takamaki. I was talking to a girl that wasn't Takamaki. I was talking to a girl that wasn't Takamaki." Those 9 words ran through his mind for the next half hour as he paced back and forth on a bridge near his apartment. Eventually, he calmed down. Sighing, Izuku looked up into the sky as the sun began to set. After seeing All Might, he lost track of time. Takamaki-san is the only person I know who believes in me, but without a quirk, Izuku sat on a bench. All I want is to be a hero. So why? Why is the world so cruel to me? Excuse me. A voice spoke up. Izuku broke out of his slump and looked to the side, seeing a raven-haired girl wearing a white, double-breasted blazer with a high collar and a gold trim that reached halfway down her thighs, its sleeves elbow-length and cut off by wide pale blue cuffs, a large pink bow at her neck, a dark blue long-sleeve shirt with matching dress breaths, white gloves, and white boots. Izuku, recognizing the uniform as Seiyai Academy's, an all-girl hero school, blushed slightly upon seeing her. Yes. He asked. I'm talking to a girl again. I'm sorry, but I overheard you saying you wanted to be a hero, correct? She asked. Yeah. That's all I want. Izuku answered, wondering what she wanted. Well, my name's Yuma, and I think I can help. Izuku blinked a few times, not sure if he heard that right. I know how you can be a hero, the girl clarified. You just have to do me a few favors is all. Can we meet at Wookiees after school tomorrow? Just who is this girl? And why do I have a bad feeling about this? Sure, he hesitantly agreed. What's the favor? Go on a date with me. What? Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. At that, the girl turned around and left. Izuku, for his part, was still in shock that he somehow got a date and a chance to fulfill his dream. In a daze, he went home. Midoriya Izuku of Class C within a small club building at UA's more open school grounds. There was one room that had a very gothic atmosphere. There were some couches surrounding a small table that held a chess set in the middle and a desk table sitting at the end of the room. Sitting at the desk was the redhead Izuku had met earlier, looking through a folder that contained a profile on him. That's right, a blonde boy with blue eyes said, standing in front of her. I got all the info I could. It probably helps I'm in a neighboring class. Says here he's quirkless, she said, closing the folder and setting it down. There isn't anyone at the school who doesn't know. His classmates, Bakugo Katsuki in particular, bully and belittle him because of that, the only exception being Takamaki-san. And Bakugo used to be his friend from what I heard. The girl, for a brief moment, looked angry before calming down. Even if he's quirkless, I can feel that there's something oddly special about him. I just can't put my finger on it. You mean he has a sacred gear? A petite girl sitting on a couch, eating ice cream, asked. Possibly, the redhead answered, folding her arms. For now we should keep a close eye on him. We don't want to miss our opportunity. The next day after school, Izuku went to the Kiyashi Ward shopping mall as Yuma asked him to. He was still a little uneasy about this. A girl from a private all-girls hero
school suddenly shows up saying she can help him become a hero. Something about that just didn't sit right with him. He wanted to tell his mother about it, but she probably would have focused more on the part that a pretty girl just asked him out without warning. As the afternoon weighed on, Izuku waited near the front entrance. She's sure taking her time, he noted. Maybe this was a scam after all. I probably should have told Mom and called the police about it, he began. I mean, assuming she even does show up, this will be my first date, but I barely even know her. And we aren't going anywhere fancy like a 5-star restaurant or something. Maybe I should have changed out of my school uniform. Oh man, what is Mono-san going to wear? Does she think this is more of a casual thing? Or is she going to show up in a dress? As Izuku began one of his muttering sessions, he'd unknowingly begun pacing around a lamppost. Wait. What if we are going to a fancy restaurant? Does that mean I'm underdressed? Did Mono-san set up a reservation or something? Should I have gotten her flowers? Why does dating have to be so complicated? Bonk OW. Izuku cried out in pain, rubbing his forehead with a wince. He was so caught up in his thoughts and panic that he didn't realize that he was walking towards the lamppost until it was too late, and now he was paying the price. He just hoped that no one had seen him panicking and hurting himself like an idiot. Excuse me, sir. Are you okay? Why am I not surprised? Still rubbing his temples, Izuku saw a young woman wearing a vampire-style outfit. Why, I'm fine. Izuku answered, a slight blush adorned on his face. The woman smiled before she handed him a flyer. Take this for good luck. At that, she promptly left. Here. Izuku looked over the flyer. There was a strange pentagram, the words "Make your wish come true" at the top. Okay. Weird. Midoriya-kun. Sorry for being late. Were you waiting long? Came Yuma's voice. Izuku, hearing her, looked over and saw Yuma wearing purple dress shoes, jeans, and a pink shirt. Izuku blushed at how she looked in her clothes, putting the flyer he'd received in his pocket. "It's fine." "Good," she said as she wrapped her arm around his, "so, shall we go?" Izuku screamed internally due to feeling Yuma's breast pressed up against his arm. He nodded as his face turned red, and the two headed out. Throughout the whole afternoon, Izuku and Yuma spent time around the mall, trying on clothes, listening to CDs, and just having a good time. Soon they were at a cafe sharing a meal. As they each took a sip from their respective drinks, Izuku thought, so far this hasn't been that bad. I haven't fainted at least. But still, I wonder why she's doing this. And how will this help me become a hero? As the day was coming to a close, the two were walking through a nearby park close together. Yuma smiled as she took Izuku's hand into hers, making the boy sweat as his face turned red for the umpteenth time that day. She's holding my hand. A girl is holding my hand. A girl is holding my hand. They stopped before the park fountain, and Yuma said, I had a wonderful time today, Midoriya-kun. I did too, Aomono-san. Izuku muttered. Just one thing left to do before we make you a hero. She then promptly let go of his hand and stood in front of Izuku, kneeling down. This will be the last favor. Izuku began to sweat even more now. Please tell me she doesn't want a kiss. I've barely handled the hand-holding. What is it? Smiling, she leaned into him and whispered into his ear, would you die for me? What? Izuku began to back away. I'm not sure I heard that right, he muttered nervously. Yuma's smile then turned into a wicked grin, her violet eyes darkening. I want you to die for me. A pair of large, black bird-like wings jutted out from her back. Izuku, in shock, staggered back. Wings? Where did those come from? Are they her quirk? They make her look like a demon. I will admit, I had fun today, she said in a more mature, sinister voice. Considering how young and naive you were, things could have been far worse. But unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. She held out her hand as a red light began to glow from her palm, forming a spear. Time to die. Amono-san. Wait. Izuku pleaded, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Shink. A jolt ran through Izuku's brain as he felt a burning sensation rush through his gut. Looking down, a spear of light stuck through his torso. Blood spilled out of his wound, his shirt was stained red. You must be having a good time handling that rod like that. Are you into rods? Is that it? She smiled. Maybe I should pull it out for you. She gripped her spear and swiftly tore it out from his body, causing Izuku to scream out from the pain. I'm sorry, she lied as the spear of light disappeared. But the fact is you posed far too great a risk to us. If you want someone to blame, then blame him. He's the reason you have the sacred gear. What is she talking about? Izuku thought as he fell to the ground. My name is Rainier, boy. Remember that in hell. Oh, and thanks again for the date. It was fun. She laughed before flying off. Tears began to stream down Izuku's face. Am I gonna die here? Why? Why has the world been so cruel? With the little strength he had, he lifted his now bloody hand. Mom. Dad. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. He then noticed the blood on his hand. Red. Same as that girl's hair. Why am I thinking of her now? Unknown to him, the flyer he'd received earlier began to glow. I just wish I was given a chance to become a hero. Suddenly, the flyer flew out of his pocket and became a large, red magic circle. From it emerged the red-headed girl. She gasped in shock upon seeing Izuku. Oh no! She raced to him, looking over his wound. Looks like the work of a fallen angel. I can't believe I let one slip into my territory. She then smiled. Don't worry, she said in a reassuring way as she fiddled with a red chess piece in her hand. I won't let you die. From now on, you'll live for my sake. Morning is here. Morning is here. Morning is here. Morning is Izuku groaned as he reached out from under his bed to turn off his all-might alarm clock. He groaned some more before sitting straight up in bed, causing his blanket to fall off. Ooh, what a nightmare, Izuku groaned as he felt his head. He then looked down at his torso and lifted up his undershirt, seeing there was no hole in his abdomen, but why did it feel so real? He got out of bed, still feeling drowsy. After getting dressed, Izuku went into the living room, where his mom sat on the couch watching the morning news. There you are, she said. Did you know how worried I was last night? You never answered your phone. I thought one of those zealot murderers got you. Izuku blinked a few times in surprise. I'm sorry, Mom. When I got home you were already asleep and my phone was dead. That's weird. My phone was dead yesterday, but I don't remember coming home at all. The next time you plan to stay out so late at least tell me in advance, 𝐒𝐭 deadpanned. Your breakfast is on the table. Okay. After breakfast, Izuku went to school like normal, but for some odd reason, the sunlight just sapped him of energy. So tired, he groaned at his desk. The school bell would ring soon, and everyone was clamoring to their seats. Izuku's mind was still going over the dream he had. Why did it feel so real? He began to wonder if he was under the effects of someone's quirk when the teacher arrived. All right, nice to see everyone present for once, he said. Today's lecture will cover the constellations. Pay attention because we'll have a test about this Saturday. Maybe this will help clear my head. Izuku thought as he prepared his school notebook. It didn't. While the lectures and projects for his classes did help clear his head a little, by lunch Izuku had more questions than answers. And it didn't help that he felt tired every time he stepped outside into the sunlight. He was currently eating by himself under the shade of a tree, enjoying the lunch his mom prepared. That definitely wasn't a dream, he concluded. But does that mean Amono-san really did kill me? If so, then how am I still alive? How was she able to create that light spear? Did her quirk allow her to control light? And what's a sacred gear? And what did she mean by him? And whose voice did I hear after I blacked out? When school ended, Izuku had more questions than answers. It didn't help he felt tired all day. Why is the sun making me feel so weird? He asked himself as he walked home. By the time Izuku made it back to his neighborhood, it had already turned dark with the sun setting in the distance. Strangely, he actually felt rejuvenated. And despite it being so dark, he could see clearly, better than during the day even. Not only that, he could clearly hear people's conversations even if they were a block away. What is happening to me? He asked himself. It wasn't obvious till now, but ever since this morning, Izuku felt his body was different somehow. Questions were spinning in his head, about to be unleashed as a mumble storm, when Izuku stopped in his tracks, a cold feeling running down his spine. Am I being followed? Izuku slowly turned around behind him. From where the sun was setting, he could see a shapely figure walking forward toward him. It was a man, middle-aged too. He was dressed in a pale grey trench coat over a white dress shirt with a matching ascot, black breeches and shoes, a pair of black gloves, and a black fedora. Well, how unfortunate, he said. Me, bumping into something like you in a place like this. Hesitantly, Izuku took a couple of steps back, instinct telling him that he should run. Who is this guy? Trying to run, the man asked as he drew closer. Tell me, boy, where's your MSTR? Izuku turned around and ran as fast as he could, not daring to look back. He ran for what felt like hours before he finally stopped. Taking in his surroundings, Izuku saw he was at a small park near his apartment. I think I lost him, he breathed. Think again. Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin, screaming as he turned around. The man had somehow followed him. The reason why? He had two large, blackbird-like wings. Those wings. They're like Ikemono-san's. Does that mean they are related? As the man floated up in the air, he looked around, as if searching for something. No sign of your friends or MSTR, and no magic circles being deployed. He then looked to Izuku again, this time with a sadistic grin. Therefore I will assume you are a stray. Stray. MSTR. What is he talking about? Blue light emitted from the palm of his hand, soon forming a spear. That means killing you won't be a problem. Izuku, realizing what was going to happen, tried to run shink. Only to collapse to the ground, a spear of light stuck through his torso. It burns, he gagged painfully. He tried to grab it, but his hands were burned by it. Light is a deadly poison to your kind, the man said. Sorry for giving you so much pain. Looks like I missed the vital organs. The spear of light disappeared and reformed in the man's hand. I won't miss this time. Boom. Gaha, the man gasped from the impact of an explosion hitting his back, causing him to drop his spear, and part of his coat burned to a crisp. The weapon instantly shattered and vanished as it hit the ground. Pardon me, but could you not touch that kid? A third voice asked. 𝐶𝐸, the man glared at his attacker behind him. I know you, you're the Duke's daughter, right? That's right, the mystery person said, stepping into a streetlight. Ria's Gremory, at your service. How do you do, fallen angel-san? She introduced, performing a bow. Ah, Ria's Gremory. Izuku groaned, looking behind him. He recognized her as the US student he met the other day. Don't tell me that this kid is your property, the man demanded. He is. Ria smiled like a fox as she folded her arms, and I won't hold back if you kill him. Very well. I'll apologize today. The man released his wings and took off into the air. But I advise you not to let your servant loose again. There are others like me who would prefer to hunt him down. Thanks for the advice, but this city is under my protection, Rias warned. If any of your friends interfere, don't blame me if you get turned to ashes for it. I'll keep that in mind. My name is Donaseek. Till next time, Gremory Princess. He shouted, flying off into the night air. Izuku was barely able to register what had just happened with the burning hole in his torso. The man was a fallen angel. Did that mean Yuma was a fallen angel too? And how did this Ria's person drive him off? What was happening? He couldn't think anymore as he fell on his face and darkness enveloped his vision. Morning is here. Morning is here. The sound of Izuku's alarm violated his ears. Snorting in irritation, he rubbed his eyes as his sight adjusted to the morning sun. He slowly sat up and slammed his alarm shut. Here. I'm still alive. Izuku muttered to himself groggily. I thought that guy with the black wings was trying to kill me, then that red-haired girl saved my life. He gave out a tired yawn. I guess it really was just a bad dream. He flipped the sheets off his body, only to look down to realize something very, very wrong. Here. I'm naked. Then he noticed something else. His head twitched like a clock as he slowly turned his head. Next to him in his bed was Rias, sleeping soundly in the D. His mind was a blur, unable to comprehend what was happening. There, lying in his bed, was a appealing girl from Yuhai. How the hell did that manage to even happen? Izuku whispered, BLD slowly dripping from his nose and Junior standing in attention. There's a naked girl next to me. Oh my god, what do I dash? A sudden, sharp pain exploded in his head like a bullet had just bolted through, causing him to clutch his eyes and temple. Unfortunately, this caused the girl to stir from her sleep. She ummed softly as her eyes fluttered open. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she sat up and faced Izuku in all her naked glory. Oh, good morning Izuku-kun. Go, good morning, Izuku nodded shyly. Rias smiled, what is it? 𝐼𝐭𝐸𝐾𝐚 your BBBBB-, he whispered, unable to finish. That's fine, she smiled slyly, cupping her mounds. In fact, you can look at them all you like. Here. Izuku gasped, BLD running from his nose. He shook his head and wiped the BLD from his nose. What's going on? How did we get here? How did you fight off that guy with the wings? And how do you know my name? One question at a time, Rias laughed. That man was a fallen angel, and he is our natural enemy. And I brought you here through a magic circle. Here. Magic? Izuku said in disbelief. He blushed as Rias gently cupped his face and caressed his cheek. That's right, Rias purred. You see, I'm a devil and also your MSTR. A pleasure to meet you, my Doria Izuku. And please, call me Rias-san for now. Rias-san. You're a devil. Izuku blinked, trying his best not to gaze too much at the older girl's hourglass figure. You mean fire and brimstone, horns and pitchforks kind of devil? Oh, no. Nothing like that, love, Rias laughed, waving it off. She sat on the edge of the bed next to him and rested her hand against her knee. While humans tend to look at us that way, devils are hardly anything like that. Right. Izuku ped his head. Ria's smile turned mischievous as an idea formed in her head. Scooting closer, she looped her arms over his and rested her head on his own. Rias-san. Izuku blushed brighter. What are you dash? Well, if you want to get to know your companion, start by sitting side down with them side by side, Rias elaborated. That's dating now, you know. I bet from here on out you'll never make the boorish mistake of sitting across from your date, will you? She emphasized her point by squeezing her perky NPL against his arm. Izuku's eyes grew large as his face became bright red, sweating intensely. His breathing intensified. Rias just continued teasing him, stroking her fingers over his bare chest like a brush on paper. Then, she leaned her lips close to his ear and blew a gentle breeze. Shuddering, Izuku backed up to the other side of his bed. Rias couldn't help but giggle, looking at his embarrassed face. It's really fun to tease him like this. As she looked around his room, Rias noted all the All Might merchandise he had. I knew you were a hero fanboy, especially All Might, but this is a bit much. Somehow Izuku's blush turned redder. I greatly admire him. Then, to his abject horror, he could hear footsteps approaching his door with his mother's voice coming closer. Izuku. Don't tell me you're oversleeping. If I have to drag you out of bed, I will. Izuku began to panic as he jumped from his bed. CRP. It's Mom. How am I gonna explain this? Oh God, 𝐤𝐸𝐽. The same pain from before rocketed through him. And, like before, the pain lasted only for a short moment before it subsided just as quickly. Why does that keep happening? That's normal for devils, Rias explained, not looking the least bit worried that Izuku's mother was about to walk in on them. Just thinking of God, let alone praying to him, is enough to give you a headache. Never mind. We have to get decent. No, I have to get decent and I need you to hide before Mom sees you. At least put on a shirt. Izuku shouted, trying to reach over his bed to find something to cover his legs. Unfortunately, he didn't get far enough as Inko had already opened the door. Izuku, breakfast is almost ready. So get out of bed. She lost track of her words upon seeing the crimson-haired girl in her son's bed in her birthday suit. Not only that, Izuku was above her with both of his hands on either side of her head, also but naked. Inko's face was the definition of shock. Her eyes bulged and her mouth opened so wide you could lay eggs in it. Izuku didn't fare any better. He couldn't do anything else but smile nervously at the sight of his mother with sweat pouring from his face. Rias, on the other hand, was the only one who didn't look remotely disturbed as she gave a winning smile. You must be Izuku-kun's mother. Good morning. I'm Rias Gremory. Hello, Rias-chan, Inko could only say. Slowly edging away from the door, she said, I'll let you carry on while I finish breakfast. She slowly closed the door. Izuku just stared and uttered, Oh dear God, please let me fly away. He then winced as he felt another headache. Rias simply giggled before she stood up. She soon began to get dressed, her clothes neatly placed in the corner of the room. How's your stomach? She asked. Izuku then remembered he was stabbed last night. How did I teleported us back to your room and stayed with you to heal your injury, she replied as she put on a skirt. It works best when we're in the ND, so I used you as a hug pillow. Izuku went lava red once again, his head steaming. A haughty, almost lustful smirk appeared on Ria's face, and I must say, I never expected someone of your age to be so mighty. Izuku's nose began to bleed as his whole head turned a darker shade of red. And don't worry, we're still versions. Why are you doing this? Because teasing you is so much fun. The walk to his school was far longer than usual. Izuku's face was one of complete and total embarrassment throughout the way. As he got closer to his school, more students saw who he was with. The boys were glaring daggers at him, their faces twisted in looks of envy. The girls were whispering at each other with looks of either confusion and wonder or total suspicion. The cause of all this? How about the fact that Rias was walking next to him with her arm looped around his? She was so close he could smell her strawberry perfume. It was so intoxicating. Iria-san. Izuku began, just barely able to form that sentence. Do you have to stand so close to me? Izuku asked, hesitant. After what happened last night, I didn't want to take the chance. Rias smiled at him, not minding the looks. Besides, most guys would kill to be where you are now. Yeah, I can see that. Izuku muttered nervously, looking at the murderous glares from most of the male half of the crowd. Rias couldn't help but look at his face in amusement. It was in such a deep crimson that it could easily be matched with her crimson hair. You haven't been this close to a girl before, have you? And not recently, Izuku admitted shyly. Or other than my mom, and sometimes Takamaki-san, I can't say I have much experience with girls. I tend to freeze up whenever any girl gets close to me, let alone a pretty one. Oh dear, Rias said cheerfully, so you think I'm pretty? Don't a lot of people do? Izuku stuttered. He was still red in the face and Rias was loving every second of it. Well, your mother seemed to think so. She's a rather sweet woman, Rias replied. Izuku didn't give a response as his face became somewhat uncertain. Instead, his mind wandered back to how breakfast went. Izuku, I'm so happy. You finally brought a friend over. And it's a girl. Inko cried as she hugged her son, squeezing him tight, tears of happiness flying from her eyes like fountains. I can't believe this is happening. My baby boy brought over a girl to visit. And a very cute one too. Oh Izuku, I'm so happy for you. You're growing up so fast. Mom. Please. Izuku pleaded, trying to escape from the smoothing of his mother. Not in front of Rias-san. Oh, you, Inko smiled, letting go of her son and wiping away her tears. Don't be so shy. It's natural for boys your age to do this and that with a girl like her. Me and Hisoshi didn't do it until we were in high school, but you get my drift. She giggled as her face became flushed. It was fun to have him underneath me in the sack, Mom. Izuku groaned, his face red. I don't need to know how you had me. So, Rias-chan was it? Inko asked, turning to the other woman at the table. Sorry for being like that. It's been so long since my son brought anyone home and I got a little emotional. Please, don't mind me. It's fine, Mrs. Midoriya, Rias assured, having enjoyed the emotional woman's show. Oh, there's no need to be so formal, dear. You can call me Inko if you want, Inko insisted. Pardon me for asking, but are you a UA student? Yes, Rias confirmed. I'm currently a first year in the General Studies course. And I must say, I didn't expect you to look so young. I thought you were his older sister for a moment. Oh my! Inko giggled daintily. Most of the people on my side of the family do appear young even in adulthood. The only thing negative about it is that it's rather tough to get jobs or need to show ID to get certain things. She sighed and cleared her throat behind her fist. So Rias-chan, how did you and my son meet? I was walking home from school about a week ago when I met him watching some heroes stop some purse snatchers, Rias explained, not missing a beat. He was taking notes about the heroes, and when I approached him he looked like he was about to have a heart attack. When he finally calmed down we talked for a bit and he told me about how he wanted to become a great hero like All Might. We stayed a little later than we thought yesterday, so we went home together. Izuku blinked at how quickly Rias answered. He had to admit that it was a nice save. He wasn't sure how he would explain the events of yesterday to his mother. But how did Rias know about him wanting to become a hero? So that's the case, 𝐭𝐴 nodded. Just promise that you'll keep my son safe. I'll do what I can, 𝐭𝐴-san, Rias promised her. With a groan, Izuku said, thanks for stopping Mom from making a fuss about why no? He was somewhat thankful that Rias had altered his mother's memories of seeing them naked, but he wasn't sure he liked that she did it. Rias giggled at that as they arrived at Izuku's school, where the stares intensified, and gossip had already erupted from them. OMG! Who is that with Midoriya-kun? No way! Is that a UA student? Are they dating? Really? Are they dating? Why would a UA student date a quirkless kid like him? But they do. Look pretty cute together. Like an Atuto, Wanisama kind of couple. Where? So cute. DMNU, Midoriya. Gah. As if things weren't bad enough for me here, Izuku groaned. Hey, don't be so negative. They are right about one thing, Rias grinned at him with a glint in her eyes. Her teeth, he noticed, looked rather sharp. Though he couldn't help but feel enchanted by her smile. Maybe it was just part of her charm. We do look pretty cute together. Izuku looked away in shyness. Please stop teasing me, Izuku stammered. You're too cute, she said playfully, poking him on the cheek. Anyway, I have to head over to you now. I'll send someone to pick you up later. Okay, Izuku nodded. Where should I wait? Just wait in your class. See you later. She gave a ladylike wave and a wink before turning around to her class, making sure to put an extra swing in her steps. Izuku naturally stared as she left, her backside hypnotic. He realized what he was doing and quickly shook himself out of it. Turning around, he saw a bunch of male students glaring at him. This won't end well. Izuku leaned over his chair trying to ignore the stares from the rest of his classmates. It didn't seem to be working as he was practically in the center of the room. It had been like that all day. Even Bakugo was glaring daggers, wondering how the hell Izuku got a pretty girl from 𝐒𝐴 to accompany him to school. This is gonna stay with me for a long time, isn't it? Izuku muttered from under his breath. Classes had ended a little while ago, and he was currently waiting for whoever Rias had sent to pick him up. Midoriya-san. The quiet voice of Milia spoke up. Izuku turned his head to her. Yeah. What is it, Takamaki-san? Izuku asked, feeling a little relaxed with the pleasant face in front of him. Is it true? Milia asked, did you really arrive at school with Gremory-senpai today? Izuku blinked a couple of times. You know her? You could say that, Milia replied. Let's say we're in similar social circles. Izuku nodded. Yeah, she did come with me. Oh. That's interesting, Milia replied. You know, I don't think Gremory-senpai has ever been seen dating anyone for a long time. If she has her eyes set on you, she must find you very special. Really? Izuku muttered. What's so special about me? Your unwavering kindness, for one, but whatever the case is I think she might have made the right choice in picking you, Milia smiled, pressing the rim on her glasses, her face adorned with a light blush. Izuku felt a chill go up his spine from the way Milia looked at him. When was it that girls started getting so weird, he thought to himself, looking away nervously while blushing. Bakugo scowled at the two, having a hard time believing that Deku was so oblivious to Milia's crush on him. Idiots, he growled. Izuku's waiting seemed to finally come to an end when the door opened, causing all the girls in the room to flush with heavy breathing and dreamy sighs, and some of the boys to all sulk and mumble in envy. Izuku didn't have to look to see the cause of the commotion, but he did anyway. It was a boy the same age as him, Kiba Yuto of Class B. He had short blonde hair and blue eyes, dressed in the uniform for boys that appeared to be neatly pressed, and brown loafers. Izuku had heard that Yuto was considered by many to be Aldera Junior High's Prince Charming. For good reason too, as plenty of girls seemed to flock around him pretty much all the time. He was the epitome of a perfect gentleman, though was also seen as the bane of many boys for attracting such pretty girls, evident by the sight of a few boys scowling at him in contempt. Yuto hadn't even managed to move from the doorway before he got mobbed by a group of girls. Being the gentleman he was, he accommodated the girls for a short time before politely excusing himself and walking over to Izuku's desk. "Hi," Yuto smiled, "Midoriya-kun."
Yeah?"
Izuku replied. "Ria-san asked me to come get you," Yuto told him. "Would you mind following me?"
Sure."
Izuku nodded, standing up with his bag. "Ria-san, does he mean that red-headed girl?" one girl said. "Then what happened this morning was real." "That you student sent Kiba-kun for him," a second girl blinked.
"Why?"
"No clue." "Is it me, or do they look like a yaoi pairing?" a third girl squealed.
"Kia.
"A Kiba x Midoriya pairing. That's so hot." "What the fing hell?" Bakugo grumbled, not sure how to process what was happening before him. The school's pretty boy took Deku away to see some hot chick, with all the girls in class squeeing over the two like they were leads in a boys' love manga. "Can we please go now?" Izuku asked, starting to get very uncomfortable. Yeah, we're leaving now," Yuto laughed in a good-natured way as they both left for the hallway. "I'm sure you have plenty of questions to ask."
"Yeah, I do,"
Izuku nodded. The two remained silent for the rest of the trip. The trip in itself took longer than Izuku thought and in a familiar direction.
"Are we heading to UA?"
"To one of the more public buildings, yes," Yuto answered.
While most of UA's
campus was not open to the public, there were some areas made for public use, like the clubs hosted by the General Studies student body. Izuku started to get nervous. This wasn't how he expected his first trip to UA to be like. He began to sweat a little when they eventually reached the destination, a two-story building that looked like it was straight out of a horror movie. There was a sign above the front door that read Occult Research Club.
"Occult research?"
"Ria-san will explain everything. Come on." Yuto opened the door and held it open for Izuku. "We mustn't keep her waiting," Yuto urged him. Izuku nodded and followed Yuto inside. The inside, unlike the outside, was rather nice. Old Gothic-style furniture and marble floors gave it a rather nice touch. If only there was better lighting, as the inside still looked like a horror movie set. "And here we are," Yuto said, opening the last door in the hall. Izuku stepped inside and looked around the room. Looking around, he could see that several sofas and tables were set up together orderly. There was even a pentagram in a corner, and a few paintings hanging on the wall. Sitting on one of the sofas was a young girl, likely a year younger than Izuku at least, quietly munching on a pastry. She was a short, petite girl with white hair and hazel eyes. At the front, her hair had two long bangs going past her shoulders and several loose bangs hanging over her forehead, while the back had a short bob cut. She also wore a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair. "Koneko-chan," Yuto said, grabbing the shorter girl's attention, "I'm sure you already know about Midoriya-kun." Koneko turned her eyes to Izuku and studied him silently.
Hello."
Izuku greeted quietly. Koneko simply gave a curt nod before going back to eating her sweets. "You'll get used to it," Yuto told him. "Koneko doesn't really get along with new people much till she knows them better." "I'll take your word for it," Izuku nodded, glancing aside. "Is there anyone else?"
"No, not yet.
Right now, the club hasn't been finalized yet," Yuto answered. "Once we start attending you, we'll need at least 2 more people in order to officially form the ORC." Izuku blinked a few times at what Yuto said. "Wait, you're applying for UA too?" "Only for the general studies. I'm not interested in being a hero." Izuku nodded, glancing aside. He had heard that not everyone who went to UA applied for the heroics department, but he never met anyone like that till now. He blinked as he turned to another room that was scented off, the sound of rushing water coming from it. "Wait, is that a shower that I hear?" "That would be Ria-san," Yuto told him. "She's a stickler for cleanliness." So she had a shower installed in the clubroom. That's not even Hess yet. Eventually, the sound of a shower turning off was heard. A minute later, Ria stepped out of the room. "Oh good, you're here." She stepped out dressed in her uniform and combed her hair, the scent of the body wash still fresh on her. "Glad you could make it, Izuku-kun."
Yeah sure."
Izuku blushed at the nickname Ria's gave him. "I'm sure you would like some answers now, correct?" Izuku nodded. Rias then sat down at the desk. I'll be blunt then. Remember when I told you that I was a devil?
Yeah, well, so is everyone else here, and that includes you. With a snap of her fingers, jet black wings stretched out from the backs of her, Yuto, and Koneko, which didn't seem to shred their clothing from the way they shot out. Izuku felt something pulse in his back before the very same wings jumped out from behind him as well, much to his disturbance.
Here.
What?
Izuku gasped, looking at the black objects sticking out from him.
This is real. I'm not dreaming.
I assure you, my Doria-kun, this is very real, said Yuto. It's a lot to take in, believe me. I'll continue, Rias said, folding her arms. The reality is that not just devils, but angels, fallen angels, and other supernatural beings exist. Some are benevolent, and others are not. In terms of us devils, we make pacts with humans to obtain power, while fallen angels use humans as tools to destroy us. Moreover, God has commanded the angels to destroy both us and the fallen angels. We've been in a three-way standoff for a long time now. Izuku blinked a few more times. You're right, Kiba-kun. This is a lot to take in. Angels. Fallen angels. Devils. They were all real. And now he was a devil too. What did this all mean? How did he get roped all into this? Questions went through Izuku's head as he sat on one of the sofas in the ORC room. What does this have to do with me? Remember the night you were killed? Izuku's response was a mix of shock and terror. Your data Monoyuma was really a fallen angel called Reina. I'm still not sure how or why, but lately several fallen angels have been gathering in this city. Reina was likely ordered to kill you because of your sacred gear. If I had known what kind of danger you were in, we would have intervened the moment you met her. Sacred gear. Oh yeah. I remember Reina mentioned that. What is it? Sacred gears, or God's artifacts as some call them, are items with powerful abilities bestowed upon certain humans, Rias answered. Think of them as like very special quirks. In fact, many powerful and influential humans throughout history had sacred gears. You've likely heard of a few of them. King Arthur Pendragon, Joan of Arc, Hercules, Beowulf, Sinbad the Sailor, Guan Yu, and those are just a handful of them. Those are all legendary heroes from various stories all over the world, Izuku realized. Right on the money, Rias smiled again. You see, every religion, every pantheon that has ever been mentioned is or was real. Stories throughout each legend have at least a few heroes who have a sacred gear. But only humans or those with human ancestry are born with sacred gears. As such, devils, angels, and fallen angels often have to turn to humans who have these powers. Izuku then looked to where the hole should be in his stomach. Is that why you turned me into a devil? Yes, Rias nodded. When I met you the other day, I saw something interesting in you, so I decided to keep a close eye. Do you remember this? From a drawer, she pulled out a very familiar flyer. Izuku recognized it right away. Wait, that's the flyer that one girl gave me. Right, said Rias. As I said, a devil needs a signed contract to use a human's power. To forge an agreement with that human, a devil must complete their wishes, and then they gain something else of equal price in return. However, humans who draw pentagrams these days are almost non-existent, so we use things like this flyer to create contracts. Izuku nodded. He was still having trouble taking this all in. On one hand, he was now a devil. On the other hand, he would probably be dead if it wasn't for Rias. So, I'm a devil now, and also your servant. Right. Rias smiled. High-class devils like me need a peerage, or a team of servants, to rise up in the ranks of the devils. The more interesting the servants, the more that devil is recognized. Izuku nodded. But wait, that guy last night thought I was a stray. What does that mean? Exactly what it sounds like, Rias answered. A stray devil is a devil with no MSTR, either because their MSTR died or the stray killed them to obtain freedom. Considering she turned me into a devil without my say in it, I can see one reason why. Izuku thought to himself. Have you heard about some of the murders going on in Musutafu? Yeah, the news said that religious fanatics were the cause, Izuku said, still feeling on edge. And they're not entirely wrong, Rias confirmed. Some of those murders are caused by stray devils, wantonly devouring any human unfortunate enough to wander in their parlor. But that's only a few of the murders. Most are caused by fallen angels, stray priests, and demon slayers. They kill humans who come into contact with us, believing them to be tainted. They are especially dangerous to us because their powers are supported by the prayer of God. This city has been put under my protection, and it's my job to keep any more tragedies from happening. So then, you're like Musutafu's secret warriors? Izuku asked. For the most part, Yuto nodded. Wow, Izuku looked down at the floor and shuffled his feet. He honestly didn't know what to think anymore. I need to get some air. I need time to process this. Understandable, Rias nodded. You can go on ahead. Thank you. With a bow, Izuku stood up and went to the door to walk out. He had forgotten about the wings on his back, causing them to get caught in the doorway. Izuku pulled hard against the door, groaning as he struggled to break free. Sorry about that, Rias said quickly. She snapped her fingers, making Izuku's wings vanish. The momentum caused him to fall flat on his face with a thud. Izuku twitched slightly before slowly getting back up and walking away, grumbling. He seems to have taken it better than expected, Yuto said. It did look like he felt conflicted though, Kaneko spoke. Perhaps, but I did that to save him, Rias said. I'm sure he'll be ready after he's had some time to think. Izuku stepped out of the building, NSNG the bruise on his head. He wasn't sure what to think. He had been turned into a devil, a demon of sorts. What did it mean for his humanity? His life? Was he going to have to give up on his dream? The sunlight draining him right as he stepped outside certainly didn't help. I don't even know what to think, he groaned. Looking around, he spotted a bench not far from the ORC building and decided to sit down. Sacred gear. I don't even know what I have, but it's apparently powerful enough that a fallen angel tried to kill me because of it. Does that mean it's as powerful as All Might's quirk, or even greater? Wouldn't that mean other heroes are really using sacred gears instead of quirks? If so, then if I can master my sacred gear I can be a hero. But what would Kaken think about it? I think he would be rather envious. Gah! Izuku looked up and saw Rias standing nearby, a slight look of amusement on her face. How long have you been there? Long enough, she replied. Was that one of your famous mumble sessions? Yeah. How did you dash? Yuto-kun told me about them. Rias then sat down next to him. I take it you're still unsure. I am, Izuku answered. Don't get me wrong, I am grateful to you for saving me, but I didn't ask to become a devil. Yes, I know. Sorry, Rias sighed. Listen, you're probably thinking that becoming a devil means you'll have to give up your humanity, right? Isn't that what people usually say? Izuku said. In my opinion, humanity is an ideal and not a state of being, she continued. There are humans that act more twisted and evil than any devil, such as certain villains like Toxic Chainsaw. Such humans are so twisted that even most devils want nothing to do with them. Just because you're a devil doesn't quite mean you stop being human or stop acting like one. So basically, the only thing that sets me apart from other humans is the wings on my back and aversion to light. Izuku questioned. You'll get used to sunlight eventually. Devils also don't normally have quirks, and there are several cultural differences, Rias said. But other than that, devils aren't all that different from humans. It's one of the reasons why contracts between both races are so simple. Each side has something they want, whether it's sinful or not. Izuku muttered, thinking about her words. Rias-san, he began. Even though I'm a devil now, do you think I can be a hero? Rias smiled and said, yes. I believe you have what it takes to be a hero. It took a moment for her words to sink in, but when they did, Izuku began sobbing. But these were tears of joy. Rias reached over and hugged him, placing his head in her ample bosom as he wept. The next day after school, Rias and Izuku met at a small park to begin his training. The U entrance exam was 4.5 months away, and Izuku needed to both learn about his sacred Ge's abilities and bulk up. Currently, Izuku, in a mint green tracksuit, was doing laps around a park near his apartment. What was slowing him down was a large tire with a rope tied around it and connected to his waist, with Rhea sitting on that tire, wearing the standard gym uniform. The combined weight was making him work harder, making him sweat out like a fountain, water droplets forming into a dark-stained path in the dirt as he went. "Hey, don't slack off," Rhea said, her arms folded. "If you slow down I'll add 10 more laps." "Sorry," Izuku breathed tiredly, "gonna try harder." "You'd better," Rhea's answered back. "In the world of devils, strength is absolute. The stronger you are, the easier it is to rise up in ranks. I can't have any of my servants getting weak, so a training regiment is to be done every day. This is also in preparation for the UA entrance exam, so get moving." Hi, Izuku groaned. Not long after he finished jogging, Rhea's immediately had him doing push-ups. That in itself wouldn't have been too much of a problem despite his muscles being already sore, but the pressure was added on with having to do 100 of them, and Rhea's was sitting on top of his back. She wasn't heavy of course, but having someone sit on top of you while you were doing push-ups just made things harder. 64, remind me again. 65, why you're. 66, on my back. Izuku asked, his voice wheezing in the midst of his push-ups. "You need to increase your stamina a lot more than it already is," Rhea said to him plainly. "Power means nothing if you can't handle it. Your abilities will be more powerful if your basic physical stamina becomes stronger. And if your body is unfit, then your magic and demonic power could wear it down." Stamina. 69, fit body. 70, got it. "If you're talking while doing push-ups, it must mean that you've improved," Rhea said, a sly look appearing on her face. "Shall I add another 100? "No." Izuku quickly shouted. "Then come on. Go faster." "Alright. 75. She's enjoying this a little too much." By the time Izuku had gotten to 100, his muscles were pulsing and aching, and he could do nothing but lay flat on his face in exhaustion. He gave a silent groan, wishing he could just crawl back into bed again. "Good job," said Rhea's. "You managed to finish within the time allowed. I'm impressed." She took out a water bottle from her bag and handed it to Izuku. "Thank you." Izuku greedily took the bottle and began to chug the liquid. As he finished half of the bottle, Rhea said, "Now we can start learning more about your sacred gear." Izuku put away the half-finished bottle. "So, what should I do to use it?" "First we need to figure out what it is." Rhea's then grabbed hold of his left hand, causing the younger boy to blush. "From what I can tell it seems to be within your left hand. Try focusing your feelings into your hand." Okay." Izuku closed his eyes, doing what he was told. Suddenly, an armored bracer emerged from his hand. It was red with yellow accents and a green jewel on top of the palm area. "Holy whoa! I did it! But what is it?" Rhea's took a good, long look over Izuku's sacred gear. I'm not sure. It may be in a dormant state at the moment." Suddenly, it disappeared. What happened?" Rhea sighed. "It looks like you still have some way to go," she then smirked. "But if you can keep training, I'm sure you'll be able to get it up and keep it up for a long time." This caused Izuku's face to once again turn lava red. "WHYD did you say it like that?" "Because you're too easy." A week into his new life as a devil, Izuku was jogging by himself at the park. Rhea's, Yuto, and Koneko were busy fulfilling contracts. Izuku was rather surprised by how simple and straightforward working as a devil was. He had to send out pamphlets that served as tools to summon a devil the previous night. According to Rhea's, in the devil world, it was essential to rise through the ranks and gain recognition. There were 3 ways of doing that. Military accomplishments were the fastest way but were very difficult because they were often dangerous. The 3 factions were also at a ceasefire, so that would also make things difficult. Making contracts with humans was the most common way, but it was also tedious and had the longest route. The 3rd and final way was through a rating game, but Rhea said she would go into a deeper explanation of that later. After spending the day handing out flyers to people, the night came and it was time to answer the clients. A common thing most devils had was the ability to teleport through magic circles. They would have to use these portals to reach clients quickly. But since his demonic power was still incredibly low, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 couldn't simply teleport to the clients and thus was forced to ride a bike to them. Between his schoolwork and his training, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was only able to do a couple of jobs, but one of them ended rather disturbingly. The image of the muscle man Miltan in a very revealing magical girl cosplay still haunted him. At least now he was able to summon his sacred gear more easily, but he and 𝐼𝐼𝐻 still didn't know what it was yet. 𝐼𝐼𝐻 had said that part of the reason she went to this meeting was to look for any information about it. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 wanted to learn more about his sacred gear, but for now, he focused on his training. As he neared Dagobah Municipal Beach Park, he noticed a couple of girls hauling away some old microwaves. The first was rather petite with a slender build and is a little shorter than 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Her hair is short, only around chin length, and is dark purple in color with an asymmetrical fringe, and two lighter streaks shaped like sound waves on either side of her head. But her most prominent features are the flexible, plug-like earphone jacks hanging from each of her earlobes at the end of two thin cords. She was wearing a dark purple tank top and black sweatpants with white sneakers. The other girl had a rather mature figure, being slightly taller than 𝐼𝐻, with long black hair tied into a spiky ponytail with a single bang hanging on the right side of her face. They also seemed to be about the same age as 𝐒𝐽. Her attire was similar to the first girl's, only she had a light red tank top that revealed a bit of her sports bra and short jeans that stopped just above her knees. The girl with the earlobes seemed to be in pain. "Don't give up yet, 𝐭𝐽𝐽. We're almost done for the day," the taller girl encouraged. "I can't keep up." Suddenly, the earlobe girl, 𝐭𝐽𝐽, tripped on something and began to fall. She screamed, closing her eyes, but nothing broke her fall. "You okay?" Opening her eyes, 𝐭𝐽𝐽 saw that 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had caught the microwave, which helped stop her fall. Yeah. Thanks." 𝐒𝐽𝐽 and 𝐭𝐽𝐽 put down the microwave next to a trash bin, which had several other microwaves, an old refrigerator, and a couple of bags of scrap next to it. What are you guys doing?" 𝐒𝐽𝐽 asked them. "Just cleaning up the beach," the other girl answered. "That beach?" 𝐒𝐽𝐽 pointed at the giant piles of trash that littered the beach. "I've heard that because of the ocean currents, things dumped into the water wash up here. People use that so they can illegally dump their trash. Why are you cleaning it?" "Well, we're trying to clean it up as a workout. We're applying to you in a few months." 𝐒𝐽𝐽's eyes widened in surprise when the other girl said this. A friend recommended it, saying it would also help give back to the community, which is what heroes from before the rise of quirks did. "You're applying to 𝐻𝐽 too," he said. "Yep," 𝐭𝐽𝐽 breathed. "But I might die before then." "You lasted this long, so you'll be fine," said the well-endowed girl. "Anyway, I'm Yorozu Momo," she gestured to 𝐭𝐽𝐽, who was still breathing. "And this is Gyro 𝐭𝐽𝐽." 𝐭𝐽𝐽 simply waved as she drank the water. "And you are?" "Oh, I'm Midoriya 𝐒𝐽𝐽." 𝐒𝐽𝐽 stuttered, causing the two girls to laugh a little. He then blinked as realization dawned on him. "I think I know you too. Weren't you saved from a sludge villain by All Might a few months ago?" Momo gave a nervous laugh. "Yeah. It hasn't been easy these last few months, and not just because of the training." 𝐒𝐽𝐽 then looked back at the trash-covered beach, wondering why he or 𝐼𝐻 didn't think of it. "You've been trying to clean up the beach by the 𝐻𝐽 exams. How long have you been at it?" "Around 5 months now," Momo answered. "We started in May." "Oh wow. That sounds nearly impossible." "I said the same thing," 𝐭𝐽𝐽 grunted. "We can get it done in time," said Momo. "If we keep moving forward, we'll both be in 𝐻𝐽 before we know it." 𝐒𝐽𝐽 smiled at them. They were just as serious about getting into 𝐻𝐽 as him. "I'm sure you two can do it. We all will if we work hard," 𝐒𝐽𝐽 said, clenching his fist. "I need to get going. Good luck." 𝐒𝐽𝐽 then continued on his jog. "Maybe I'll stop by and help sometimes." "Please Dio." 𝐒𝐽𝐽 couldn't help but chuckle at 𝐭𝐽𝐽's plea. As he continued on his jog, his mind wandered back to the girls, wondering who their friend was. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 then tripped. "Oh great." 𝐒𝐽𝐽 closed his eyes as he took a nose dive, expecting to hit the hard ground, only to not. Opening his eyes, Izuku gasped when he realized he was floating in the air, a brown-haired girl next to him. "Are you okay?" the girl asked in a sweet voice as Izuku started struggling in midair. Izuku steadied himself as the girl set him back on the ground. She was more or less the same height as him, with her hair styled in a bob cut with 2 bangs going along the side of her face on each side. She had brown eyes and a permablush on her face. But her most distinguishing feature was the animal paw-like pads on her fingers. She was wearing a pink t-shirt and black shorts and white loafers. Thanks F for that." Izuku stuttered. "It's no problem," she said nicely. "I'm sorry for using my quirk on you without asking, but it was kinda my fault you fell like that." "Hey." Looking back, Izuku saw that what he tripped on was a light pink 1,000-gram dumbbell. "You doing training here?" "Yeah. Trying to prep for the U entrance exam." Izuku blinked a few times. "You're the 3rd girl today I've met who's training for UA." "Really?" "Yeah. There are these 2 girls trying to clean up Dagobah Beach for their training." The girl blinked a few times. "That sounds impossible." "I said the same thing." The 2 had a quick chuckle. "Oh, I'm Uraraka, by the way. Uraraka Okako." "I'm Midoriya Izuku." The 2 chatted for a bit, Okako explaining that she's practicing lifting heavy objects for as long as she can so she won't get sick, demonstrating with her putting away her equipment by floating them into her bag. Izuku immediately noted that her quirk can easily be used in rescue operations with how it can lift both injured people but also debris, both surprising and impressing the brunette. Eventually, Okako needed to leave. "See you later," she said before heading off. He sure was cute, she thought to herself as she left. Izuku was about to continue his jog when he realized something. "I just talked to 3 different girls like it was nothing." A little while later, Izuku was hanging onto a low branch, doing pull-ups. 96, 97, 98, 99, 1 wow. "Hey." Izuku looked toward the source, and saw a girl on the ground, having tripped. It was a girl of medium height, but instead of hair, she had green, thorn-covered vines. The vines were of manageable length, just above her waist, though she had a light blue scarf with a floral border covering her head. Her attire consisted of a long-sleeved, ankle-length green dress along with a turquoise shawl and light green boots. In front of her was an open suitcase, bits of clothes spewed about, along with a silver cross necklace. "Ow," she groaned. "Why did I trip like that?" Izuku, without hesitation, ran over to her, offering his hand. "Hey, you okay?" "Yes, thank you," she said as she took Izuku's hand. Now that she was standing up, Izuku saw that she was a little taller than him. She gave a slight bow before turning to her scattered belongings, sighing. "I can help pick this up," Izuku offered. "Oh, thank you." It didn't take long for them to pick up the discarded clothing. But the silver cross gave Izuku some trouble. Looking at it alone gave him chills. When he tried to touch it, his hand felt like it was on fire. Even when he picked it up by the chain, his hand felt like it was over a hot stove. Izuku did his best to ignore the pain, giving the cross back to the girl. "Thank you very much, sir," she said, taking the cross from Izuku. "It wasn't any problem," Izuku replied. "My hand's numb." "Are you traveling?" "Not exactly," she put the necklace away in her bag. "I'm trying to find the church in this city, and got lost." "Church? Does she mean the old church near the Corosanto ward? Isn't it abandoned?" "I think I know where the church is. Would you like me to take you?" The girl's eyes widened in surprise before she smiled. "Really? Oh, thank you. This must be an act of God's divine grace," she said, making a sign of the cross with her hand. A sharp pain rocketed through Izuku's head, causing him to GG. "Ah. What's wrong?" "And nothing," Izuku said, the pain now gone. "Just a little migraine. There's nothing wrong with me. Let's go." With that, Izuku led the way, with the confused girl not far behind. But before they could get far, the sound of a young boy crying caught their attention. Without hesitating, the girl ran over to him. "Hey. Are you okay?" she asked. The boy only kept crying. A large cut on his knee was the case of the boy's distress. "It's okay," She placed her hands over the boy's knee. 2 small, silver rings with a light green gem appeared on her middle fingers. A light green glow then appeared over the boy's knee. Izuku's arm suddenly began to ache. Izuku's and the boy's eyes widened as the cut disappeared along with the glow. "There, all better," said the girl. She was right. The boy's knee was completely healed. "Oh, wow. Thanks, Wani-chan." As the boy ran off, waving goodbye and thanking her while doing so, Izuku asked, "Was that a quirk?" "Oh, no," she replied. "It's a miraculous power to heal granted to me by God." Izuku realized that only one other thing that light could have been, a sacred gear. She has a sacred gear, too. Is that why my hand ached like that? He looked at his left hand, which held his sacred gear. She's able to both freely summon it and use its power. Right now I can only summon mine for about 10 minutes, and even then I still don't know what it can do. Clenching his fist, Izuku and the girl continued on their way to the church. After about 20 minutes of walking, the two reached the edge of the Coruscant ward, the church in plain view atop a hill. "Ah! This is it. I'm so glad," the girl exclaimed. Izuku, however, had a harsh chill running throughout his body. "My body won't stop shaking. It must be because of how close I am to the church. Well, I should be going now." "No, wait," she gripped hold of Izuku's arm. "Let me repay you for your help. Do you want to stay for tea?" I can't." Izuku did his best to stop his body from shaking. "I need to get home soon, or my mom will get worried." He wasn't exactly lying. "We never properly introduced each other, did we? My name's Midoriya Izuku." "I'm Shiozaki Ibara," she bowed. "It was a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya-san. I hope to see you again soon." Once he got back to the club room, Rias inquired as to why he was late. Once Izuku explained what happened, she wasn't exactly pleased. "You cannot go near a church ever again." Izuku hung his head low, muttering sorry as Rias lectured him. "To devils like us, the church is enemy territory. Simply stepping into one would cause major problems for both angels and devils. It wouldn't be surprising if you were stabbed by a spear of light if you got too close." Izuku notably flinched at that. "And never get near anyone who has any sort of relationship with the church. Especially priests and exorcists." "I'm sorry," Izuku muttered for the 10th time. "You should be. Priests and exorcists are our mortal enemies, and it's likely at least one was near that church. They've been blessed by God, so they have the power to destroy us. A devil hit by a divine holy power like that will be destroyed, with no hope of returning. This is something very important. Do you understand?" "I'm sorry, Rias-san." Rias simply sighed. "I'm just glad you're safe. Just promise you'll be more careful from now on." "Yes, I promise, Rias-san." The next day after school, Izuku spent most of the day training with Rias, though for some reason Rias seemed slightly off. Izuku wanted to ask why, but lugging around 2 tires with her sitting on them made that difficult. After training had finished, Rias asked him to hand out flyers for the day and report back to the club room, not giving Izuku a chance to ask. As he placed the last few flyers in the mailboxes of an apartment complex, Izuku went over what happened to him over the past week in his head. "I'm still having a hard time believing it. Just last week, I was a normal quirkless kid who dreamed of being a hero. Then I met someone who said they could help me achieve my dream, only for them to reveal they're a fallen angel and kill me. Then I was revived as a devil by Rias-san, which also makes me her servant. And the reason I was killed is because I have a sacred gear that I had no idea about. But now that I have a chance, I'm working hard for the devils to become a hero despite having absolutely no power at all. It's almost like nothing's changed." Once he finished passing out the flyers, Izuku got on his bike and rode toward Uehai. "Weirdly, I'm starting to enjoy all this. Rias-san is appealing, Koneko-chan is kinda cute if a little cold, and Kiba-kun is nice. It's nice to have friends again." Speaking of Rias-san, why was she acting so off today? It didn't take very long for Izuku to reach the club building at UA's campus. "I'm back," Izuku called as he entered the clubroom. "Ah, welcome back, Midoriya-kun." Yuto greeted, just moments away from stepping into the teleportation pentagram. You finished passing out the flyers? Rias asked, looking over a small stack of papers at her desk. Yes. Good work. She handed Izuku a map. Sorry for dropping this on you, but can you do this summon tonight? Normally Koneko-chan handles this, but she's currently swamped at the moment. Sure. The sun had fully set over the horizon as Izuku rode his bike through the streets. The streets were very empty, as was the case in most suburban areas during the night. Following the map Rias had given him, Izuku arrived at a relatively simple home. Hopping off his bike, Izuku walked up to the door and rang the bell. Hello, I'm a devil of the Gremory clan. Izuku called the house. I'm here because of a summon. There was no answer. He furrowed his eyebrows as he reached for the door. His heart suddenly clenched. Something's not right, he whispered, almost fearfully. It was the same feeling he had when he showed Ibara to the church. Izuku slowly opened the door, the creaking sound echoing in the dark. He didn't even bother to remove his sneakers as he slowly crept inside, looking around the room. The house was dark, very dark, the only source of light coming from the living room. But he had a better time looking through it, a lot better than when he was human. He was somewhat thankful for that. That didn't keep him from stepping into something wet and sticky. What the? Izuku gasped. He raised his foot and wiped his fingers on the soles. Already, he could smell the scent of the liquid. His eyes widened as he realized what it was. It was BLD, fresh BLD. And it was all over the room, leading to a male body nailed to the wall. At least, Izuku presumed it was a man. It's hard to tell things like gender when their skin was peeled off. Their organs and BLD seeped out of the large dissection hole in their torso, and their arms and legs were pinned to the wall by large nails, legs together and arms as far apart as possible. A crucifixion. Izuku nearly vomited at the sight. Written above their heads in red was a message: divine punishment for shitty sinners who have given up on humanity. Holy SHD. Izuku muttered in shock. That was when someone else in the room said, punish the wicked. Words to live by. Yes, wise words to heed from a holy man. Turning around, Izuku saw someone sitting on the couch. He had short white hair, red eyes, and was dressed in the coat and outfit of a priest. However, Izuku could tell there was nothing about this man that was holy at all due to the wicked smile on his face and the bloody knife he was holding in his left hand. Freed Selzen, monster hunter, executioner, and exorcist, at your service, he introduced himself as he stood up and bowed, before dancing like a nutcase. And you are the scared little devil PP this priest is going to exorcise next. A priest? Izuku gasped. Yep. I'm from a certain exorcism organization you may have heard of. Then you did all this. What did he do to have this happen to him? He was asking for it, justified Freed. Making a contract with a devil like you is proof that he's done being human. End of the line, sinner. He laughed. So I had to give him an extreme makeover. Which I'm gonna do to you. Freed suddenly jumped into Izuku's face with a leer. He didn't realize that the mad priest was so up close until just another second later, and quickly jumped back. What? From the looks of things you're fresh meat. Freed liked his lips, creeping Izuku out. Well, there's no need to tell me your name. You're just going to die soon anyway. You killed him just because he was talking to devils. Izuku demanded. Well, duh. Do I Havita spell it out for you? Making contracts with devils is a sin after all. Devils use the dark desires of humanity to gain power. Humans who make pacts with devils are some lower than dirt. You get it? No. Well, I guess that makes you some too, Freed lectured, still grinning. If you're a servant of God, why would you kill another human so easily? Izuku shouted, angry. Who? Freed wondered out loud like a child. The F is this? Is this puny devil trying to lecture me? I already told you why. What? Do you need a crash course for this SHT? He walked over to the head of the victim and kicked it. Fine, I'll say it again. Devils feed on human longing. The humans who give you substance can't be considered human anymore. To that end, I kill them in order to save them from becoming tainted even further. He kicked the head into the wall, causing it to splatter and cause more gore. That's kindness. Amen. Kindness. That's not kindness, that's pure evil. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 growled, clenching his fist, summoning his sacred gear subconsciously. Hey. Fried wondered, looking at 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Ha, ha ha ha. Oh, that's rich. A devil telling me, a priest, what's evil? Ha ha. Are you mad? You mad, bro? You mad? He liked the BLD from his knife. Ah, whatever, Fried sighed, pulling out a silver pistol. It won't matter once I turn you into Swiss cheese. Totally awesome, isn't it? Fried laughed maniacally as he fired his gun. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 raced to the side to avoid the light bullets before he stopped at the wall. Fried then threw his knife, the blade embedding itself into 𝐒𝐬𝐽's leg. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 screamed at the pain, which caused Fried to laugh even more. The nutty priest then aimed his gun. Bang! 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 The bullets fired from the gun hit 𝐒𝐬𝐽 in his stomach. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 gasped in pain as the shock from the blast echoed through his body. Ah ha ha! You like that? Fried laughed, walking over to 𝐒𝐬𝐽 and kicking him down. Fried then sloppily removed the knife from 𝐒𝐬𝐽's leg. Then in an increasingly dickish maneuver, Fried smashed his foot onto the gunshot wounds. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 yelled painfully from the impact, feeling the pain rip through his body. Fried only laughed even more as he grinded his heel. Tell me, do you bleed? You will. Fried grinned, pointing the gun at 𝐒𝐬𝐽. A blur of motion suddenly pushed Fried off of 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Gah, damn it. Fried groaned, rubbing his head as he stood up. SHT, Ibarra. Why'd you go and do that? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 recognized the name. Ibarra, he groaned, setting up and holding his injuries. Looking over, he saw a familiar head of thorns standing in front of him with her arms out like a shield. Shiozaki-san. Please, stop this. Ibarra pleaded, why are you doing this to Midoriya-san? Hey, you know this guy. Fried blinked, picking his ear. Isn't it obvious? He's a devil after all. Hey. Ibarra muttered, slowly looking back at 𝐒𝐽𝐽. Midoriya-san is a devil. 𝐒𝐽𝐽, still clutching his wound, simply lowered his head in shame. I didn't mean to deceive you. Fried only laughed crazily. Ha ha ha. Oh man, how hysterical. Is this forbidden love between a devil and a sister? Seriously? Are you serious? His face turned deadly serious in an instant. That's right. This guy is the shittiest of shitty devils. Really, you didn't know? Well, that's fine. He's about to end up like that SHT stain there. Ibarra looked at where Fried was pointing. Her eyes widened as tears welled up, looking on at the skinned body nailed to the wall. What? This isn't, she stammered in horrified shock, collapsing to the floor, her hands covering her mouth. Oh, that's right. This is the first time you've seen a corpse, here. Fried grinned. In that case, take a good look. This is the fate of any human seduced by a devil. You son of a, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 snarled, trying to force himself to his feet. That's the way it is. Devils and humans can never coexist. And the church ho-ho. Don't even get me started. Not to mention we're all heretics that God himself abandoned, like the fallen angels. And this effer here is part of the job description. Fried snapped his fingers impatiently. Come on, hurry up with the trap. Ibarra only stood up and stood between Fried and 𝐒𝐽𝐽. Hey! Hey, 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 hey. What the F? Fried asked, looking unamused. Father, please let him go, Ibarra begged. To aimlessly kill people who have been led astray by devils, that's just wrong. What the F? You too, you shitty maiden. Fried demanded, grabbing her by the collar of her dress. Did you already forget? All devils are full of SHT. He's not buddy-buddy with you. There may be good devils as well. Ibarra cried, I used to think all devils were evil, but after meeting Midoriya-san, I've learned that there are good devils too. Shut up. The next thing that happened caused 𝐒𝐽𝐽's BLD to boil. The butt backhanded Ibarra in the face. Be estudi. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 shouted, his vision turning red. He didn't get far as his wounds forced him back down. Ah, damn it. Unbeknown to Izuku, the green jewel on his sacred gear began to glow green. Fried pinned Ибара down by the throat as he reached down and tore open her dress, leaving only her BR left. Even if the boss told me not to kill you, there could still be something you can do to calm me down, Fried smirked, squeezing Ibara's BRSS. The poor girl flinched and gasped from the squeezing. What do you think? You're still a virgin, so how about I turn you from a maiden to a broken woman? Dragon shot. Ay. Fried looked back just in time to see Izuku building a green ball of energy from his hand. The shot fired and hit Fried in the chest, knocking him through the wall and away from Ибара. Izuku breathed heavily as the gem in his sacred gear stopped glowing. I'm finally starting to figure this thing out, he said, tiredly. Ибара quickly got up and ran over to Izuku. You're hurt, she said softly, looking at his wounds. Pain's an old friend, Izuku joked, wincing in pain. Oh, Ибара slowly crawled up to him. Hold still. She held her hands carefully over his wounds, not even touching them. Her hands suddenly glowed as a bright green aura surrounded them and washed over the wound. Relief came over his face as he could feel his injuries and the BLD fade away. Holy woe! I'm feeling better now, Izuku blinked, slapping where he was hit just to be sure. Thanks. You're welcome, Ибара nodded slowly, smiling shyly. It's the least I can do for helping me yesterday. Izuku then noticed the large bruise on Ibara's cheek, where Fried had struck her. You're hurt. It's fine, she said. And you were worse. The two had a quick laugh. The moment was suddenly ruined by a noise coming from the wall. Izuku and Ибara turned, watching Fried crawl out of the hole made from Izuku's dragon shot. Oh, right. I still gotta kill you, he huffed. Ибara stood up and got in front of Izuku. I won't let you hurt him, she said. Oh yeah. And what are you gonna do about I? Ибara clasped her hands together over her chest. Without warning, her vines shot out and rushed toward Fried, ensnaring him. The F. Father Fried Selzen. Your sins are unforgivable. God will make you pay for the evils you've done, she said. Shiozaki Ибara, quirk, vines. She can control and stretch out her hair vines, as well as detach them at will. Izuku had a look of shock and amazement on his face. He'd figured Ibara's quirk had something to do with her vine hair, but he didn't know she could make them grow or control them so easily. Fried only laughed. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, kid. A shimmering sword of light suddenly emerged from the vines. Fried then cut himself free. Ибara and Izuku's eyes widened in shock as Fried aimed the blade at them. Surprise! Bet you didn't know I had a real-life lightsaber, here. Ибara was about to trap Fried with her vines again but stopped when Izuku stood up and got in front of her. My Doria-san. Oh. You wanna go first, do ya? Fine by me. Fried hunched to the ground, his tongue hanging out of his sadistic smile. I was planning to use you to beat the world record for holiest corpse. But it looks like I'll be going for the record for finest mincemeat instead. Mind if we crash the party then? Izuku's eyes widened at the voice. Looking around, he turned and found Koneko, Yuto, and Rias just stepping out of a magic circle. Koneko looked at the bloody sight with distance, while Yuto seemed to cast a hateful glare at Fried. Rias, however, looked worried, especially after seeing Ибара right behind him. Izuku-san? Rias asked, walking up to him. What happened? I came here for the summon, but I found the customer dead. All thanks to that fruitcake over there, Izuku explained, pointing at Fried. I see. Rias nodded, her expression saddened. She rested her head against his, wrapping her arms around his neck. Thank goodness you're okay. Senpai. Izuku blushed. Oh, it's a family of devils, here. Fried laughed, hunching down with his tongue hanging. Cool. This is super cool. I'm gonna totally score with this. And aren't you a pretty one? Can I F you up, too? Yuto's sweat dropped. For a priest, that's quite a mouth you have. Doesn't matter, though, he said in an uncharacteristically cold tone. Sorry for being so vulgar. How about I make it up to you by chopping that pretty boy head off? Fried blazed across the room with his sword swinging. Eyes narrowed, Yuto bent his legs before he suddenly blurred out of sight. He disappeared. Ibara gasped. Yuto reappeared before Freed, this time armed with a sword cloaked in darkness. The two blades clashed against each other as both young men tried to overpower the other. Attacking just like that out of the blue, Yuto mocked. You have no class. Ha! I'm supposed to give SHTS about that. Especially from some shitty devils. Freed laughed. Freed quickly caught on to his blade flickering, losing power, so he took the smart route and jumped back from Yuto's oncoming slash. The double F. Sorry, but this sword is special, Yuto told him, gripping the hilt with two hands. It can devour the light. Kiba Yuto, Sacred Gear, Sword BRTH. He can create any demonic sword he can imagine and imbue them with special properties. Heh, a Sacred Gear user. Should have guessed, Freed sighed. Kiba-kun has a Sacred Gear, too. Izuku gasped. A swift pain suddenly hit him in his leg. Try not to move too much, Midoriya-san, said Ibara. Your legs still hurt. Hurt? Rias repeated. Yeah. Freed stabbed me with his knife and then shot me, but Shiozaki-san healed me. Slowly, Rias turned toward the vulgar priest. Is that right? Yep. Freed giggled. Truth is, I was planning to carve up every inch of his body after I filled him with holes, but then that shitty maiden decided to get in the way. Boom. Here. Freed looked to the side, finding a gigantic hole in the wall just centimeters from his head, a trail of destructing leading all the way to the street. The source of the blast was Ria's hand, her whole body glowed a dark red. I will not forgive anyone who harms my servants, especially not some vulgar stray priest such as you, Rias growled, her voice both calm yet dripping with rage at the same time. Both Izuku and Ibara trembled at the display. Rias-san is scary. Freed, however, seemed unfazed. Woo-yee. That was really something. Good thing I know when to fold 'em. Freed said, pulling something out of his robes. I'm getting the F out of Dodge before they arrive to reinforce the ambush. They? Rias questioned. Oh yeah. There are totally 2 other fallen angels at least and lots of priests coming this way, Freed said. Have fun. Freed smashed something against the ground, blinding the youths with an intense light that erupted in front of him. Arg! Izuku rubbed his eyes, trying to get rid of the spots coloring his vision before it returned to normal. Freed was gone. A flashbang. Bucho, the fallen angels are coming, Koneko suddenly spoke, sensing a foreboding presence. TCH. Rias frowned, turning around to prepare another portal. We need to leave. Rias-san, wait. Izuku alerted, gesturing toward Ibara, we should take her with us. I'm sorry, Izuku-kun, Rias apologized, looking over her shoulder, my portals can only transport whoever I have in my peerage. She won't survive the magic. But, isn't there another way? I'm sorry, but there isn't. Not if I take her on my bike. But she's aligned with the church, Yuto said, by default, she's our enemy. It didn't stop her from healing me. I'm not going to abandon her for petty reasons like that, Izuku frowned. Izuku then took Ibara's hand and ran toward the front entrance. I'll meet you guys at the club room. I hope you know what you're doing, Rias prayed as she, Koneko, and Yuto vanished into the portal. News of the murder had already spread. The police arrived at the house not long after Izuku and Ibara left. There was no one else remaining at the house save for the corpse. It was chopped up so badly that it would be very difficult to identify. Then there was the message written in BLD. To them, it appeared to be another religious fanatic. It also seemed that the murderer managed to flee before anything else happened. He was still out there. Izuku had already contacted his mom, telling her that he may be late coming home. He promised her that he was safe and unharmed and that he had just met up with Rias and that he would be staying with her until the heat died down. He was in the clubroom sitting on one of the couches, busy cleaning out the BLD from the soles of his sneakers with bleach. Ibara was in the shower room, washing the sweat and BLD from her body as best as she could. Izuku didn't blame her for what she had gone through. It was very foolish of you to bring her here, Rias said, handing Izuku a bucket of water. Why? Just because she's with the church? Izuku asked, taking the bucket and using it to wash the bleach from his sneakers. You said that those who are on the side of God are dangerous to us. Is that why you're being resistant? It's more complicated than that, Ria sighed. That girl is a heretic. That means she's in league with the fallen angels. She's a heretic. Izuku repeated, confused. There are several reasons for why those who were once faithful turn rogue. As they have nowhere else to turn, they usually ally with the fallen angels for protection, Rias explained, sitting next to him. There is probably some reason for why that girl is with the fallen angels. Oh, Izuku sighed, looking down. Look, I sympathize with you. I do, Rias said sternly. But we can't get involved with the affairs of fallen angels. If we do, it will cause an unwanted incident. The best I can do is give her a place to rest for the night. After that, she's on her own. I understand. Izuku and Rias turned and saw Ibara stepping out of the shower room, a towel wrapped around her vines and wearing the spare clothes Rias had provided her. Next to her was a tray table, her torn clothing folded neatly on it. Thank you for allowing me to use the shower, Ibara bowed. It was gracious of you. Shiozaki-san, I need to know, Izuku began, why were you with that psycho? Father Salezen. Ibara questioned. Yeah, that's what I want to know. You don't seem like the type to hang around bloodthirsty psychopaths, Izuku replied. I didn't have any other choice, Ibara admitted, looking sad. 3 weeks ago I was excommunicated from my original church after I healed a devil out of my own free will. I don't have anywhere else to turn to. You healed a devil without question. Rias blinked, looking rather surprised. Why? He was injured very badly, and I couldn't just turn away someone in need, Ibara answered. As I was healing him, I was caught by the local priest. After that, I was deemed a witch and cast out. But there's more to it, isn't there? Izuku asked. Your healing abilities are a sacred gear, right? Why yes, Ibara nodded, sitting down on the sofa across from Izuku. It's called Twilight Healing. See, I used to live in a small village near Yokohama. My parents ran a flower shop, and we'd go to church all the time. I even had dreams of being a hero one day. But when I was 8, I found an injured puppy near the church. I prayed as hard as I could for it to get better. That was when I discovered my healing abilities when the puppy recovered instantly. Soon after, the church regarded me as a saint and I was given the title of Holy Maiden. Ever since I used my powers to heal the sick and the elderly. Many people lived longer lives thanks to my healing and I'm grateful to the Lord for giving me this power. Her face suddenly took on a somber look. But because of my status and sacred gear, I was guarded heavily and treated well, and was seen as a higher being. No children would play with me, my parents were hardly allowed to see me, and I became lonely. After healing that devil, my Holy Maiden title was revoked and I was called a witch by those who once worshipped me. My parents did everything they could so I could leave that place. So you came to Musutafu to start over, Izuku said, frowning sadly. He couldn't help but feel very sorry for the girl. I see, Rias nodded slowly. I'm sorry to hear that. The door opened and Yuto and Koneko stepped in. I managed to finish the search as soon as the police arrived. It seems that the fallen angels have retreated for now, Yuto announced. I see, Rias nodded. I guess that eases our troubles for the moment. Nothing more was said that night. The next day was a Sunday, and so there was no school. Izuku took the time to show Ibara around the city as he contemplated what to do next. Ibara looked around the city with awe and wonder, almost like a child. It was then that Izuku realized that Ibara likely never stepped out of her hometown in a long time. This is so great. Ibara smiled. She looked around the street and noticed a colorful building. Hey, what's that? Just an arcade that recently opened, Izuku answered. Wanna have a look? Yeah. Izuku took Ibara to the arcade, entering through the sliding doors. Passing by the vending machines and going through a small hall, the two were greeted with the sight of a multitude of kids their age playing just as many games all over the place, including 1v1 fighting consoles, dance-off platforms, and shooting stations. There was even an area for air hockey and foosball and the like for those who prefer a more interactive experience. All in all, it appeared to be a fairly high-standard arcade. Oh, wow! The two played several games, including a dance game where Izuku lost. They soon came upon an aisle that housed a multitude of crane games. Look at all the plushes they have! Ibara exclaimed, gesturing wildly at the multitude of plush-filled machines. Do you want one? Izuku asked. Yes, she said before a curious expression made its way onto her face. But I heard that it's impossible to win at these games. I believe you can win these sorts of games. All it takes is practice, a bit of skill, and luck. Which one do you want? Izuku asked. I'm not sure. All of these animals are so cute, especially the green sheep with freckles and those adorable red booties on its feet. It kinda reminds me of you for some reason, Ibara confessed while pointing at said plush, which Izuku had to admit that it bore a striking resemblance to him. Izuku looked at the way the sheep was placed. I think I can manage this, it's sticking up a little, so it shouldn't be an issue to get it. With a confident smile, the young man put a coin in the crane game and proceeded to grab the stuffed animal in question. As he predicted, it wasn't really difficult thanks to it sticking out, and after successfully managing to obtain the prize in question, he proceeded to give it to Ibara, who let out an excited gasp as soon as it was in her arms. Oh my god! Midoriya-san, thank you. You didn't have to do this. The vine-haired girl exclaimed, hugging the precious sheep tightly. I know, but I wanted to, said Izuku, doing his best to ignore his slight headache. Later, the two made their way to the park where they first met. The two were having a conversation, mainly Ibara asking exactly why Izuku became a devil. Izuku answered that he was killed by a fallen angel named Reiner. The mention of Reiner made Ibara flinch, but Izuku didn't notice. For when they were about to leave, come on Kyoka, this is for your own good. Get off me, Momo. Looking to the left, they looked with curiosity as they saw a girl with strange earlobes doing push-ups, with another girl sitting on her. Izuku recognized them right away. Yorozu-san. Gyro-san. Oh, hello Midoriya-san. Momo greeted with a smile and wave. What are you doing? Izuku asked. Just helping Kyoka get a little extra training in for the day. We finished our training at the beach earlier, but Kyoka wanted to train a little more. I was doing fine until you sat on me. Momo only giggled at her friend's protest. She then noticed Ibara standing behind Izuku. Who's this? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Shiozaki Ibara, she said with a polite bow. Momo smiled. I'm Yorozu Momo, and this is Gyro Kyoka, she said as she stood up. Oh, thank God, Kyoka said as a literal weight was lifted off her. She then noticed Ibara next to Izuku and blinked. Oh, what's this? Kyoka gave a small smirk that resembled a cat smile, her eyes ogling Ibara as she stood up. So you've already got a girlfriend? It's not like that. Izuku quickly denied, blushing brightly. I'm JJ just showing her around T-Town. Sure. We'll go with that, Kyoka laughed. Hey, I thought I recognized that curly hair. A familiar female voice cut in. Izuku, Momo, Kyoka, and Ibara looked behind them to see Uraraka Okiko running up to them. Oh, Uraraka-san, said Izuku. You know her? Ibara asked. Okiko then noticed the three girls with Izuku. Who are they? I'm Yorozu Momo, a pleasure to meet you. Gyro Kyoka, she then gestured to Ibara. That is Midoriya's girlfriend. Girlfriend? Okiko stared blankly at Izuku and Ibara, both of whom were blushing. It's not like that. Izuku stuttered. We're just friends. I'm just showing her around town is all. Girlfriend? You already said that, Izuku muttered. I'm Shiozaki Ibara, the vine-haired girl introduced. I recently arrived in this city, and Midoriya-san was kind enough to show me around. Oh, why did I feel so jealous? Okiko asked herself. It's nice to meet you. All of you. I'm Uraraka Okiko. A little while later, the girls were happily chatting among themselves, Izuku watching from a bench with a smile.
They sure are getting along well, he thought to himself in relief. 𝐭𝐼𝐾o acting like a broken record for a minute really startled him. I wonder why she acted like that. Looking around, Izuku noticed someone standing on the edge of the building some feet behind them, their long sand-colored trench coat fluttering in the wind. It was hard to tell due to the distance, but it looked like the man had wavy short dark brown hair. He was quite tall and had a slim physique. Under the trench coat was a black vest over a striped dress shirt that is light blue in hue. He also had beige breaths, dark brown shoes, and what looked like bandages wrapped around his arms. Here. Who's that? hm. The girls turned their eyes to where Izuku was looking. What's that guy doing? Kyoka asked. All of their eyes widened in horror as a realization came to them. Oh no! Don't tell me. The man, with a calm and content face, leaped off the building. He jumped. Ibara cried in shock. Without thinking, Momo and Izuku ran to where the man was going to land. Taking off most of her clothes, Momo produced a large foam bed from her body. Midoriya-san. Right. Izuku grabbed hold of one end of the bed while Momo took hold the other. Shiozaki-san. Without hesitating, Ibara used her vines to raise the two up. The man landed on the bed as they planned, but he soon bounced off it and fell to the ground. Oh no! Ibara exclaimed, running to where the man landed, Kyoka and 𝐭𝐼𝐾o close behind. Izuku and Momo, once she put her shirt back on, leaped down to the man. Is he okay? Kyoka asked. He looks fine, said Izuku, about to check for a pulse. When the man's eyes shot open. What? Slowly, the man sat up. Sir, are you okay? 𝐭𝐼𝐾o asked. I made it, he muttered. Damn it. Hey, the five teens all exclaimed. Tell me, are you the ones who interrupted my free fall? He asked as he got up. Interrupted? Kyoka asked. Then, were you really? You don't get it. I was trying to kill myself. Suicide? Of course. He said in a manner far too cheerful for someone who just attempted suicide. And everything was going so great, but then you five showed up and ruined everything. Izuku could only stare at the man in confusion. Is he scolding us for saving him? But it's not entirely your fault, the man continued. My goal is to commit a perfectly clean suicide without being a burden to anyone. And I did trouble you, as such the fault lies with me. Is there any way for me to make it up to you? Growl. Momo and Kyoka blushed, now realizing how hungry they were. Sorry, the other teens could only chuckle. Are you hungry? The man asked, a blank look on his face. Momo smiled sheepishly. Well, after training all day, along with using my quirk like that, I could use a meal. I think we all could use one, said Kyoka. Growl. As if to prove her point, the second, much louder stomach growl came from the man. How odd. I'm also hungry, he said with the same blank look. But I'm afraid I lost my wallet during the fall. Here. How does that work? Uraraka asked. There you are, you suicidal maniac. Everyone turned to the top of the building, seeing a tall and slim young man with dirty blonde hair that ended in a long ponytail and wearing glasses. His attire consists of a beige vest over a black long-sleeve dress shirt, a red ribbon tied into a bow around the collar, beige breaths, and plain brown shoes. In his hand was a green notebook. Oh hey! The guy the teens saved spoke up. You found me. Nice work, Kunikida-kun. The other man, now identified as Kunikida, yelled back. Nice work. Who caused all this work, you suicidal maniac? I had it with you constantly disrupting my schedules with your shenanigans. Hey, I have an idea, the man said in his cheery voice, ignoring Kunikida's rant. Kunikida-kun's a colleague of mine from work, so how about we have him treat you to a meal? Hey, are you listening to me? So, what are your names? The five teens all introduced themselves, which seems to be happening a lot lately. Very good. What do you want to eat? The man asked them. Well, I know this noodle cart nearby, said 𝐭𝐼𝐾o. It's both cheap and really good. All right, then let's have Kunikida-kun treat you to 30 large bowls.
Don't be so generous with my money, 𝐷𝐿. 𝐷𝐿. Ibara parroted. Yep, that's my name, the man, now it does, 𝐷𝐿 said. It's a pleasure to meet you, my new friends. I'm 𝐷𝐿 Osamu. You are such an idiot, 𝐷𝐿. Kunikida hissed a vein on his head. He was looking through his notebook, which the teens now saw had the word ideal on it. They were all sitting at a picnic table, enjoying several bowls of ramen. What kind of person goes, wow, what a appealing park, and jumps off the tallest building he could find in the middle of a job? Now we're late. I'll have to revise our whole schedule, 𝐷𝐿, as he finished slurping up his ramen, said, You're obsessed with your schedules and that notebook, Kunikida-kun. This is not some day planner. Kunikida yelled, slamming his notebook onto the table. This is an ideal. A guide to my life. And nowhere in this notebook does it say my partner should be a suicidal maniac. You mean 𝐷𝐿-san has tried to kill himself before? Ibara asked. Be quiet. And nowhere in my projected expenses does it say treat some snot-nosed kids to 1,000,000 bowls of ramen. Sorry, said Momo, who had finished her 5th bowl. Thank you for the food. At least you're showing gratitude after eating on my dime. If you don't mind me asking, what's this job you're doing? Izuku asked. We're detectives, 𝐷𝐿 answered. Detectives? Yeah, Kunikida confirmed. But we handle more than missing pets or cheating spouses. We're from the Armed Detective Agency. Izuku's eyes immediately shot up. He had heard of the ADA from the hero forums online. While they weren't pro-heroes and based in Yokohama, the ADA was composed of highly capable fighters with scarily powerful quirks and was famous for helping take down incredibly dangerous villains by locating their hideouts and learning their identities. He had heard that the director had a quirk that allowed anyone under his care to have control over their quirk without harm. While not combative, it has huge advantages. Based on the looks of the other teens, they too had heard of the ADA and some of its accomplishments. Kyoka, however, looked somewhat skeptical. It soon became clear why. Incredible, 𝐷𝐿 suddenly stood up, his eyes shining as he looked at the tree branches above them. Those branches look sturdy enough to hold a person's weight. Don't even think about hanging yourself in this park, 𝐷𝐿, Kunikida said without batting an eye. I'm not. I'm thinking of tree yoga. Tree what now? You haven't heard. It's a type of yoga done in trees. It's perfect for releasing stress and relieving muscle cramps. Whoa, that would be perfect for me. It would. Quick, write it down. And Kunikida did so. But after about 2 seconds, with a sly smile, 𝐷𝐿 said, I'm messing with you. The pen Kunikida was using snapped. He slams his notebook into the table again before strangling 𝐷𝐿, shaking him silly. First my ungrateful partner leaps off a building. But does it end there? No. Then I have to pay the bill for a bunch of kids who stuffed themselves. My schedule for today was perfect. But now I'll have to start over from square one. The teens all sweat dropped as Kunikida continued his rant while shaking 𝐷𝐿, who seemed unfazed. Are these weirdos really from the Armed Detective Agency? Kyoka asked. Izuku then spoke up. So about this job, what? Kunikida screamed. Sorry. I shouldn't have asked. Of course, your jobs are classified. Relax kid, Kunikida let 𝐷𝐿 go and sat back down. Today's job doesn't involve any secrecy. We're investigating the religious murders that have been happening lately. Both Ibara and Izuku's eyes widened upon hearing this. Oh yeah. I've heard about them, said Okiko. Wasn't there a murder last night? We already investigated that crime scene. Kunikida opened his notebook, turning to the page about the previous night's murder. The body was pinned to the wall upside down and skinned. There was no sign of forced entry, but there were signs of a struggle after the victim was killed, with footprints left behind by multiple people, which suggests one or more people stumbled upon the murder before the police arrived. Other than that, there isn't much evidence. Kyoka looked to be on the verge of throwing up. Thanks for that image. Ibara-chan. Izuku-kun. Is something wrong? You two are awfully quiet, said 𝐷𝐿. The two teens were brought back to reality by 𝐷𝐿's question.
Why yeah. We're fine. Izuku stuttered. We're just a bit shocked that a priest would do such a thing is all, said Ibara. We never mentioned a priest being involved, said Dazai, a small smirk on his face. Ibara mentally slapped herself. We need to be going now, said Izuku, and he and Ibara got up. Goodbye, not so fast. Before they could leave, Kunikida grabbed Izuku by the collar of his shirt and Ibara by her vines, which caused the girl to whimper as her face erupted into a blush. You two know something, don't you? I like your sneakers, Izuku-kun, said Dazai. They are BLD red. And the soles look an awful lot like some of the footprints at the crime scene. Izuku began to sweat buckets. Okiko, Momo, and Kyoka could only watch in shock as their two friends were being questioned. Finally, Izuku spoke. Kinda, he said. We'll talk if you let us go. Kunikida dropped his grip on the two. All right then, tell us what you two know. Izuku explained everything they needed to know. About how he was supposed to deliver something for the murder victim, only to find him dead, and his fight with Freed Selzen. He also explained how Ibara wasn't aware of Freed's true nature until she saw the corpse herself. He left out anything involving Rias, devils, fallen angels, and the like. A rogue priest with a FTSH for dismembering people, said Dazai. You don't hear that every day. But back to you, Ibara. You said you used to work for him. Yes, said Ibara. I didn't have any other choice. I was excommunicated from my church a few weeks ago and I had nowhere to go, so I came here. He and the others told me these were simple exorcisms. I had no idea they would kill people. How long has this group been in the city? Dazai asked. I'm not sure. I only just came to Musutafu a couple of days ago. But I think I overheard one of them mention they've been here for about a month. That lines up. Kunikida was looking in his notebook. The first reported murder was on August 18th, a little over a month ago. Momo then asked, Shiozaki-san, what do you plan to do now? I'm not sure, said Ibara. I want to leave them, but I'm afraid they'll come after me. Then let's make a deal. Ibara and the other teens looked to Dazai. If you agree to work with us, we'll arrange witness protection for you. How does that sound? Before Ibara could answer, a black feather fell to the ground. Kunikida noticed the feather and picked it up to examine it. That's strange, he remarked. I thought crows weren't native to this area. Suddenly, a large blast of light erupted behind Kunikida and exploded. He screamed out before he crashed into a tree and was knocked out cold. Kunikida-san. Ibara gasped. Quickly, more black feathers rained around them. It was becoming clear that they were not from birds. My, how ominous, said Dazai, smiling with a small smile. What's going on? Okiko asked as she and the other girls huddled near Izuku. Oh, it's you. Not only are you still alive, but you're also a devil now. How awful. Still, you've done well looking after Ibara up till now, a new voice spoke up. Izuku felt a chill down his spine as he recognized the voice. From the way Ibara reacted, so did she. The group turned around as Reinair gracefully descended from the sky. Reinair, Sama, Ibara whispered. Not her. Momo gasped. What a lovely young lady, said Dazai. The fallen angel glared at Momo for a moment before her gaze turned to Ibara. Ibara, I'm afraid your vacation is over, Reinair said, her smile sickeningly sweet. It's time to come back. You know it's useless to run. Don't even try it. Begone, Ibara frowned. I want no part in the evil you and the other angels are up to. You're killing people, all because they made pacts with devils. I know for a fact that God would not allow that to happen. I can't trust you. Don't give me trouble. You know as well as I do that your sacred gear is very important to us. Don't you know how long it took for me to find you? Please make this easy on yourself. She already said she doesn't want to be with you. Izuku growled, standing in front of Ibara and the other girls protectively. Oh, trying to be a hero now. Reinair cooed, her face flushed. I still remember our date that day. That sure was fun, here. Especially the part where I killed you. But looks like I didn't do a good enough job. With a malicious smile,
Reina conjured a spear of light in her hand. Shall I kill you again? Now, no need to flirt, said 𝐷𝐻𝐼. Just tell us what you want. It has nothing to do with some low-life human like you, Reina hissed. All I want is Ибара and her twilight healing. Not gonna happen. Izuku summoned his sacred gear, to the shock of Okiko, Momo, Kyoka, and especially Reina. Whoa! Midoriya, what is that? Kyoka asked. I'll explain later. Reina, after recovering from her shock, began to laugh. That's your sacred gear. Haha. When I heard you had a powerful sacred gear, I killed you because I thought you posed a threat. Looks like they made a mistake. That's a garden variety sacred gear called Twice Critical. It doubles its wielder's power for a set amount of time, but even with that thing, you're no real threat. Truly fitting for such a shitty low-class devil. Izuku looked at the bracer on his hand. Is that what it does? Then what was that dragon shot? This is not the time to overthink. You kids should run, said 𝐷𝐻𝐼. I'll handle her. Wait, are you Sir Shink? Izuku gagged, a yellow spear of light piercing through his torso. Midoriya, the four girls all gasped. How weak. That didn't even constitute as stress relief. Looking up, the group saw a tall and buxom woman with long, navy blue hair and brown eyes. Her outfit consisted of a violet, trench coat-like top with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt, and black-heeled shoes. The trench coat top was open at her BRSTS, giving all a good view of her cleavage. Around her neck was a golden necklace. Just like Reina, she too was being supported by a pair of black wings, marking her as a fallen angel. You couldn't even repel a spear of light that weak. Like I thought, a low-class devil. No, lower than that, said Reina. Hang on, Midoriya-san. Ибара began to heal Izuku's wound, with both 𝐷𝐻𝐼 and Reina taking an interest. How interesting. Twilight healing. I would love to get my hands on that sacred gear. Oh, Ибара. Reina called. If you don't come with me, then we'll have no choice but to kill your friends. Hey! Don't we get a say in this? Kyoka yelled. A yellow light spear stabbing the ground next to her was her answer. Be quiet. Thank you, Kalawana. Reina returned her attention to Ибара. Well. Once Ибara finished healing Izuku, she stood up. All right. I'll go with you. Hey. Midoriya-kun, Ибara smiled. I had fun today. Thank you for being my friend. Wait, Shiozaki-san. Izuku called out as Ибara walked toward Reina. Good girl, Reina said with a sweet smile. After tonight's ritual, all your worries will be over for good. Ritual? What's she planning? Shiozaki, wait. Two red and silver magic circles appeared underneath the fallen angels as they both vanished inside. Goodbye, Ибara smiled sadly as she vanished into the portal. Stop! Izuku yelled as he ran to the vanishing portal. But it was too late. The portals vanished before he could reach them, leaving behind the sheep Izuku had won for Ибara earlier. Izuku began to cry. How can I be a hero if I can't protect my friends? A hand gently patted his shoulder. It was 𝐷𝐻𝐼. You need to stay calm, he said as Izuku's sacred gear disappeared. They could still be in the city. We'll find them. Izuku nodded. We'll need help. Izuku ran back to the ORC room as fast as he could. The clock was against him and he didn't know what plans those fallen angels had for Ибara, but it was anything but good. He needed help. The police and heroes probably won't believe him, which only meant, how many times do I have to repeat myself? No means no. I told you we can't help that girl any more than we already have. Not the answer he was hoping for, but he had a feeling that she was going to say that. But at this point, he didn't really have much of a choice. Something had to be done. But it seemed asking for help was much more difficult than he had anticipated. Ria-san, please. Reina also mentioned something about a ritual. Izuku pressed on. What could she have meant by that? Ritual? It may be a ritual to take Shiozaki's twilight healing. If that were to happen, then Shiozaki won't survive, Ria said. Izuku's eyes widened, realizing that Ibara's life was at stake for sure. Still, I can't permit you to go after them. If you're killed by a fallen angel or even a priest for that matter, it means the end of your existence. There is no way you can come back from that. Game over. But, can we just leave her like that? A small magic circle then appeared next to Ria's ear before she could answer, making some kind of sound. From the way her eyes slowly rose, it appeared to be urgent. As soon as the circle disappeared, she reached around her chair to grab her waistcoat. Sorry, but something just came up. I need to head out for a little bit. But we haven't finished, Izuku said. Rias quickly silenced him by pressing her finger on his lips. There's one other thing I need to tell you, she said, her voice moving into lecture mode. High-class devils such as myself have a finite amount of servants to allow into their peerage. We refer to them as evil pieces. Evil pieces, like in chess? Izuku asked, his words mumbling against her finger. Rias smiled at his intuitiveness. Exactly, she said, removing her finger. As the leader, my rank is king. Yuto is my knight, and Koneko, my rook. You, Izuku, are my pawn. Wait, so I'm just cannon fodder? Izuku frowned. All chess pieces have a unique skill and the pawn is no different, Rias countered, slipping on her coat. You have an ability all other pieces do not, promotion. What does that mean? Izuku asked, unfamiliar with the chess term. It means that if you enter an area that the king considers to be enemy territory, such as a church, you can promote yourself to a stronger piece other than king, giving you a temporary power boost, she explained, putting an extra emphasis on the word church, which Izuku caught on to. Promoting to rook will grant you a stronger defense and monstrous strength, knight gives you greater speed, bishop enhances magical powers, and queen combines all three attributes. However, queen is a double-edged sword that takes a huge toll on those who haven't increased their stamina. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I guess, Izuku nodded. He blinked as he remembered what she said. But wait, you only mentioned knight, rook, and pawn. You don't have any other pieces in your group. Rias flinched, almost looking guilty. I have one other piece, but that is a story for another time. Just remember that a devil's greatest strength depends on their longing. She stepped onto the room's magic circle, causing it to light up red. Yuto, you're in charge while I'm out. Hi. Yuto nodded as the first year teleported out of the room. Looking to his side, he turned to see Izuku as he was walking out of the room. You're still gonna try and find Shiozaki-chan. Even if you do, that fallen angel isn't alone. You could be walking into a trap. An innocent girl is going to die. I'm not the type of person to simply stand idly by when someone's in danger. Don't try and stop me, Kiba-kun, Izuku said sternly, turning back to look at him. Who said I was? Yuto smiled. I'm coming with you. You're what? Izuku gasped. Listen, you're my nakama now. I'd be setting a bad example if I didn't lend you a hand. And Ria-san did say that you can promote yourself if you're in enemy territory. She considers a church to be just that. That's her way of saying to go on ahead. Yuto told him, patting him on the shoulder. Ah, Izuku said. They must be at the church in the Korosanto ward. Are you really coming though? We both are, right Koneko-chan? Someone has to keep you out of trouble, Koneko said before Izuku's gaze reached her. Izuku slowly smiled, then we'd better head on out. Can't keep the others waiting. Others? Izuku led Yuto and Koneko to the park, where Okako, Momo, Kyoka, and the two ADA employees were waiting. Kunikida had an ice pack on his head, given to him by Momo. Kunikida-san. How are you feeling? Izuku asked. Like I was dealing with every one of Dazai's suicide attempts all at once, he groaned. Is this the help Dazai talked about? Kunikida looked over the two devils, clearly not impressed. Tuju Koneko, Ria-senpai rook. Yuto gave a polite bow. Kiba Yuto, Knight of Ria's Gremory. A pleasure to meet you all. Oh, a knight. How chivalrous, said Dazai. I'll ask one more time. Izuku looked at the three girls and two adults. Are you sure you want to come? Look, kid, we were going to investigate that church eventually, 𝐭𝐚𝐞𝐲 answered, getting up. Now that we know it's the murderer's hideout, it's our job to take them down. Izuku nodded before turning to Okiko, Momo, and Kyoka. And what about you three? Kyoka and Okiko looked the most hesitant, but Momo quickly spoke up. I'm not a big fan of the church or fallen angels, she said, a small hint of rage in her eyes. And I can't let them hurt someone innocent. I'll go, no matter what you all say. Kyoka sighed. Then I guess I'm going. Have to keep you out of trouble, no. She winked at Momo. All eyes then turned to Okiko, who had yet to answer. I'll go, she gulped. But I'm not sure how much I can help. You don't have to go if you don't want to, Uraraka-san, Izuku said. And I can think of several ways your quirk can be useful. It lets you control gravity, right? Izuku guessed. Okiko blinked a couple of times. Not exactly, I just need to touch something with all the pads on my fingers, and I can remove gravity's effect on them. There are limits, but that can be very helpful, said Dazai. From the tone, it was almost like he was experienced with gravity manipulators. We're wasting time, 𝐭𝐚𝐞𝐲 suddenly interjected. Whether you're coming or not, we need to hurry up and get going, before it's too late. The sky had already gone dark by the time they arrived. The team of Izuku, Okiko, Yuto, Kyoka, Momo, Dazai, and 𝐭𝐚𝐞𝐲 stood across the street from where the only church in the city was. It gave off a very foreboding atmosphere, especially during the night, which made it look even more creepy. It was making Izuku feel rather restless. Whether it was due to his devil physiology or simply because it was just that creepy, he wasn't sure. From the way most of the others reacted, it was likely the latter. What a cheery atmosphere, Dazai whispered. Think it's haunted? Yeah, right. From this presence alone, there is definitely fallen angel activity going on, Yuto announced. And from the look of things, a group of rogue exorcists has also set up camp here, too. How so? Izuku asked. See those decapitated statues? Momo pointed. The others looked over to where she was pointing. There were ruined statues in that direction. Rogue exorcists who have been abandoned by God destroy holy areas and commit acts of blasphemy for pleasure. If we cut through the entrance, we should be able to get to the sanctuary in one go. That's most likely where they are keeping Shiozaki-san. But it's possible the enemy will be waiting, Dazai finished. And getting through the church won't be a cakewalk, Yuto added. That means we only have one chance. Are you ready? Izuku took a deep breath. I am. Izuku replied, what about you guys? Kyoka and Okiko were both shaking. Will be fine, Kyoka stuttered. Yeah. Just still, trying to process all this is all, try to relax, said 𝐭𝐚𝐞𝐲. Once we get inside, we can't afford to make any mistakes. Thanks again for coming, Kiba-san, said Izuku. Hey, you and I are buddies, right? Of course, I'll help, Yuto smiled. In a 180 turn, his expression turned to one of anger. And besides, priests aren't my favorite things in the world. In fact, you can say I hate them. Hate them? Izuku blinked. He had never seen Yuto put on such an intense expression before. He was always wearing a refreshing smile wherever he went. And Momo seemed just as angry with the fallen angels. Just what happened to them to make them hate priests and fallen angels like that? Questions for later, Koneko interrupted. Yeah, Izuku nodded slowly, summoning his sacred gear. It's go time. 𝐭𝐚𝐞𝐲 announced. Right. Everyone nodded. The group quickly rushed through the broken gates and made their way up the steps. We better hurry. By now it's likely they already know we're here. Yuto said. They reached the large doors that led to the inside of the church. I got this. Kyoka strode to the front, attaching her earphone jacks to it. Suddenly the large metal doors began to vibrate, shaking apart within seconds. Impressive, said Dazai. So cool, said Izuku, stars in his eyes. Thanks, Kyoka blushed. Gyro Kyoka, quirk, earphone jack. She can use her plugs to amplify her heartbeat to deafeningly explosive levels. She can also hear really faint sounds. Koneko then stepped up and, without much effort, moved what was left of the heavy metal door aside.
Wow, she's stronger than she looks, 𝐭𝐼𝐲 commented. No kidding, Izuku nodded. Ria-san wasn't kidding about the monstrous strength thing. The group entered the church and stepped inside the sanctuary. There was an altar and pews, which was what any church had. It looked like an ordinary sanctuary. The candle lights and the interior lamps lit the sanctuary. And something wasn't right here. The statue of Jesus on the cross had his head destroyed. What a creepy sight. Who would want to desecrate such a sacred area? My, no wonder people stop going to church these days, 𝐷𝐼 quipped, looking around. Don't let your guard down, Yuto warned, taking out a long sword. Someone is here. Over there, Koneko confirmed, pointing at a pillar. Someone stepped out from behind the pillar and walked in front of the altar, standing before the group. Yo, we meet again, devils, Fried greeted, clapping sarcastically, glad you could make it. Oh, and you brought friends. Fun. Kunikida drew out a gun. Is this the priest you told us about? That's him, Izuku scowled. Here's the deal. I pride myself on the fact that I never had to fight any devil more than once. Not a single devil has escaped from me. I used to have a 100% perfect kill count before you came along. If there's one thing I hate, it's being mocked by maggot devils in the house of God. Fried pulled out a sword and a gun from his back, spinning them both in his hands. You kids made my murder so hard. I'm gonna kill you, and stick my sword inside of you until I make so many murder holes. Do you even hear yourself? Izuku grimaced, Kyoka gagging behind him. I must say, aside from the vulgarity, I love what you've done with the place. Said 𝐷𝐼, a cheery smile on his face. Ha ha ha, you like. Courtesy of every fallen angel and stray priest that comes through those doors. What else have you done? 𝐷𝐼 asked. I take it there's more wreckage than what we can see here. Why yes. The altar has a trapdoor leading to a VIP worship center with an equally important party going on downstairs. We're in the process of Fried's brain then caught up to his mouth. You tricked me. With that, Fried leaped at 𝐷𝐼. The teens all moved away while 𝐷𝐼, along with Kunikida, instantly rolled away from each other, perfectly in sync. Fried's downward move speared the ground where they had been, the blade sinking into the floor. Yuto took the chance to rush forward for a quick slash. Fried was forced to defend himself as both young men clashed blades at one another, sparks flying out from each furious blow. They were both evenly matched and they weren't backing down. You're not half bad. Sneered Fried as he drew his silver gun and aimed it at Yuto's head. Makes me wanna blow your brains out. Boom. Yuto tilted his head just as the gun fired, the silver bullet only cutting a few strands of his hair. He quickly backflipped to dodge another shot, leaping backward and landing on his laughed manically as he continued shooting silver bullet rounds at the knight as he was literally running in circles. One of the bullets managed to graze Yuto on the cheek, but he didn't stop running, even deflecting several bullets from hitting him. But Fried's bullet of bullets quickly ended when Kunikida used his gun to disarm Fried. Oh, damn it. If your opponent doesn't pay attention to their surroundings, then they lose what little advantage they have, said Kunikida. Midoriya, you and the others go on ahead. We'll handle this guy, Kiba said. Save the nun, Koneko added. I'll help them keep the priest busy. 𝐷𝐼, you and the others save the girl. Right. 𝐷𝐼 said as he and the others made their way to the altar. Hey, come back here. No one said you could leave. Fried shouted, pissed off that the shitty devil got past him. You'll have to deal with us, first. Kunikida tore out a page from his notebook. Sacred Gear, Lone Poet. Flashbang. The notebook page was engulfed by a light green light, transforming into a flashbang. Kunikida threw the flashbang to Fried before it exploded, filling the entire sanctuary with blinding light. Kunikida Doppo, Sacred Gear, Lone Poet. He can create anything he needs by using the pages of his notebook, so long as it's no bigger than the notebook and he understands its basic form and function. Izuku, 𝐷𝐼, Momo, Kyoka, and 𝐭𝐼𝐲 made it into the stairwell beneath the altar when the flashbang went off. Kunikida-san has a sacred gear too? Izuku asked, having overheard. Yep. Called Lone Poet, 𝐷𝐼 led the way down the stairs. That's crazy, said 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐻. Do you have one of those sacred gear things too, 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷-san? Of course, he smirked, doing some kind of pose. And it's perfect for stopping this ritual. There was a door at the bottom of the stairway, but 𝐷𝐷𝐷 didn't even bother to look at it before kicking it down, blasting it off the hinges. He and the teen strode through the dust and found themselves in a chamber where a small army of masked priests had suddenly stood up with their swords drawn. At the very end of the room was Reina standing before a large cross, where 𝐈𝐵ARA was chained up, both in very thin dresses and magic circles over their chests. Midoriya-san. Everyone, 𝐈𝐵ARA hummed softly, looking up slowly. You're here, what do you know? Reina smiled, looking over her shoulder to peer at Izuku and the others. You actually came after all. Izuku glared at the fallen angel. Let Shiozaki-san go. How sweet, but I can't do that, Reina said, condescendingly. The ritual is almost complete. 𝐈𝐵ARA's body glowed in bright green light, and she screamed in agonizing pain. A small orb slowly appears on her chest. No! Don't you dare! Izuku snarled, firing a dragon shot at Reina's back. The shot never had a chance to reach as one of the priests quickly deflected it with his sword. You will not interfere, the priest shouted, lunging for the kill. I will have your head, devil. Another shouted as more of them Zerg rushed them. You kids distract them. 𝐷𝐷𝐷 jumped into the air and over the priests. Distract? How? Kyoka didn't get her answer as a priest pounced on her. She instinctively used her earphone jacks to grab hold of the priest's arms and fling him onto his back. Here! Momo, using her quirk, made 2 swords, one for Kyoka and another for 𝐒𝐿, who graciously took them. Izuku, with some concentration, activated his sacred gi's main power. Boost! Yes! With his strength now doubled, Izuku punched the nearest priest, sending them flying into the wall with enough force to indent it. 𝐒𝐿, avoiding the attacks from the priests, used her quirk to make some of them float up to the ceiling. Kyoka used hers to stab 2 priests in the head, earning a cry of pain before they collapse. Yes. Yes. Reina exclaimed as the orb fully pulled itself out of 𝐈𝐵ARA's chest and began to approach Reina's waiting hands. It's almost here. Twilight healing is now mine. Sorry, but I can't let you have that. What the? She gasped as 𝐷𝐷𝐷 patted her back. Immediately, Reina felt the magic circle on her chest disappear. With its destination gone, the orb froze in midair. No! 𝐷𝐷𝐷 slammed his leg against her face, sending the angel flying across the room and out of the doorway, crashing loudly. You blinked. 𝐷𝐷𝐷-san. Izuku called out as he, Momo, 𝐒𝐿, and Kyoka ran up to him. Is Shiozaki-san okay? She won't be if we don't return that orb. 𝐷𝐷𝐷 placed his hand on the cross. It lost all its color and the chain snapped, freeing 𝐈𝐵ARA. Izuku caught her, and he could already tell that she didn't have much time. Her face was pale and her eyes looked dull. Momo grabbed the orb and handed it to Izuku. If we put this thing back inside of her, she should be fine, she said. Then she blinked and blushed. Maybe I should rephrase that. No time, Izuku said, doing his best not to blush. He pressed the orb back into 𝐈𝐵ARA's chest. A bright glow covered the room as the sacred gear returned to 𝐈𝐵ARA's body, lasting only for a moment before dimming. As soon as the glow vanished, 𝐈𝐵ARA coughed and breathed loudly, her cheeks and eyes returning to life. Midoriya-san, 𝐈𝐵ARA smiled slowly. We're gonna get you out of here, Izuku smiled back. 𝐈𝐵ARA then hugged him tightly. You came for me, 𝐈𝐵ARA whispered, tears welling in her eyes. You came. Of course I did, Izuku replied, hugging her back. 𝐷𝐷𝐷, how did you free Shiozaki? And how'd you stop the ritual? Kyoka asked. With my sacred gear, 𝐷𝐷𝐷 answered. No longer human. 𝐷𝐷𝐷 Osamu, sacred gear, no longer human. It allows him to negate any magic with a simple touch, including other sacred gears. Rah! You filthy vermin. You ruined everything. One of the priests recovered quickly and tried to strike 𝐷𝐷𝐷 in the back. However, the sword of light instantly shattered upon connecting with 𝐷𝐷𝐷. With a disappointed sigh, 𝐷𝐷𝐷 swiftly punched the priest in the face, sending him flying into several other priests. Looking around the room,
He saw all the other priests quickly recovering and glaring murderously at them, looking none too pleased that the ritual was prematurely interrupted. Midoriya! Ибара squeaked, clinging to him fearfully. Midoriya, there's an exit over there. You and the others take Shiozaki and go, Dazai ordered. I'll buy you some time. Wait, can you handle them all by yourself? Okiko asked. Don't worry about me, just go. Izuku nodded. Be careful. Izuku took Ibara's hand and ran for the door, the other girls not far behind. Back at the sanctuary, Yuto, Koneko, and Kunikida were still fighting long and hard against Freed. The so-called holy man was grinning like a psycho as he swung his sword and fired a second gun he had hidden in his robes. Yuto didn't look like he was tiring anytime soon despite the running around he did. Kunikida had run out of bullets several times, needing pages from his precious notebook to keep up. Freed rapidly fired at Kunikida, but Koneko quickly jumped in front of him and used herself as a shield as much as she could due to her height anyway. It seemed to work as all the bullets were stopped from targeting Yuto and hit her instead, but rather than turn her into bloody Swiss cheese, the bullets were crushed against her body, a few even tearing up her outfit. Freed seemed to realize that shooting wasn't going anywhere. Guns won't work on me, Koneko said boredly. Well, Freed smirked, his gun smoking. You're tough for a puny little girl, aren't you? Koneko looked down at her chest. Little, Koneko suddenly began throwing anything and everything at Freed, who laughed madly and either dodged what was thrown or cut it in half. I take it she's sensitive about her figure. Kunikida asked Yuto. She's a little touchy on the subject, Yuto confirmed. Kunikida then began to scribble in his notebook. Never, under any circumstances, intentional or not, make fun of a woman's BRSTS, no matter their age, he said to himself as he wrote it down. So, I have a €1 million question for you, Freed asked Yuto once Koneko ran out of things to throw. Why's your new buddy trying to save that shitty maiden? Midoriya-kun. He's just like that, I guess, Yuto replied. He leaped at Freed, their blades clashing several times before leaping away. Says he wants to be a hero. Hero? Ha! Like that Fing Devil SHT Stain can be a hero. Kunikida aiming his gun was enough for Freed to jump back several meters. You devils like tricks, right? Wanna see mine? He threw a smoke bomb to the ground. Yuto, Koneko, and Kunikida's visions were obstructed by the smoke. Once it subsided, Freed was gone. Got away again. Yuto frowned. He won't have anywhere to hide, Kunikida said, writing in his notebook. I'll give his description to the police. We need to check up on Midoriya-senpai and the others. You two head down the altar, Kunikida ordered. I'll head outside and check for any other exits. At the back of the church, a hidden door flew into the air before falling to the ground. Izuku walked out into the open, the girls close behind. We should be fine out here for now, Momo said. How are you feeling? Izuku asked. A bit better, Ibara answered, slightly out of breath. It really hurt to have my sacred gear taken out like that. It's gonna be fine. I won't let anyone get to you, Izuku promised. Ibara smiled sadly, only my parents ever stood up for me like that before, not even when I was being banished from my village. Actually, I don't remember the last time anyone was talking to me like a friend. You never had any friends? Okiko asked. No, Ibara shook her head. If we get out of this, would it be all right for us to be friends? Each of them smiled. Of course, we will, said Momo. Emchim, Okiko nodded. DMN straight, Kyoka affirmed. Right, Izuku grinned, and we will get out of this. I promise. Ibara beamed brightly at their words, tears of happiness forming in her eyes. How sentimental, they all froze at the dreadfully familiar voice. Everyone instinctively surrounded Ibara like a shield as they all looked around the area outside the ruined church for the fallen angel, taking in every nook, cranny, and sound. Momo created a long pole as she put up her guard. Kyoka's earphone jacks twitched as she tried to track Rainair through sound. Okiko had her fists clenched tight. Izuku was preparing for a dragon shot, ready to fire the second he saw the fallen. Ibara looked around as her friends continued trying to find the enemy. She too was feeling a bit scared that none of them knew where she went. With the element of surprise in 𝐼𝐻𝑝's control, there was no telling where she could strike. There was a small light coming out of the corner of her eye. It was faint, but it was enough for her to take notice. Looking up at the perch above them, she noticed the light slowly growing brighter. And then it happened. The flash shot from the perch and blasted straight toward Izuku. "Izuku!" Ibara shouted as she pushed Izuku. He stumbled and turned only to watch in horror as Ibara took the shot in his place. Time seemed to slow down as the beam of light pierced through Ibara's chest. His eyes widened as BLD burst out of the wound and the girl collapsed to the ground. "Ibara!" "Oh, too bad," 𝐼𝐻 said, condescendingly. With the element of surprise gone, she descended from her perch and glided to the ground. She smiled cruelly as she watched. Izuku was cradling Ibara as the BLD rushed out of her wound deeply. She was breathing hard as she desperately clung to what little breath she had left. "That's a good look for someone as pathetic as you," she said. "I had considered going after the traitor, but you just PSS me off more. So sad about Ibara, but if I can't have the twilight healing then there's no way I'm letting anyone else take it from me." Momo growled, "Why you?" A bolt of lightning shot out of Momo's hand, coming dangerously close to striking 𝐼𝐻 had she not taken to the air. "Hold on, Ibara. Just hold on. Stay with me." Izuku desperately screamed. "Izuku-san," Ibara gasped softly, tears in her eyes. "Try not to talk," Okiko said, kneeling next to her. "Just use twilight healing and heal yourself," Kyoka asked, trying her best not to lose consciousness from the sight. I can't. She was too weak and losing BLD. She was fading fast." "Then just save your strength," Momo said, kneeling and creating a medkit. "We'll save you." "Save her. Ha!" 𝐼𝐻 laughed, a spear of light in hand. "How pathetic. You can't save her once you're all dead." Bang! Bang! 𝐼𝐻 screamed as two bullets knocked the light spear out of her hand. "Kids! You all right?" Izuku turned to see Kunikida running toward them. "Kunikida-san. Ibara's hurt." Kunikida ran toward Ibara's side, nearly gagging at the sight of the gaping hole in her chest. "This is bad," he silently cursed himself for not getting here sooner. "We need to stabilize her. But one of us needs to deal with that fallen angel." Izuku, glaring at 𝐼𝐻, stood up. "I'll do it." "What, you can't?" Okiko said. "She'll kill you." "Maybe, but it'll give you guys time to get away and help Ibara." Saying nothing else, Izuku began walking towards 𝐼𝐻. "Be careful, kid. And good luck," said Kunikida. The fallen angel had moved a few meters back, clenching her hand in pain. "Damn it, freed. You couldn't deal with 3 Fing devils and their Fing friends." She then noticed that Izuku was walking toward her. "Oh, what's this? Does the little devil boy want to play?" Without hesitating, 𝐼𝐻 created another spear and threw it at Izuku. "Promotion, Rook." Immediately, Izuku felt a twinge in his chest as the evil piece responded to his command. He felt his body grow denser. The spear of light bounced off of Izuku's body, shattering in the process. Though it did leave a pretty bad gash on Izuku's side. "So you're a pawn," 𝐼𝐻 hissed. "I may be a pawn," Izuku growled, his sacred gear glowing green. "But that won't stop me from beating you." "Boost." 𝐼𝐻 smirked. "Please, don't get yourself worked up. There's nothing a shitty low-class devil like you that can dash boost." 𝐼𝐻's smirk disappeared, her eyes widening. Izuku's entire body began to glow green. "I don't care what you say. Boost. I'm not going to let you hurt me, Ibara, or anyone else ever again." Dragon Force. Both Izuku and his sacred gear changed. The bracer transformed into a clawed gauntlet with 2 golden spikes. Red scales now covered Izuku's right arm, the sides of his face, and his back, where 2 leathery wings emerged alongside his devil wings, giving him a more draconic look. 𝐼𝐻 began to tremble. "That's impossible. His sacred gear shouldn't be capable of any of this. It's just a twice critical." Terrified, 𝐼𝐻 tried to flee, But 𝐒𝐬𝐽, with far more speed than a rook should have, caught up to her. Grabbing her by the leg, he threw her into the ground. Reborn gagged as 𝐒𝐬𝐽 landed near her. As she tried to stand, she saw 𝐒𝐬𝐽 approaching her. No. Stay back. Don't touch me. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 reared his fist back as it glowed with green energy, and then rammed it straight through her stomach. Dragon! Smash! A burst of energy exploded around them as his fist made contact. Gwa! Reborn coughed loudly from the blow. Her body bucked and arched into an awkward angle as she was sent flying. She crashed through the side of the church, landing in the sanctuary. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 followed her into the sanctuary, finding Reborn on the floor, out cold. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 breathed a sigh of relief. He won. Hey, Midoriya. Over here. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 turned around at the sound of the voice, finding Yuto, Koneko, and 𝐷𝐷𝐼 casually sitting on a few smashed pews. Guys. You okay? No biggie, Koneko shrugged, stuffing herself with a pack of gummies she had brought with her. Those priests were such disappointments, 𝐷𝐷𝐼 huffed. Couldn't one of them have used a real gun? By the way, I like your new look, 𝐒𝐬𝐽-kun. Very hero-y. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 checked himself over, now noticing the large leathery wings and scales. Holy whoa, you're right. Guess I didn't notice until now. You're unbelievable, Koneko deadpanned. Nice job beating that fallen angel, Midoriya-kun. Yuto smiled, holding his sword over his shoulder. It sure was impressive. You guys saw that. Why didn't you come help? Bucho told us not to get involved, Yuto answered. Because I believed in you. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 spun around quickly at the sound of Ria's voice. Sure enough, there she was smiling rather proudly at him. Senpai. I knew you could do it on your own, Ria smiled, walking over to him and rubbing his hair, as expected of my cute junior. You definitely pulled your weight. Hi. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 nodded slowly, blushing softly. Oh, your sacred gear. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 looked at his newly changed sacred gear. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Both it and I just changed. Red Dragon, Rias muttered. That explains a lot. Then 𝐒𝐬𝐽 remembered, Ibara. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 ran over to where he left Ibara and the others. But he didn't get very far as they soon walked into the sanctuary through the hole 𝐒𝐬𝐽 made, Shiozaki in Kunikida's arms, her eyes dull and lifeless. 𝐒𝐬𝐽, she gasped for breath. I'm sorry, we did all we could, Kunikida said. Even if we get her to the nearest hospital, I doubt she'll be able to survive. Momo covered her mouth, Kyoka doing the same. Okako was on the verge of tears. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 went wide-eyed. No. I won't let you die. You saved me, so I'll save you. He looked desperately at Rias. Is there a way to save her? There is, Rias nodded quickly. She held up a small red piece in her fingers. Do you know what this is? That's a bishop piece, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 recognized. This is my last one, too, Rias said. Ibara, for saving my servant I will reward you with a second life. However, you will be reborn as a devil and will have to work under me for all eternity, and you can no longer serve God. Do you accept? Ibara looked up at her and nodded weakly. I want to stay with 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Rias smiled. Sir, set her down gently and back away. I need room to perform this ritual. Kunikida nodded before slowly lowering Ibara down on the ground gently and stepping away. Rias knelt down and placed the bishop piece just below her BRSTS. A magic circle glowed underneath Ibara in a crimson color as the bishop piece also glowed just as brightly. Rias stood up and began the ritual. I, Rias Gremory, command by my name to thee, Shiozaki Ibara, to allow thy soul to descend to this earth again, to become my servant. As your new MSTR, I grant you a new life. At Ria's command, the magic circle flashed brightly as the bishop piece sank into her body. The magic circle vanished once the ritual was complete. Ibara's eyes slowly blinked as she felt that the pain in her chest was no more. She sat up and removed the wrapping around her chest. There was no hole. It was all solid again. The power to bring the near-dead back to a healthy state, 𝐷𝐷𝐼 whispered in intrigue. Looks like Yosano has some competition. 𝐒𝐬𝐽-san. Ibara smiled, leaping up and grabbing the dragon boy in a hug. Izuku happily returned the hug tightly as a small tear of joy rolled down his cheek. "Ibara," he whispered, "glad to have you back." "Awesome," Kyoko whispered. "Does that only work when someone's about to die?" "No," Rias answered. "It's mostly done when both participants are healthy and alive." "That's good to know," Momo whispered. "I wonder if..." She shook her head, deciding to ask for that later. "You." The heartwarming moment was interrupted by Reina stomping forward, lights swirling in her hands, looking absolutely livid. "You just had to turn Ibara into a devil, didn't you? How the F can I be beaten by a shitty twice critical?" "Izuku doesn't have a twice critical." Reina visibly flinched at what Dazai said. "What?" "He's right," Rias confirmed. "I understand your confusion since you first saw it in its dormant state, but what Izuku has is the boosted gear, a mid-tier Longinus. It doubles his power every 10 seconds, allowing him to transcend both God and Satan at will." Izuku, flabbergasted, stared at his boosted gear. As did Reina. You mean this child is the Red Dragon Emperor?" She took several steps back. That won't matter. You haven't won in the slightest. I still have my comrades to dash." "Your comrades are dead," Rias interrupted coolly. Reina's face paled. "What?" Rias reached into her skirt pocket and pulled out 2 black feathers. "Recognize these? I'm sure you've seen these feathers from somewhere before." Reina began to tremble. After you and your friend attacked Izuku and Ibara, I got word that a rogue squad of fallen angels was planning to attack this city, so I went and had a chat with your colleagues 𝐻𝐪𝐿 and 𝐿𝐿. But then they had the nerve to ridicule my precious servant. Red and black energy enveloped the 2 feathers, vaporizing them. She killed them." Izuku gasped. Ria-san is the heir of the Duke-level Gremory clan, which are famous for treating their servants as family, and she's no exception to that, Yuto explained. She's hailed as a genius among other young devils for her talent and power of destruction, a magical power handed down only to the members of her family. It can obliterate and erase anything it touches and can cause objects to decay. It's how she earned the nickname the Crimson-Haired Princess of Ruin. What scary names! Izuku, Momo, Ibara, Okiko, and Kyoko all thought. Rias then glared at Reina. "Now, what to do about you?" The fallen angel began to shake and tremble in fear. "I could just simply purge you here and now, but I get the feeling that would be too light." Rias looked at Izuku and Ibara. "Of all of us, she's done the worst to you too. It's only fair that you choose what happens to her now." I don't want anyone else hurt because of me." Ibara squeaked. Could you please let her go?" Rias then glanced at Izuku for his answer. "Believe me, I want Reina to pay for what she did, but if she did this without the other fallen angels' knowledge like you said, then I think it would be best to let them decide what to do with her." Rias smiled. "Congratulations, Reina. You're free to go, assuming the other fallen ever want to see you again." Reina looked surprised, hopeful, and terrified by what was happening and what would happen to her. When Rias made no further moves, she crawled backward and spread her damaged wings. The female fallen flapped her wings and flew off as fast as she could. "And there she goes," Dazai commented. "I was really hoping she would be brave enough to commit a double suicide." "I think you need a psychiatrist." Izuku and the other teens all sweat dropped. "Unless it's a woman, he'll just scare them off," Kunikida muttered, putting away a flip phone. "You kids better leave, too. I just called the police. They'll be here in a few minutes." Rias nodded, creating a magic circle next to her. "Izuku, Ibara, Koneko, Yuto, let's go." "Wait, what about us?" Kyoko asked. "Don't worry, I'll take you kids somewhere safe," said Dazai. The 3 girls nodded. "See you tomorrow," Okiko said to Izuku. "Yeah." The next morning, Izuku was in the occult research club room with Rias drinking a cup of tea with her. Everyone else had yet to arrive. "So how's your injury?" she asked him. "Great. Shiozaki-san really outdid herself," Izuku told her. "Right. Ibara's power to heal devils, fallen angels, and perhaps other races is very valuable, so it's easy to see why the fallen angels were after it, Rias nodded, crossing her legs. So, I've been wondering. Izuku began twiddling his thumbs. There are 8 pawn pieces on a chessboard, right? Does that mean I'll be expecting more pawns just like me? No. You're my only one, Rias told him. Here. Izuku blinked. Rias took a sip of her drink before setting it down. The amount of evil pieces used to turn someone into a devil depends on that person's overall potential. A devil's worth is whether or not they can utilize their powers efficiently. When I revived you, I had 1 knight, 1 rook, 1 bishop, a queen, and 8 pawns. Since you used up all 8 of my pawn pieces to recruit, I wouldn't have been able to revive you. All of them? Izuku gasped. I'm worth 8 pawns. That's right, but I didn't understand why until last night, Rias smiled. She leaned in and stroked his cheek gently, his face instantly reacting as it turned red. I had intended to use my queen piece, but I decided to take the gamble and use my pawns. Now that we know you have the boosted gear, that means you can become the ultimate pawn, a hero that's never been seen before. Her smile widened at the blush on his face. The crimson-haired Princess of Ruin and the Red Dragon Emperor make a good match, here. I'll be rooting for you, got it? Alright, Izuku nodded. Slowly. Rias smiled before she kissed him on the forehead, senpai. Izuku gasped, his face turning into a bright shade of red from the unexpected display of affection. Rias removed her lips from his forehead and stuck out her tongue playfully. That's a good luck charm. The 𝐒𝐻 entrance exam is a little over 5 months away, so train hard. Oh, and call me Bucho from now on. I can't show too much affection or else our new member will be jealous fufu. She giggled as she turned her gaze at the door. Izuku followed her gaze and found a familiar crown of thorns standing there. Shiozaki-san. Izuku saw the newly turned devil's face was red as she fidgeted with her fingers nervously. It's obvious that Rias Bucho is appealing, so of course, Izuku-san would be in love with her. No. I can't be thinking of such things. Oh Lord, please forgive my sinful heart. Ibara prayed before feeling a throbbing pain in her head. Izuku chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. I know how that is, it happened to me once too. How are you adapting? It will take time for me to get used to becoming a devil and I'm sad that I can't pray to God anymore, but I don't have any regrets. Ibara smiled with a pink tint on her cheeks. Glad to hear that, Izuku said to her. Ibara-chan will be applying for the 𝐒𝐻 entrance exam too, so she'll be training with us for the next few months, Rias explained. Oh, okay, Izuku replied. Guess we'll be training together then, Shiozaki-san. Why you can just call me Ibara if that's alright. Ibara told him, smiling. Sure, Izuku smiled. I was calling you by your name last night, after all. Now ain't this cute? Looking at the door, Izuku saw Kyoka, Momo, and Okiko standing there. Oh, you guys made it, Izuku said. Thanks for inviting us, said Okiko. She then looked over to Rias. We never really introduced ourselves. I'm Uraraka Okiko. I'm Yorozu Momo. Gyro Kyoka. I'm Rias Gremory, she said as the 3 girls sat down. I take it you're here to check on Ibara. Yeah. We wanted to see if she and Midoriya were okay, Kyoka told her. And before you ask, we promise not to tell anyone about you guys being devils. Not like they'd believe us, Rias giggled. That's good to know. Since Izuku entrusted you to help last night, I think I can trust you as well. Rias-san, Momo hesitantly looked up. Can I ask you something? In private? Sure, Rias replied. You can ask after the party is over. Party! A door to an adjacent room then opened, where Yuto wheeled in a trolley holding a cake and various other sweets, with Koneko close behind. A little cake to welcome our new member, he then noticed the 3 girls on the sofa. And guests, it seems. By the way, where's Dazai-san and Kunikida-san? Okiko asked. They went back to Yokohama earlier today, Rias answered. Though Kunikida did leave a note with the Ada's number if we ever need their help. But enough about that. Rias took a glass of soda and held it over her head. Let's welcome our newest member to the Occult Research Club. Kampai! Kampai, the others cheered. As the party continued, Rias suddenly felt a presence watching from out of the window. Turning around, she saw a very exotic bird gazing directly at her. She swallowed hard, recognizing the bird quickly. She stared at the bird until Izuku snapped her out. "Bucho! What's wrong?" "Oh, Izuku, it's..." She turned back to the window where the bird was, only to find the bird was gone. "It's nothing, Izuku," she told him with a smile on her face, though the sudden turmoil in her heart spoke otherwise. Reina flew as far and as fast as she could. She tried returning to the underworld but found that Mitult beat her there. Turns out the brat was a spy sent by Azazel to keep tabs on her and the others. She realized that if she went back to Grigory, she'd be considered a traitor. Hell, she probably already had a bounty on her head by now. Not that surprising, as she both directly disobeyed Azazel's orders and made sure the devils brought the Red Dragon Emperor to their side. By the time she arrived in Yokohama, a couple of days had passed since her humiliating defeat. She could never face 𝐒𝐭𝐽 ever again after her massive scroop. The warmonger would surely use her for cannon fodder or target practice if she did. She was on her own, just like before. Finding an alleyway to rest, Reina sat down and put away her wings. "Red Dragon Emperor," she hissed. "Gremory Princess. I swear, I will make you all pay, even if it's the last thing I do." "My, what have we here?" Instinctively, Reina created a spear of light and aimed it at the voice's source. "Who's there? Show yourself." Very well, stepping out of the shadows was a man in his early 40s. He was fairly tall and had a slender physique. His eyes seem red and have a strange pattern on their pupils. His medium black hair was swept back, leaving only 2 bangs to the front on each side. He was wearing a dark-colored open shirt with a loose black tie under a white coat, white breeches, and black shoes. "Who are you?" Reina demanded. "Just a back alley doctor," he said with a reassuring smile. "I happened to see you land and thought I could help." "Help? I don't need your help." Reina snapped. "If you're planning to RP me, then forget it. Sorry to disappoint, but I prefer girls under 12. Reina's eye began to twitch. "That's it. I've had a couple of really bad days, and I think I'll take out my frustrations on you." The doctor simply smiled and said, "Why don't you try?" Reina suddenly began shaking uncontrollably. "What? What?" She dropped the spear, which shattered upon hitting the ground. Reina fell to the ground next, frozen in fear. "My body won't listen. This murderous intent, it's suffocating. It rivals 𝐒𝐭𝐽's. Who are you?" "As I said, a back alley doctor." "Well, at least that's what I used to be." He began to walk closer to her. "Now I have a new job, and I'm willing to hire you, Reina." The irises in Reina's fear-stricken eyes shrunk. How news travels fast, especially if you have informants in the underworld. He was now standing directly over her. "It would be such a waste for someone of your talents to be sent to prison, so I'm here to make you a deal. Work for me, or I hand you over to Azazel in body bags." "Well." Reina could only nod her head, not having any other choice. "Excellent." The killing intent subsided. "Welcome to the Port Mafia." He leant out his hand, which Reina took. A few days had passed since the fight against Reina, and Ibarra was adjusting well to her new life as a devil. Like Izuku, she was tasked with handing out pamphlets and flyers, and she managed to get her first contact. Unlike Izuku, due to being a bishop, Ibarra was well adapted in magical ability next to Rias. But Izuku didn't mind. He was just happy he was finally able to use his boosted gear. Izuku did tell his mother about his newly developed power, to which she spent the whole day hugging her son and crying tears of joy, much to Ria's amusement. Then there was the case of Ibarra's living arrangements. Izuku knew that given her new circumstances she would need somewhere to stay. But he wasn't expecting to see stacks of boxes in front of his apartment, with both Rias and Ibarra standing right next to them. Rather than answering what the boxes were for, which she said she would do later, Rias only told him to bring them inside. Fortunately for them, or rather unfortunately for Izuku, the matriarch of the Midoriya household was home. "Let me get this straight," Inko said slowly, making sure that she had heard it right the first time. "You want Ibarra-chan to board in with us?" The woman in question was sitting at the dining room table apart from Izuku, Rias, and Ibara, still trying to wrap her head around what was just said. It was one of the last things a mother expected to hear. A pretty girl staying with her teenage son was one of the many things a boy his age would dream of happening to them. Even Izuku was looking flabbergasted at Ria's request. A lovely-looking young girl suddenly staying with them. Something was telling her that a lot more was going to follow very soon. "I know it's inconvenient, but please hear me out," Ria said, playing spokeswoman. Ibara comes from a small village and she doesn't have any known relatives. After she arrived in the city, Izuku was the first and only one who helped her and showed her around, so she mostly feels at ease when she is around him. It would only make sense to be around someone who makes you feel at ease, don't you think so? Well, that is true, 𝐭𝐽 nodded, rubbing her chin. And I can say for a fact that Izuku wouldn't even dream of doing anything shameful to a girl. Still, this is a lot for me to think about. In that case, Rias continued, moving in for argument number 2, what would you say if Ibara became your adopted daughter? Adopted? 𝐭𝐽 blinked, what do you mean? Ibara trusts Izuku greatly so, Rias explained. While it is true that his main problems lie in his social awkwardness, he is also straightforward and confronts any problem without hesitation. I, as well as Ibara, were both charmed by that quality of his. That's right. Ibara pipped up timidly. Izuku-san risked his life for mine without care for his own safety. Is that right? 𝐭𝐽 hummed, it certainly sounds like Izuku. But still, then let me offer you this, Rias replied, laying down her trump card. We can use the time Ibara lives here as bridal training. The room stayed silent only for a short while as Ria's words sank in. 𝐻𝐻. 𝐭𝐽 exclaimed, eyes widening. Bridal training. Izuku, 𝐭𝐽, and Ibara all gasped, the two teens blushing brightly. Think of it this way. If Izuku interacts with Ibara as much as possible, it could make him grow out of his social anxiety shell, Rias reasoned. And it would give him an easier time to interact with girls his age. Those are some very convincing arguments, 𝐭𝐽 responded, calming down from her shock. Now that I think about it, with Hisoshi working so much now, it would be nice to have some extra company. And on that note, she trailed off as she looked at Ibara. I wouldn't mind if she bore me grandchildren. Izuku and Ibara both stared at 𝐭𝐽 with wide eyes as her words sank in. Rias simply couldn't help but giggle at 𝐭𝐽's statement. Izuku exclaimed, his head steaming. Please don't joke like that. Who said I was joking? Then she smiled brightly. At any rate, I look forward to you staying with us, Ibara-chan. Please take care of my son. Well, Ibara bowed shyly. I may be inexperienced, but I'll be under your care from now on, Izuku-san's Kasama. I hope we get along. Rias smiled as she watched 𝐭𝐽 rub Ibara's head, gushing about how cute and adorable she was as Izuku was facepalming over his mother's antics. Turning to the side, her smile dropped as a weary look appeared in her eyes. A bride? Yeah. The very next day, Izuku and Ibara left home and made their way to school. As expected from what happened the last time, the various boys and girls who were among the crowd to school were staring both oddly and enviously with a hint of suspicion at Izuku and Ibara. Once again, Izuku was walking to school with a very attractive beauty. Izuku did his best to ignore the stares, settling for the company Ibara gave him. How? Ibara whispered nervously, twisting the handle of her school bag with both hands. My first day at a school in years. I'm really nervous about this. What was school like back in your old village? Izuku asked her. I don't remember much, just a single small elementary school, Ibara told him. But after my twilight healing was discovered, I was made to stop going to school altogether and given a private tutor. They told me that the Holy Maiden was far too prestigious to learn menial lessons. Izuku could hear some hint of loneliness in her voice as she said it. Izuku cringed sadly. Ibara really did feel lonely after becoming a Holy Maiden. She was adored and admired, but never loved for the person she was. The fact that she was quickly kicked to the curb after healing a devil only further reinforced the point of how the people there were selfish and ignored the needs of a girl still in her adolescence. Don't worry. We'll be in neighboring classes along with Kiba-kun, so we'll be there for you. Thank you, Izuku-san. Ibara smiled, a light blush on her face. Later on in the day, Izuku and Ibara were in the Occult Research Club room lounging around with Rias, Yuto, Koneko, Momo, Kyoka, and Okiko. Even without anything to do, Ibara enjoyed the company. It was warm and welcoming. Quite unlike the loneliness she felt back in her home village. Izuku was sitting on one of the sofas with Ibara right beside him, enjoying the mochi Okiko had brought. Kyoka and Momo were sitting on the couch across from them, enjoying the mochi also. Koneko had gotten hold of the bag and had already eaten half of it, much to Okiko's dismay. Yuto was sitting in a chair nearby, reading a book. Rias sat at her desk, fulfilling paperwork. Each of them chatted among themselves, having fun. At least, that was the case until Ibara explained where she'll be staying. Oh, you're living together now, eh? Kyoka asked, a sly smile on her face. So, when can we expect a wedding? 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐽-san. Izuku stuttered, his whole head glowing red from embarrassment. Ibara, though equally as embarrassed, silently liked the idea. Okiko nearly choked, either from trying not to laugh or from a small amount of jealousy she felt. Maybe both. Kyoka, please show some respect, Momo hissed. Kyoka playfully stuck out her tongue and winked in response. Deciding to change the subject, Rias spoke up. So Yorozu-san, how's your training coming along? Great, Momo answered. We're almost done, with plenty of time left until the recommendation tests, so you better keep your end of the deal. Of course, Rias said with a smile, assuming you finish in time. Not long after Momo, Kyoka, and Okiko left. Once they were gone, Ibara spoke up. Ah, Bucho. What was that deal Yorozu-san talked about? Rias sighed. A pretty bold and unexpected request. She wants to become a devil. What? Izuku and Ibara gasped. Yuto simply chuckled. Well, that's unexpected to say the very least. Koneko simply munched on the mochi. Why would she want that? Izuku asked. She didn't say, but we made a deal. If she can finish cleaning Dagobah Beach at least a month before the recommendations tests, then I'll make her a devil, Rias then smiled. But enough about that, here's why we're really here. Rias got up from her desk and pointed at Izuku and Ibara. It's time we got you two familiars. Familiars? Izuku asked. What are they? Ibara asked. Familiars are very essential in devil society. Think of them as sidekicks. They can back you up with various tasks and can assist in battle. Rias snapped her fingers. In a puff of smoke, a small cartoony bat with dark red fur appeared next to her. This is my familiar, Mocha. You actually already met her, Izuku-an. I did. Right as Izuku said that, Mocha changed into a young woman wearing a vampire-style outfit. Izuku recognized her right away. You're that girl who gave me the flyer. And it was a lucky thing you kept the flyer, Rias nodded as Mocha turned back into a bat. This is Shiro, his mine. Koneko said, showing a small white kitten in her arms. Oh, he's cute. Ibara cooed at the total adorableness of Koneko's familiar, leaning forward to scratch the feline on the ears. The little cat gave a small purr, enjoying the scratches. And this is mine. Izuku looked over at Yuto, showing a small bird on his forearm. So Ibara-san and I are going to get familiars now? Izuku asked, admiring the bird. Well, about that, Rias was interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. Oh, we have visitors. The doors opened. The young devils stood up as the door opened, and stepping into the room was a group led by a girl the same age as Rias. She was slender and a little shorter than Rias. She had short, bob-cut-styled hair being held together by a single clip. Her eyes were strangely pinkish and were behind a set of red glasses with oval frames that gave her a cute and professional look. Next to her was a slender woman with split bangs, long black hair that freely fell to her knees, and blue rectangular glasses behind heterochromatic eyes, the left being violet and the other one brown. The rest of the teens behind them consisted of 5 girls and 1 boy, some wearing UA uniforms. Sorry to interrupt. The bobcut greeted the group with a small smile. Who are they? Ibara whispered.
They are mostly UA students currently running for positions in the student council, Yuto answered, having overheard. The one in front is Shitori Sona and the other one next to her is Shinra Tsubaki. Rias then smiled at Sona. Good to see you again, Sona, Rias greeted. What can I do for you? Nothing, I just wanted to congratulate you on increasing the number of your servants, Sona replied. She then smiled slyly. It took you long enough. Wait, how does she know? Izuku asked. Because her real name is Sona Citri, Yuto told them. And just like Bucho, she's a high-class devil and next in line to lead the House of Citri. Here. So then, other students at UA are devils just like us. Izuku blinked. It's pretty surprising you haven't told the newbie about us, Bucho, the sole male of the Citri group said. He was somewhat average-looking with grey eyes and shaggy-like brown hair. He wasn't wearing a school uniform. But if you can't trust him with inside info, then I guess he isn't worth much. It's considered bad form for devils from other households to interfere with one another, Soji, Sona reprimanded him, causing Soji to look at her in surprise. It isn't all that surprising that Rias hasn't told him anything about us yet. And that's the point of this visit anyway. Sona then turned to the others. This is Soji Genshiro, my second and newest pawn, Sona introduced, smiling. This is my Doria Izuku, my new pawn. And this is my second bishop, Shiozaki Ibara, Rias smiled, gesturing at the two of them. I'm pleased to you, Ibara bowed, I hope we'll get along. Sure. I'm all for it. Let's be great friends. Soji greeted back with a friendly tone as he shook her hand. Izuku was slightly unsettled by Soji's forwardness. He simply let it slide as he introduced himself next. Pleased to meet you, Soji-kun. I'm looking forward to working with another pawn, Izuku smiled, extending his hand. Soji, on the other hand, snorted as he coolly smirked at Izuku. Yeah, sure, he scoffed arrogantly. Dude, you might be nice and all, but you're nowhere on my level. I took up 4 pawns on my own. The braggart continued after a breath for dramatic effect. Maybe someday you'll be able to meet me on equal footing and we'll see who's the better servant. My Doria took up 8 pieces. It's always better to get your facts straight before you make a complete fool of yourself, Sona quickly spoke. Soji's eyes widened at Izuku's evil piece worth. What? 8 pieces? This guy. How did he manage that? My apologies for my pawn's naivety, Sona told them. He's young and eager, but he still has a lot to learn and needs to appreciate the finer points of civility. Wire, Soji frowned apologetically as he rubbed the back of his head. Sorry about that. It's okay, Izuku said. That reminds me, you're planning on getting your 2 recruits familiar soon, right? Sona asked Rias. Yes, what of it? Rias asked. Then it looks like we've got ourselves a deadlock, Sona frowned worriedly. I planned on getting Soji a familiar for him around the same time. And only one of us can enter the forest of familiars. In that case, Rias smiled, how about a friendly little contest to sort this whole thing out? A contest? Sona repeated, looking surprised. Whoever wins earns the right to find a familiar first, Rias challenged. Does that sound fair? Sona arched an eyebrow. Surely you aren't talking about a rating game. Rias chuckled humorously. Oh, no. We'd never get permission to do something like that. Sona gave a relaxed smile. You have a point about that. Besides, this isn't the time to call attention to yourself, now is it? Rias suddenly frowned as her eyes flashed slightly. Don't go there. Izuku looked at Rias worriedly at the sudden unpleasant look on her face. His worries were eased somewhat as she gave a smile. I know, let's settle this the old-fashioned high school way with sports. Oh. Sounds interesting. I'm game, Sona smiled back. From the way the presidents were looking at each other, sparks seemed to fly between them. Yuto-kun, Izuku whispered. Is this going to be okay? Don't worry so much, Yuto answered with a smile. Bucho and Sona-senpai are childhood friends and they've been competing with each other since they were in diapers. They always challenge each other when they get the chance. Healthy competition. If you say so, Izuku nodded. The sun was shining brightly the very next day, a perfect day for a tennis match.
𝐔𝐸 and a few of the other girls from the student council were cheering on Sona as they stood on one end of the caged tennis court, while Izuku, Ibara, and Yuto rooted for 𝐸𝐻𝐻 as they stood on the other end. The two girls had rackets at the sides and were dressed in white sleeveless shirts with miniskirts that gave a small peep show as the wind blew in the air, not that they seemed to mind as they focused on the match at hand. Izuku sat on the front bleachers close to the match when his phone rang. He'd received a text from Okako. "Uraraka, hey. We're in the clubroom. Where are you guys?" Izuku chuckled nervously, realizing he and Ibara forgot to tell them about the tennis match. "Midoriya, we're at a tennis club in town. Bucho is having a match with a friend." "Gyro, whoa. Seriously? Right now?" Kyoka suddenly jumped in, followed by Momo. "Yoorozu, can we come watch?" "Sona, I'm in it to win it," 𝐸𝐻𝐻 said to her friend, dribbling the tennis ball. "So don't expect me to go easy. I wouldn't have it any other way. May the best devil win," Sona smirked, the flames of challenge in her eyes. Izuku's sweat dropped as he sent a reply. "Midoriya, sure, I'll send the address. But you might want to hurry." 𝐸𝐻𝐻 served up the ball into the air and struck it forward. Quickly, Sona received the ball and returned it. The two young women batted the ball intensely, defending their sides and trying to get it over the other court. With how they were moving, their skirts were getting dragged in the air, flashing their bright white panties. "Holy whoa, those two are into it," Izuku said, watching the game play out. "They're bouncing that ball like crazy." Yuto nodded in agreement. "I've never seen Bucho get so into a contest like this before," he said. "Is it just me, or is this starting to get a bit out of hand?" Koneko questioned rhetorically. "I think you may be right," said Ibara. Back on the court, Sona smiled confidently as she twirled the ball in her hand. "This game is starting to get repetitive, so how about we make things interesting?" She threw the ball up into the air as she reared back her racket, the tool glowing in dim blue energy. "Eat this. Citri spin attack." She slammed the ball against the racket and the now glowing orb zoomed across the stage. "Oh really? Can you handle the Gremory counter-strike?" 𝐸𝐻𝐻 dared. She reared back her racket as the ball approached her. To her surprise, the ball suddenly changed trajectory before she could make a counter, causing her to miss completely. Whoa. 1 point to Sona-san. A brown-haired girl with twin pigtails and green eyes, Nomura Ruruko, Sona's other pawn, serving as the referee announced. "No way. She's using magic." Izuku gasped. "Haha. SEK on that, Midoriya." 𝐒𝐻𝐸 laughed, waving a flag with the words Student Council written on it. Izuku's sweat dropped upon seeing the display. "I thought only a few were US students, let alone running the Student Council. Didn't they agree not to use magic?" Ibara asked. "I don't think that's gonna stop them," Koneko sighed. "So much for rules, here." Yuto shrugged, shaking his head. "Well, Sona, you can cheat all you want to, but in the end, it won't make a bit of a difference," 𝐸𝐻𝐻 smirked. "You want a magic show? I've got a few tricks myself," she boasted with a dramatic pose. "Do your worst, 𝐸𝐻𝐻. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Bring it on." Sona shot back, pointing her racket in an equally dramatic stance. And so, the high-octane tennis battle between Gremory and Citri raged on throughout the afternoon, until... "It's too bad. With the rackets destroyed we had no choice but to end it there," 𝐸𝐻𝐻 frowned, looking at the broken racket in her hand. She sighed as she carelessly dropped it. "But you won, didn't you?" Ibara asked, tilting her head. Nearby, Momo, Okako, and Kyoka were being given the play-by-back of the match by Izuku. Kyoka especially seemed disappointed, though Momo suspected she was disappointed to not see 𝐸𝐻𝐻 in a tennis outfit. After the match, the Occult Research Club returned to the clubroom to plan out what to do next. The sun had already set and the candles lit up the room. "I may have won, but only technically. But I guess I shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth now, can I? We'll head out for the Forest of Families tomorrow." "So, what is the Forest of Families?" Izuku asked. "The Forest of Families is where new devils can find a familiar for themselves," 𝐸𝐻𝐻 told him. The main problem is that it only appears during the night of the full moon and only one devil peerage can go there at a time. That's what the contest was about. The next day, Rias conjured one of her magic circles, and the club room was filled with gentle white light rather than the usual warm red. All devils present filed through, leaving the human world behind. The group of young devils found themselves in a dark forest. The sky was reflective of the underworld's bizarre night CYCL, being a bluish purple than the black of the human world. As a result, their surroundings were more of a purple shadow than anything else, though it didn't matter to them as devils possessed above-normal night vision. At some unspoken signal, Rias, 𝐭𝐴 and 𝐒𝐫 summoned their familiars. The familiars in question nodded to their summoners before scampering off to who knew where. Where are they going? Ibara asked. It's tradition, Rias explained as Mocha simply flew up to the branch above them, where she slept upside down. While they spend their time with us in the human world, when we return for any time it's expected to let them have time off, so to speak. This is their home after all. 𝐒𝐵's hawk flew off, while 𝐭𝐴's white kitten climbed up a tree and disappeared from sight. This place sure is spooky, Izuku commented. It kinda looked like the setting of a horror movie. Ahoy there! An obnoxiously eager voice called from above and behind. The group turned to find a man standing like an overeager Cub Scout on a mission, in a hero pose, up on one of the lower branches of the trees. Welcome to the familiar forest. It's a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Zatuji, Rias inclined her head. You have my thanks for accommodating us tonight. No thanks are necessary. The familiar Mr. leaped down to land in front of them. Thankfully for his sake, he was speaking at a volume that didn't grate any of their ears. Now, how many familiars are we looking for tonight? 2 for my new servants. The man nodded in understanding. I see. Well then, can I interest you in an adolescent dragon? The man blurred, and was suddenly next to Izuku, behaving as if the pawn was a potential familiar. Good fighting potential, with a Longinus gear included in the package. Physical condition and performance may be currently pitiful, but with enough time and practice can exceed in all areas. Any takers? Hey! Izuku and the others stared blankly at the familiar Mr., somewhat alarmed that he was being described so well as unnerved about apparently being offered like an art piece at an auction. To his dismay, Ibara raised her hand. I'm not a dragon. What gave you that idea? Izuku muttered. His right, Rias said, glaring at Ibara as she lowered her hand. Izukuan is already one of my precious servants, and he may have a dragon-type sacred gear, but he's no dragon. Really? I could have sworn, Zatuji shrugged as he looked Izuku over. Oh well. Now then, what types of familiars are you looking for? A strong type? A fast type? Or a poison type? I feel like I've seen this somewhere before, Izuku said to himself. I'm not sure. What would you recommend? Zatuji smiled at Izuku's question, taking out a catalogue from his bag. Flipping through the pages, he stopped and pointed at a drawing of a dragon that took up the whole page. The drawing radiated great ferocity. This is what I would recommend. One of the Dragon Kings. Chaos Karma Dragon, Tiamat. She's a legendary dragon, and also the only female among the Dragon Kings. Even now, there hasn't been a devil who has caught her yet. That would be obvious, since she's said to be as strong as the 4 Satans. Izuku flinched upon hearing Tiamat's name. For some reason, the name alone filled him with dread. No thanks, I'm good. Then how about a Hydra? As Zatuji explained all the abilities of a Hydra in great detail, particularly how it could easily kill its MSTR, Izuku could only watch in silence. Am I ever like this? I just want a familiar that's cute is all, Ibara said, but Zatuji didn't seem to hear. For about half an hour, which felt like several years, Zatuji led the group through the dimly lit forest, talking about a wide variety of familiars that could easily kill their MSTR. Nothing eventful happened, except for a strange slime that attacked. But the worst it did was dissolve the girls' clothes, to their embarrassment and the boys' shock. Yuto, the gentleman he was, looked away the second the slime was dealt with, while Izuku blushed and covered his face, doing his best to ignore the fact he saw the bare BRSs of Rias again, Ibara, and 𝐭𝐴. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 seemed unfazed by the slime's attack, stating he's seen this sort of thing several times before. He received a punch to the gut from a vengeful 𝐭𝐴𝐽 for not warning them. Once the girls acquired new clothing and 𝐂𝐬𝐽 recovered, the group continued. Eventually, they happened upon a large grass-filled clearing. There, resting on a fallen tree, was a tiny reptilian dragon the size of a kitten. Blue scales, white spikes along its spine, and a triangular head. "It's so cute." Ibara beamed. "That is a sprite dragon," said 𝐂𝐬𝐽. "Sprite dragon?" Izuku repeated. "Yeah, a sprite dragon. A baby if I had to guess. Just like its name, it's a dragon that uses blue lightning. If you are going to catch it, now is the time. You would not be able to catch it once it matures. It won't be as strong as a Dragon King, but it's placed in the top-tier normal class for dragons." "Well, Izuku-an, what do you think?" Rias asked. Izuku lowers his head in thought. The fact it was a baby meant that it won't kill him right away. Then he noticed that Ibara was eyeing the little drake. Smiling, Izuku said, "I think we should let Ibara catch it." Ibara looked generally surprised, then smiled. She looked to Rias with pleading eyes. Rias smiled. "Very well," she nodded. Slowly, Ibara approached the little drake. The sprite dragon woke upon hearing Ibara's approach, but it didn't flee. Rather, it looked at her with curiosity. Hello," she said hesitantly. "Can you understand me?" The little drake nodded before jumping onto her shoulder. "Does this mean you want to be my familiar?" It answered by rubbing its head against hers. "Now that ain't something you see every day," 𝐂𝐬𝐽 quipped. "In the name of Ishiozaki Ibara, I order you. Why you shall become my familiar and respond to my contract." At the entrance of the forest, Ibara had opened a green magic circle, the sprite dragon sitting in the middle, the contract ceremony between Ibara and the familiar taking place. Of course, since Ibara is a beginner, Rias was supporting her. But it seemed like the ceremony was progressing very well. Normally the sprite dragon is a dragon who won't pledge to a devil, but it seems that girl has a very pure heart. Something like this has never happened before, but it seems like the contract ceremony will finish safely. 𝐂𝐬𝐽 said, "Well, she was a holy maiden before becoming a devil, so that might have something to do with it," Yuto noted. The light from the magic circle starts to gradually lose its light. Because the contract was finished, the baby dragon flew to Ibara and started to play with her. "Ahaha! That tickles, Raikou." Izuku blinked. "Raikou?" Ibara blushed. "Yes. He is a dragon who uses Reiko, and I also used part of your name, Izuku-san. Is that okay?" "It's all right," Izuku replied, walking up to them. "It's nice to meet you." Raikou's body started to glow blue. Buzz. Shock. Aga, 𝐔𝐸𝐺. Izuku, black and smoking from the electric attack, collapsed to the ground, to Ibara's shock. "What happened?" he asked. "I forgot to mention, but male sprite dragons hate males from other races," 𝐂𝐬𝐽 said, also burnt black. Behind him, Yuto was also charred black, doing his best to put on a refreshing smile. "What a naughty boy, Fufu," Rias giggled. "I'm afraid that time has run out for today," 𝐂𝐬𝐽 shook off the black. "Apologies for not being able to acquire you a familiar as well." "It's okay," Izuku muttered, getting up. "I can wait." "Are you sure?" Rias asked. "I kinda like the idea of you having a Dragon King as a familiar, Bucho, please, just don't." 2,000 kilometers away in the human world, a lone figure scanned the damaged building she was in. All around her, glass cases were either broken or melted, their contents missing. A couple of cases were still intact, but the items within were missing too. The only things that were left were simple decor and a silver coffin that was chained and bolted to the floor. "How in the world did this happen?" she said to herself. There was no sign of any forced entry, and Zelma, she stopped, taking a moment to mourn the loss of the sanctum's MSTR. She walked over to one of the broken cases, noting a small amount of liquid inside. She then noticed something, a single, small strand of black hair. She smiled. Not much of a lead, but it is one. Taking the hair in hand, she walked over to one of the few intact pieces on the entire floor, a world map. Making several gestures with her hands, she created a magic circle with fiery energy. She placed the hair in the circle. Sparks from the circle rained down all over the map, but they all mostly disappeared. Except for one that landed on Japan. Looks like I'm going home. It's now early November. About 2 months have passed since Izuku and Ibara became devils. Both have been training hard for the UA entrance exam, which is now a little over 3 months away. Come on, Aizuku-kun, you can do it. Rias cheered from behind him. Izuku nervously gulped as he looked down from the top of the building he was on. Rias had gone and asked permission for them to use one of UA's training fields for the day. The building he was on wasn't the tallest, only about 10 stories, but that didn't mean he wasn't nervous. Hell, up until about a week ago, he wouldn't dare look down from the patio of his apartment. Now, Rias was about to make him jump off a taller building to practice with his Dragon Force ability. He already was able to maintain that state for a few hours, now he just needed to learn how to fly with the wings it granted him. So, she had him practice by jumping off some trees at the club building. While he now has better control over his wings, he's still having trouble flying with them. Which is why they came here. Having already summoned his boosted gear and activated Dragon Force, Izuku felt dizzy at seeing the empty cars on the ground, which resembled toys from his current perspective. Is this really necessary? It's how I learned. Rias calmly walked towards the building's edge, unfolding her wings. Just follow me. She practically floated off the building, hovering in the air a couple of meters from the edge. Izuku watched in slight awe at how graceful Rias was in the air. Though, his awe soon turned into embarrassment, his head burning up when the wind fluttered her skirt up, revealing her black lace panties for just the briefest moment. Rias, not at all embarrassed, smiled at him. Your turn. Izuku shook off his embarrassment, suddenly remembering what he was about to do. Don't worry. I'll catch you if you fall, she reassured. Izuku had the distinct feeling that she wasn't being that honest with him about that. No time like the present, Izuku. He gulped and slowly walked towards the edge. A million thoughts were whirling through his head at once. Oh man, I'm going to have to do this again eventually. And when did the wind get this strong? It was a massive drop, all right. The familiar feeling of vertigo set in and the ground got further and further away. Looking back up at Rias, Izuku saw that she was still smiling, no doubt expecting him to jump off the edge at any moment. If I mess up here and Rias can't catch me in time. The image of him becoming chunky salsa on the pavement flashed before his eyes. What was he thinking? This was too much. He couldn't do this. Just relax, brat. And have faith. Izuku nearly shrieked upon hearing the voice. Who was that? Izuku didn't get his answer. Instead, the words "have faith" echoed in his head. Those words reminded him that heroes could be scared like anyone else, but they still kept going. Izuku took a deep breath and spread his wings. Once he did, he felt his confidence returning with every passing second. This is just the first step of many. Besides, Kaken did once tell me to jump off a building. Might as well listen to him for once. Izuku glanced at the miniature city below before gazing up at the skyline, gilded by the setting sun. His wings twitched in anticipation. Just have faith. Izuku leaped into the open air. He allowed his body to flip as his feet left the platform. For a second, time seemed to slow and the world went silent. For a brief moment, Izuku didn't feel like he was plummeting to the ground. He was rising. Then reality set in and Izuku began to fall. Well, not falling, more like gliding. When he began to flap his wings, he rose somewhat in the air and sped up. He pulled up, rocketing upwards a second later, sailing past several glass-covered floors. He began to circle Rias, uncaring of the wind now. Rias watched in a mix of pride and amusement. The grin spreading across Izuku's face could rival All Might's in her opinion. Izuku himself felt so happy with the wind nipping at his face, the crisp, cool air seeping into his lungs, and the sun shining brightly in the distance. It all just felt natural. Woo-hoo! He cried out. Rias giggled, following after her servant in his glee. Reaching out, Rias took hold of his hand. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shrieked when she did so, but relaxed when he realized it was Ria's. The two smiled at each other, uncaring of the world, as they continued to fly over the faux city. After what felt like hours, they steered themselves back toward the rooftop where they started. Ria's landed first, gracefully doing so without much effort. 𝐒𝐿𝐾's landing wasn't as graceful. When his feet hit the floor, he collapsed, landing face first on the floor. "Oh," 𝐒𝐿𝐾 groaned, taking calming breaths. "I need to work on my landings. But that sure was amazing, you okay?" Ria's asked, helping him up. "Why?" 𝐒𝐿𝐾 took her hand and shakily got to his feet, the adrenaline running its course. "That was... wow," Ria's giggled. "It's always an experience, your first time." His brain was too busy replaying the stunt he just pulled for him to comprehend what Ria said. It was electrifying and terrifying, horrible and wonderful all at the same time. It was so tempting to run back up and do it all over again. Being able to fly was simply so amazing. As it grew dark, the two left for home. The goofy smile on 𝐒𝐿𝐾's face never left as he walked home. It was only when he entered the apartment that it gave way to a giant blush, finally realizing how long he and Ria's were holding hands when they flew. That night, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 and 𝐼𝐵ARA were having dinner with 𝐒𝐭, listening to the news as they enjoyed katsudon, 𝐒𝐿𝐾's favorite, to celebrate what he did earlier today. As they continued to eat, 𝐼𝐵ARA's and 𝐒𝐿𝐾's phones began ringing. "What is it?" 𝐒𝐭 asked. "It's some of our friends," 𝐼𝐵ARA answered. "Gyro, yo. We're done." 𝐒𝐿𝐾 gaped at what Kyoka had sent. "Midoriya, really? Already? Bucho, there's no way." That was Ria's. "Yaoyorozu, yes. Come see for yourself. Uraraka, come to the beach tomorrow." "I'm in." 𝐭𝐼 suddenly jumped into the conversation. 𝐼𝐵ARA then added, "Shiozaki, that sounds like a wonderful idea." Gyro, "Yeah?" Laughing face. "We can even have a beach party." Midoriya, "That actually sounds pretty fun, I'm okay with that." Bucho, "I wouldn't mind." Koneko, "I'll sit this one out." Koneko never liked water for some reason. Yaoyorozu, "Just remember your promise, Ria's." Bucho, "I'll have to see the beach with my own eyes first before that." Momo. Gyro, "Well, good night everyone. See you tomorrow." Midoriya, "Yeah. Good night guys. See you all tomorrow." Ending the conversation, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 and 𝐼𝐵ARA put away their phones, continuing dinner. "So what was it about?" 𝐒𝐿𝐾 asked. "Oh, that was Yaoyorozu-san and Gyro-san," 𝐒𝐿𝐾 answered. "They finished their training, and we're heading for the beach to help celebrate. Be careful, and don't forget to text me when you get there," 𝐒𝐿𝐾 told her son and 𝐼𝐵ARA as they were about to leave the apartment. It was unusually warm today, making it perfect to go to the beach. "We will," 𝐒𝐿𝐾 responded as he held a duffel bag that had his clothes and some sunscreen. He was wearing a light yellow t-shirt and dark green swim trunks. "Besides, we're just going to the beach with some friends, there's no need to worry." "I know," 𝐒𝐿𝐾 said quietly, smiling a bit. "I'm just so happy that you made some friends." Happy couldn't even begin to describe how she was feeling about 𝐒𝐿𝐾 becoming more social and getting more friends. "𝐼𝐵ARA-chan, be sure to take care of him." "I will, 𝐿𝐾 Oba-san," 𝐼𝐵ARA said, wearing a white one-piece swimsuit with semi-vertical green stripes. 𝐿𝐾 giggled a bit. She couldn't be happier with how things were going for her son. Now, ever since he discovered his quirk, 𝐒𝐿𝐾 has been working hard both physically and academically. And the fact that he was meeting new people. She only ever met Ria's but was glad that 𝐒𝐿𝐾 had met Yuto, Koneko, Kyoka, Momo, and 𝐭𝐼𝐾. She was happy he was making new friends. Mostly girls as well. If she didn't know better, she would have thought 𝐒𝐿𝐾 was building her 𝐻𝐻. "Have fun you too. I'll be sure to have dinner done when you come back." 𝐿𝐾 waved goodbye as 𝐒𝐿𝐾 and 𝐼𝐵ARA left out the door. When they arrived at the beach, they saw that it was completely clean. Not a single trace of garbage anywhere. "Oh wow," 𝐒𝐿𝐾 gasped. "It looks so pretty." 𝐼𝐵ARA said as she looked through the beach. "They did a good job," 𝐒𝐿𝐾 noted. "I'll say." Looking behind them, 𝐼𝐵ARA and 𝐒𝐿𝐾 saw 𝐭𝐼𝐾, wearing a bright pink bikini and a short blue wrap. 𝐒𝐿𝐾 blushed upon seeing 𝐭𝐼𝐾, getting a jealous glare from 𝐈𝐴RA. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 giggled at Izuku's reaction. Are we the only ones here?
Why yeah.
𝐈𝐴RA looks like it. Izuku stuttered. The three began to settle on the white sand, placing down towels and putting on sunscreen. Once they had finished, 𝐈𝐴RA and 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 began to chat while Izuku sat down, waiting for their friends to show up. The distinct sound of rock music meant they didn't have to wait long.
Sorry, we're late.
Momo couldn't find a good swimsuit. 𝐾𝐽𝐾 called out, wearing a yellow bikini with a black choker. She was carrying a radio, playing American rock music. Behind her was Momo, dragging a cooler and wearing a red string bikini with black highlights, which highlighted her rather mature body. Once again, Izuku blushed upon seeing them. It's fine, he stuttered, trying his best to ignore Momo's smooth, hourglass figure. It didn't help that her breasts were nearly the same size as Ria's, if not a little bigger. You guys did an amazing job.
𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 beamed, either oblivious or uncaring of Izuku's plight. I barely recognize this place.
Thanks, but Momo did most of it, 𝐾𝐽𝐾 said.
I just helped.
You did plenty, 𝐾𝐽𝐾, Momo said. So, where's Ria-san?
She and Kiba-san said they would be late, 𝐈𝐴RA answered. They should be here soon. Right on cue. Hey, guys.
The friendly voice of Yuto called. He was wearing a white t-shirt and dark blue swim trunks.
Kiba-kun, hello, Izuku greeted.
Nice of you to make it, pretty boy, said 𝐾𝐽𝐾. Where's Ria-san?
Momo asked.
Yuto looked around awkwardly before giving Izuku a concerned look.
She's coming.
Just brace yourself.
What do you mean?
Izuku asked, confused by Yuto's statement.
Sorry for being late.
Izuku and the girls heard the familiar voice of Ria's and turned, where Izuku and 𝐾𝐽𝐾 went lava red. Heading towards them was Ria's, wearing a very revealing swimsuit. Both pieces were hot pink with darker highlights. She also had a small bag over her right shoulder and wore sunglasses.
WWWO.
𝐾𝐽𝐾 muttered as her head turned dark red while steam escaped out of Izuku's ears. Ria's, upon seeing Izuku and 𝐾𝐽𝐾's reactions, smirked and struck a bit of a pose.
Like what you see,
she said, causing Izuku to release steam through his whole body and 𝐾𝐽𝐾 to have a small stream of BLD come out of her nose.
Bucho!
Stop! 𝐈𝐴RA yelled, placing her hands over Izuku's eyes. Ria's giggled at 𝐈𝐴RA's protectiveness.
Oh, 𝐈𝐴RA.
I was just teasing. Izuku's reactions are so cute that I can't help myself. Ria's looked throughout the beach, seeing nothing but clean sand and crystal blue water.
You two really did it.
Yuto looked impressed too.
Wow, you and Yorozu-san seriously did all this.
Yeah, it wasn't easy, at all, 𝐾𝐽𝐾 said, remembering the experience entirely. Honestly, she couldn't recall a single day where they weren't sore and or aching from head to toe.
I can tell, 𝐒𝐽𝐾 poked 𝐾𝐽𝐾 in the arm. You and Yorozu-san don't look like it, but you're both buffed.
Momo smiled proudly, thanks.
So, does that mean?
Ria's nodded. We'll do the reincarnation later. Right now, let's enjoy the beach.
Hi.
And so the group spent part of the day having fun at the beach. They didn't swim much though since the water was a little too cold. By the time afternoon rolled around, the group was picking up their things. Ria's had brought her evil pieces, so there was no reason to delay the reincarnation in Momo's eyes. She was a little excited about becoming a devil, to 𝐈𝐴RA, Izuku, and 𝐒𝐽𝐾's surprise. Now then, before we can begin, mind explaining your quirk? Ria's asked. Why yes, a Russian matryoshka doll that had some resemblance to her grew out of Momo's hand. My quirk is creation. I can use my lipids to create any non-living thing I can imagine, so long as I know its molecular and chemical makeup. But I also have another quirk. Her hand was soon surrounded by sparks of electricity. I can generate and control lightning. 𝐒𝐽𝐾, with wide eyes, gasped.
Wow! So cool!
Izuku gasped. Ria's nodded. I can tell that you're very powerful, even if you exaggerated a few details. Momo and 𝐾𝐽𝐾 notably flinched. Reaching into her bag, Ria's pulled out a red chest piece. I say you're most suited as a queen. She handed the piece to Momo, who graciously accepted it. Momo was then enveloped by a bright crimson glow. Once it died down, 2 devil wings appeared from her back. Whoa! They look good on you, Momo, 𝐭𝐽𝐽 stated. Momo seemed almost transfixed on her wings, to the point she didn't notice 𝐭𝐽𝐽's compliment. She snapped out of it when Rias spoke up. What about you, 𝐭𝐽𝐽-chan? Interested in becoming a devil? I think I'll pass for now, 𝐭𝐽𝐽 replied. I'll let you guys know if I change my mind. Very well, Rias nodded. The redhead then looked to Okako. What about you, Uraraka-san? Interested in becoming my servant? I'll think about it. Okako replied, not really sure how else to answer. All right, then let's head over to the club room, Momo-chan. We'll discuss the full details about your abilities there. Yes, Bucho. Later that night, Rias received an urgent message from one of the rulers of the underworld, reporting that a stray devil had found refuge somewhere in her territory. She had called up everyone in her group to take care of the task at once. The group of young devils teleported in front of an abandoned manor on the outskirts of town. It was old, really old. Mold was covering the walls, windows were shattered, and paint was peeling off. Clearly, it hadn't been taken care of for years, and it was the perfect place for a stray devil to call home. This particular stray devil had been hiding out for several weeks and lured unsuspecting humans to feast on. Aizu, Ibara, Momo, since this is your first time stray devil hunting, I need the 3 of you to observe carefully, Rias instructed as they entered the manor. Watch how your senpai deals with the stray devil. We don't know how much power it's gained over this time, so extra caution is needed. Right. Lead the way, Izuku nodded. Ibara, who only had the time to learn a couple of defensive spells, stuck close to Izuku. Rias nodded before she looked at her rook. Koneko, if you would be so kind. The small girl nodded mutely before stepping forward to the building and opening the door. Well, it'd be more accurate to say she knocked the door down with one punch. As the Gremory group moved inside, Momo spoke up. Stray devils are devils who've gone rogue, correct? Momo asked, sticking close to Rias, being the most recent and inexperienced. How come? Devils, like everyone else, are all different, Rias explained, the group walking through a large living room with various broken furniture and equipment scattered about. Therefore their reasons for turning rogue vary. Regardless, devils still do need to survive as humans do, and should they go drunk with power they often turn to humans for sustenance. This is bad for us in 2 ways, senseless loss of life and risking exposure to the supernatural. Koneko, who was walking in front, suddenly came to a stop as something came into her nostrils. She sniffed the air quickly and narrowed her eyes. It's here. At Koneko's words, everyone tensed and began smelling the strong scent of BLD mixing into the air that was already filled with the stench of the rotting manor. They were also alerted by the presence of something very iniquitous waiting for them. Large footsteps thundered in the room. A soft, yet deranged voice then spoke up. I can smell something disgusting. But I can also smell something delicious. Is it sweet? Or is it sour? Stray devil Visa, Rias declared, hands on her hips, you have abandoned your MSTR, allowed your powers to corrupt you, and committed atrocities in the human world. These crimes cannot be overlooked. By order of the Duke of Gremory, surrender or be destroyed. Visa laughed and continued to do so as something landed next to the group with a thunk. It was the body of a young woman, or at least what was left of it. Only the head and upper torso remained, everything from the elbows down was gone. What the? Momo gagged, placing a hand over her mouth to keep herself from throwing up. Ibara and Izuku fared somewhat better, after witnessing Fried's handiwork, though they too were still having a hard time not throwing up. My, purred Visa as she stepped into view. The upper body of a woman moved towards them from the shadows. Topless, the she-devil was floating well above them, her lower body still hidden in the darkness. In her hands were 2 spears, fresh BLD dripping from them. You sure do talk big, little girl. How about I dye this room BLD red just like your hair? Why is she naked? Izuku, Ibara, and Momo all thought, Ibara covering Izuku's eyes as they collectively blushed. And that's when she showed the rest of her body from the darkness, and it was nowhere near as appealing. From her hips downwards, she had the body of a lion, with the front legs ending in claw-like hands and a snake-like tail. Her upper body was the epitome of beauty and lust, but she was clearly a hideous monster. Momo, Ibara, and Izuku bulged their eyes at the horrific sight. This woman was truly twisted, both inside and out. Yuto, who took note of their faces, chuckled lightly. This is what happens to a devil whenever they go out of control. Their bodies and minds get twisted and ugly. Twisted is right, Izuku muttered, no longer blushing at the fact Visa was naked. Relax, this should be easy, Rias reassured him. Yuto. It was both an acknowledgement and an order simultaneously. With a nod, Yuto blurred out of existence. Momo gaped in shock. What? Where did he dash? Yuto reappeared in midair and, with two blades in his hands, dashed through Visa. The she-devil's arms were cut off with ease, and BLD spewed out violently, causing her to scream and thrash both in pain and outrage. His fast, Momo said. Momo, do you remember that explanation about evil pieces I told you about earlier? Rias asked. Momo nodded. Yes. As your knight, Kiba-san has unparalleled speed. Combine that with his mastery over bladed weapons and he becomes a skilled warrior, most capable in delivering precise, surgical strikes. Correct. As Rias said this, the two forelegs of Visa's beast half were neatly cut at the knees as Kiba reappeared before her, silver longsword clenched in his right hand. Visa stumbled before rearing up on her hind legs. She tottered unsteadily before rushing forward to stomp on him. Before she could, Koneko rushed forward. Lifting both hands above her as if to ward off the blow, the little girl easily halted Visa's advance. In contrast, Koneko is a rook. Her traits include both high defensive capability and absolute strength. Because of that, she can shrug off the greatest of blows and then return them with equal force. Koneko then pushed upwards, forcing the beast further back. Fly! She then jumped up and delivered an earth-shattering punch to the beastly stomach of the stray's lower half. With a bang, Visa was sent flying back into a wall, causing dust to start falling from the ceiling. Shiozaki-san is your bishop, who has enhanced magical abilities, Momo continued. Midoriya-san is your pawn, who can promote himself to any other piece except for king when in enemy territory. And last but not least there's you, my queen, Rias said. As queen, you are the strongest out of all the evil pieces and have the traits of the rook, knight, and bishop all combined. Rias then stepped aside. Would any of you care to have a shot? The three newest members all looked to Visa, who seemed to be on the verge of throwing up. I'm not sure I have it in me, Ibara admitted. Me either, said Izuku. Rias then looked at Momo. The queen sighed. I'll give it a shot. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a bolt of lightning to strike down on Visa. The stray devil screeched in pain as the lightning scorched her body and burnt her flesh. Momo suddenly blushed for some reason. Is everything okay, Yorozu-san? Izuku asked. I'm fine, Momo lied, not wanting to admit that she liked hearing Visa's screams. She didn't understand why, but it turned her on. Rias walked over to the stray devil and stood before her, seeing the burns, cuts, and bruises covering her body. Any last words? Visa slowly looked up at Rias with a glare. Just get it over with. Ria's eyes turned red as red and black mist engulfed her hands. Ashes to ashes, she shot out a stream of pure destruction, engulfing the stray devil on the spot. The blast quickly vanished, and all that remained of Visa was a trench of black soot. And dust to dust. The limbs that Yuto hacked early also disappeared, melting away into icky black goo. Wow, so this is how devils do business, Ibara whispered in awe. Izuku couldn't help but nod in agreement. The things devils had to deal with to keep things from going out of control were nothing to scoff at. That's all for tonight. Good work everyone, Rias smiled, clapping her hands together. You may all go home for the evening. Hi, Bucho, everyone answered. A magic circle appeared underneath the group before teleporting all of them out of the room and disappearing. The next day, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked 𝐒𝐿 to help her study for the written portion of the UA entrance exam. Thanks again for coming, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 said as she led 𝐒𝐿 through the neighborhood she lived in. But did you have to come with Shiozaki-chan? Ibara, who was walking right behind 𝐒𝐿, replied, I need some help with the written portion as well. Besides, I don't like the idea of 𝐒𝐿-san spending time with another girl alone. She mentally added. Soon they arrived at a rather modest apartment building, seemingly smaller than the apartments where 𝐒𝐿 and Ibara lived. This is where you live? 𝐒𝐿 asked, rather surprised. Yeah. The landlord is a friend of my dad's and he lets me stay here, 𝐒𝐴 said as they reached her apartment. It's really cheap, so I don't have to worry too much about rent. 𝐒𝐴 placed a key into her door's lock and turned. Hey. Is something wrong, Uraraka-san? 𝐒𝐿 asked. It's not locked. They suddenly felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end, sensing something was off. What's this weird feeling? Ibara silently said as 𝐒𝐴 opened the door. 𝐒𝐿. Kia. Eek. Ga. The three clung to each other as soon as they heard the shouts and saw what appeared to be a couple of crazy individuals rushing over to them from within the apartment. A moment later, the unexpected newcomers stopped right in front of them, and as soon as the three of them calmed down, 𝐒𝐴 immediately noticed how familiar the pair looked. Recognizing the duo, she immediately gasped in pleasant surprise. Mom. Dad. 𝐒𝐴 exclaimed. What are you doing here? We came to check up on you, her mother answered. But what about work? Did you come on the bullet train? When? How? I can't believe you're here. 𝐒𝐴 ran and hugged her parents, who happily returned it. These are your parents, Uraraka-san? Ibara asked. Yep. Did you guys really come all the way here just to check up on me? Well, but I have my own reasons. The three teens looked into the apartment at the source of the new voice. It was a young woman, dressed in a light blue hariri with white snowflakes and red-orange hakama over a light blue and white tsuki. She's also wearing a long, white scarf with a light blue snowflake pattern around her neck. Her dark green eyes contrasted with her light pink hair, which was tied in a long ponytail, reaching down to below her waist, an orange ribbon keeping it in place. On her back was what looked like a katana, its silver guard shaped like a snowflake and its sheath was a dark blue. She looks familiar, 𝐒𝐿 noted. 𝐒𝐴 recognized her right away, her face beaming with excitement as her smile widened. Mizuo-nichan, with the excitement of a little girl on Christmas morning, 𝐒𝐴 ran up and hugged the woman. Aha! You've gotten so big, Chako. Mizu happily returned the hug. I almost didn't recognize you. Excuse me, but Uraraka-san, who is this? Ibara asked. This is my old babysitter, 𝐒𝐴 said, letting go of the older girl. Mizu gave a light bow to the two devils. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Mizushima Akari, formerly the pro hero Ryuto. 𝐒𝐿 gasped, finally recognizing her. I've heard about you. The Kaika hero, Ryuto. You were the youngest pro hero to start their agency in history at 19, second only to Hawks. Mizu giggled. Yeah, I was. But then, certain things happen. Mizu grew somewhat nervous. But enough about me, who are your new friends? Oh, I'm Midoriya 𝐒𝐿. I'm Shiozaki Ibara. A pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is ours, dear, Mrs. Uraraka said. Mizu smiled. You guys sure are friendly for devils, she said. Hey. Ibara, 𝐒𝐿, and 𝐒𝐴 exclaimed. How does she know? Guess you were right, Mizu. Mr. Uraraka gave a hearty laugh after seeing their reactions. Here. They know. I gotta admit, Chako, when I heard you made friends with the Gremory princess, I was rather shocked. Here. Why don't we head in? Mizu suggested. I'm sure you have questions. As do I. I'm a witch. 𝐒𝐴 exclaimed. She, Ibara, 𝐒𝐿, her family, and Mizu were in the kitchen, sitting at the chibudai, enjoying some sandwiches. And tea. At least they were before 𝐒�'s mother told her that bombshell. To put it more accurately, you're half witch. But yes, Mrs. Uraraka said as she sipped some tea. But how? Try to take it slow, Charco. Mizu finished her tea. A split second later, the cup refilled itself. It was a bit much for me too, but you have the advantage of having a devil for a boyfriend. The silence that settled over the apartment was nearly complete, except for 𝐭𝐭𝐲 and 𝐼𝐵ARA choking on their food. What? The three teens cried in unison. What 𝐔𝐬𝐽 gave you that idea? Izuku stuttered. Well, you did come here with Charco, Mizu stated. Guess I just assumed it's fine, yelped 𝐭𝐭𝐲, face turning beet red. We're not really, it's totally fine that really, we're just friends, they're not not 𝐼𝐵ARA was unable to form a coherent response. Mizu smiled, enjoying their reactions. Oh, so that's how it is. Deciding to change the subject, Mizu added, anyway, you are a witch, Charco. You just haven't learned how to tap into your natural magic yet. But why tell me this now? 𝐭𝐭𝐲 asked, having calmed down somewhat. You never really needed to know, Mr. Uraraka replied. Your mother left her old group a couple of years before we met, and she wanted to make sure you didn't feel any different from everyone else. I'm not gonna start riding a flying broomstick, am I? No, that's more of a stylistic choice than anything really, though still a fairly popular one, Mrs. Uraraka said. Uraraka looked down, staring at the tea she hadn't touched yet. Why tell me this now, then? It's like I said, you now know about the existence of the supernatural thanks to your friends here. Mizu gestured to 𝐼𝐵ARA and Izuku. It was only a matter of time before you learned about your heritage, especially since you've made friends with the Devil King's little sister. Wait, hold on. Bucho has siblings. Izuku asked. She didn't tell you. Mizu asked. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. From what I hear, Lucifer and the other Satans are a little quirky. She probably didn't want to cause you or him any trouble. Anyway, is the reason why you came back just to tell me about my heritage? 𝐭𝐭𝐲 asked. Not exactly, Mizu said. I have other reasons for coming back. Which reminds me, can you two give this to Ria's Gremory for me? She reached into her robe and pulled out a letter with 4 slashing curves arranged differently for a seal. Sure. Izuku took the letter. Can I ask why? I just want to meet with her and the other high-class devils in the city. We should probably leave then. 𝐼𝐵ARA and Izuku stood up. It was a pleasure to meet you. That night, after 𝐭𝐽𝐲's parents left for home, 𝐭𝐭𝐲 began making dinner, which consisted of 2 microwave cups of ramen and green tea. Man, I missed cup ramen. Mizu giddily slurped up the ramen. And green tea is so much better than that stupid yak butter tea. Yeah, 𝐭𝐽𝐲 nodded as she continued to eat. So, how exactly did you become a wizard? Sorcerer, Mizu corrected. And it's a bit of a long story. Remember when you and your parents visited me at the hospital? 𝐭𝐽𝐲 nodded. I remember the look you had in your eyes the most. You looked so crushed. Mizu stopped eating for a moment, her head hung low. My entire world came crashing down after what happened. But then your mother told me to head to Kathmandu and find a place called Domagar. She said that if they were willing to give me a chance they could help me walk again. So, using up what money I had, I went to Kathmandu where I met the document. Document? Yeah, Mizu finished her cup of ramen. I had to beg him to let me into Domagar. When they did, Okay, I was a little skeptical. He showed me things you'd find at any gift shop, like chakragraphs or incense, and even a book about acupuncture. I was seriously close to burning his face off, when he, kinda, pushed my soul out of my body. What? I know, it was a total shock. Then he sent my soul through some dimensions. It honestly felt like some kind of drag and alcohol-induced hallucination. I even asked if they put something in that tea they gave me. It was just yak butter with honey, blah. Anyway, I began studying magic and training under the doc, who taught me how to do things like this. She moved her fingers up and down in a circular motion, a dazzling orange energy sprouting from her fingertips and opening up in a rift, which Mizu calmly reached into, pulling out a bunch of bananas. 𝐭𝐽𝐲 stared wide-eyed at the display. That's awesome. It took me about a year before I could walk again, and another to relearn how to run. Once I was taught some old-school martial arts like karate and judo. He even gave me this, she gestured to her swords, the 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, the blade of infinite winters. Why is it called that? Suddenly the sword unsheathed itself, the temperature of the room suddenly dropping as it did so. Okiko began to shiver, staring at the sword in fear. It's alive. Mizu grabbed hold of the sword's handle. Yeah, it's technically a living thing, one with a fiery temper, ironically. Mizu forcibly resheathed the blade. Down, girl. So, am I gonna get something like that? Maybe. Mizu was tapping the tip of 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's handle, having a look that made her resemble a mother scolding her child. You first need to learn basic magic, like telekinesis and portal creation, but I'm willing to let you keep one of the relics when we recover them. Okiko beamed at that. Okay, so where do we start? The next day, Izuku and Ibara headed toward the clubroom after school like normal. Usually, it was to either train or do jobs, but today was slightly different. After giving Rias the letter, she seemed to freak out a little upon seeing the seal. After reading the letter, she asked him and the others to arrive early today, saying that some friends of hers would be attending the meeting today with Mizu. What do you think that letter said? He asked her once they reached UA's campus. I'm not sure, Ibara replied. It must be serious if Bucho-san is. Meeting with Mizu-san. Hey, you. With the freckles. A playful voice made Izuku and Ibara turn around. Yes. He asked since he was the only one of the two with freckles. The person who called him was a girl around a year or two older than him. She wore the standard uniform for UA with black thigh-high stockings with garters and black boots. She was rather tall, about 176 centimeters. She had a very cute face with red-violet eyes and pale blue-silver hair with a cowlick sticking out at the top. She was also wearing a pair of BLD ruby earrings. Her skin was in a light cream-colored tone, and her figure was curvy and very luscious to look at. Who are you? Izuku asked, a light blush on his face. The pale blue-silver-haired girl gave a small snicker as she gave a small two-fingered salute with a wink. 𝐒𝐠delia Dantarian, second-year general studies student and president of the newspaper club, at your service. Is there something you want from us? Ibara asked her. No. I just came to see you. Well, him specifically, 𝐒𝐠delia replied. Me? Yeah. I was really hoping to see the person that Rias has her eyes on, she said, her eyes moving up and down his body. She's a nice girl but catching her attention isn't very easy, no. I bet, Izuku said. I mean, it's actually kinda surreal for me too. After that, I wanted to take the opportunity to sample some delicious-looking young boys, 𝐒𝐠delia quickly said, liking her lips as she suddenly went into a daze. She blinked as she suddenly remembered who she was talking to. Wait, maybe I shouldn't put it like that. Ignore what I just said. Hi. Izuku nervously nodded slowly. Ibara, however, glared daggers at 𝐒𝐠delia. He. But seriously, I like you, kid. I can see why Rias is so taken by you. 𝐒𝐠delia laughed. You're cute but you've got something that a lot of people would love to have. Yo, talking like you and Bucho have known each other for a long time, Izuku said. Not to sound insulting, but, yeah, 𝐒𝐠delia answered, folding her arms behind her head as she turned around to pace a few steps. Rias has a totally seki bod and she's got nice melons so not a lot of people know that I'm associated with her. She turned her head to look over her shoulder. But, at that moment, the meter of distance between Izuku and 𝐒𝐠delia vanished. Izuku only blinked before he realized that she had gotten so close to him. 𝐒𝐠delia had him pressed against a tree with her arms over his shoulders and gracefully flattened herself against his chest, and was now turning her eyes at him seductively. So close. Ibara could only gape at what she was seeing. Too close. She internally screamed, jealousy raging within her. Maybe later tonight, we can both learn about each other. 𝐒𝐠delia smiled, enjoying the growing red on Izuku's face. How about you come over to the newspaper club so we can dash? What do you think you're doing, 𝐒𝐠delia? A stern voice asked from over their heads. What? 𝐒𝐠delia jumped comically before turning around. Standing before her was Sona, her arms folded and a look of displeasure on her face. Holy SHT, Sona. Don't sneak up on me like that. Practice what you preach, Sona retorted, hitting on younger boys again I see, and not only that but Ria's porn no less. What do you think would happen if she found you were coming on to her porn, 𝐻M? And you were about to grope him just now, right? At that, Izuku quickly placed his hands over his PP, while Ibara grabbed him by the arm and pulled him toward her in a protective manner. 𝐂𝐸𝐽 giggled as she bopped herself on the head. I just wanted to see what Ria's found so interesting about him. Wait, Shitori-senpai. You mean she's, Izuku asked, clues starting to come together already. Yes. 𝐂𝐸𝐽 here is like me and Ria's, a devil from high society. She represents the Dantalian household, Sona explained to them. 𝐂𝐸𝐽 gave a small bow. My real name is 𝐂𝐸𝐽 Dantalian. Nice to meet you in person, Pawn and Bishop of Ria's Gremory. Izuku and Ibara blinked, running 𝐂𝐸𝐽's family name and fake name through their heads. Dantalian. There's barely any difference. They sweat dropped inwardly. Anyway, I apologize for disturbing you like this, Midoriya, Shiozaki, Sona said to them ruefully, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. I'll take this perv off your hands now. Humph. Stiff as a board as always, here's Sona. You really need to learn to loosen up or everyone will just look at you like some kinda sourpuss. 𝐂𝐸𝐽 scolded childishly, raising her hands as they groped invisible air. I know, how about a nice relaxing chest massage to cool your jets? They might get bigger too. Squeezy, squeezy. Sona immediately flushed as she covered her chest. I like my chest the way it is and I get enough of that from my sister. Oh, a little skinship between sisters. That sounds so juicy. Do tell. Enough already. Sona yelled, stomping her foot with a blush as 𝐂𝐸𝐽 laughed. Ibara could only blush at the implications of what 𝐂𝐸𝐽 said, covering Izuku's ears in a vain attempt to keep him from hearing. Izuku, however, couldn't help but think. How many more students in you were really devils? Did 𝐂𝐸𝐽 have a peerage herself? Calm down, Sona. I'm just teasing. No need to drown me. Shrugged 𝐂𝐸𝐽 before turning to Izuku. And one more thing. Me, Rias, and Sona are the only high-class devils at UA. You don't have to worry about any more popping up. Wait, how did know what I was dash, cause I can read minds. 𝐂𝐸𝐽 roared dramatically with arms raised over her head, making Izuku shrink to the ground. Just screwing with you. It was written all over your face, she smirked, lowering her arms. Right, Izuku said, slowly getting back to his feet. If Ria's club was a front for her peerage and Sona's student council was a front for hers, then it was possible that 𝐂𝐸𝐽's club also acted as a front for her own peerage. If you're quite finished, I believe we should be leaving now. See you tonight Midoriya, Shiozaki, Sona said, walking away. Catch you later. 𝐂𝐸𝐽 waved as she followed Sona. I don't like her, Ibara muttered. Ibara, can you let me go now? In the clubroom, Okiko and Mizu sat on one of the sofas, being served tea by Yuto. Across from them were Koneko, Izuku, and Ibara. Rias sat at the desk, Momo standing by her side. Night had fallen and they were expecting the Citri group and the newspaper club to arrive shortly. There was a rapid knock on the door, followed by a cheerful "We're here." The room's door opened up, and in stepped 𝐂𝐸𝐽, followed by a group of girls. Hey, gang. Thanks for having us. 𝐂𝐸𝐽 smiled. Glad you could come at such short notice, 𝐂𝐸𝐽, Rias smiled, standing up from her desk. The pleasure's all mine Rias, 𝐂𝐸𝐽 greeted back. And you finally managed to increase your group's numbers a bit, she remarked, looking back and forth at the newest members of Ria's peerage. Her eyes landed on the newest male in particular and waved. Hey Midoriya, happy to see you again. Yeah. Hey, Dantarian-senpai. Izuku nodded, blushing slightly as the vivid memory of her brushing up against him came back. Ibara just glared at 𝐂𝐸𝐽. Oh, I see you already acquainted with my pawn, Rias remarked. Miss 𝐂𝐸𝐽 met with your pawn and bishop several hours before, the girl next to 𝐂𝐸𝐽 spoke. She was rather tall, about 2 meters, and had a lean build. She was wearing the standard US school uniform for girls. She had long black hair, an orange headband holding back her bangs, and her eyes were brown. She had dog tags around her neck and wore red sneakers. I would have gone with her to make sure she didn't try anything, but she dumped a bunch of paperwork onto me before I had the chance. "Oh, hush you," 𝐭𝐸𝐫 retorted. "Anyway, this is Tai Longshadow. She's my queen. A bit of a stuck-up, but she's also very reliable. And I think you already know another person in my group." As she said this, another stepped forward. Izuku quickly stood up in surprise, already recognizing her. "Takamaki-san." Izuku blinked. It was his classmate from middle school. "Hello," the glasses-wearing brunette smiled back at him. "Small world, heh." "Yeah, I guess so," Izuku replied. "Is she the reason Dantarian-senpai knew about me?" "Since you already know of my pawn and bishop, it should only be fair for you to know of my queen," Ria said, gesturing at said queen, Yorozu Momo. "Pleased to meet you, senpai," Momo bowed. 𝐻𝐸𝐫 analyzed her, rubbing her chin. "You really know where to pick 'em, Rias. And as a bonus, your queen has a really hot bod." "Heh," Momo muttered. The smirk the raven-haired king was giving her didn't help. "SXL harassment is not allowed," hot-belted Hntai-senpai. Koneko frowned in her direction. "Ah, as cold as ever, Koneko," 𝐭𝐸𝐫 snickered, completely unfazed by the glare. "You really have to learn to smile more." "Ah, whatever." 𝐭𝐸𝐫 then noticed Mizu and Okiko. "Who are these two?" "The reason I've asked for you and Sona," Rias answered. "I'll explain everything once she and her peerage arrive. In the meantime, how about you introduce your peerage to my new members?" "Sure." She looked back over her shoulder at the rest of her peerage behind her. "All right, people, go introduce yourselves to your new juniors." Milia was the first to step forward. "Hi. Milia Takamaki, 𝐭𝐸𝐫-sama's bishop. I'm happy to meet my new juniors today," she said quickly before bowing. The next girl stood forward after Milia did a light bow. "Halo. I'm Cammy MacLeod, 𝐭𝐸𝐫's other bishop. Nice to meet ya." She spoke with a Scottish accent. Cammy had long blonde hair, green eyes, and freckles. She is rather petite in stature, and her hair is held up in a ponytail by a device that resembles both a mechanical set of rabbit ears and a hair bow. Her attire consisted of a long-sleeved hooded top in shades of green, black, and white, accented by pink details. She's also wearing a pair of black goggles. The next girl to step forward was a little taller than Momo, about 180 centimeters, though her bust size was half of that of Momo's. She had long gray hair tied in a sideways ponytail and gray eyes. She also has dark gray glasses. "Hello. I'm Narukami Yuko, 𝐭𝐸𝐫-senpai's knight. A pleasure to meet you," she said politely, though Izuku and the others couldn't help but notice the lack of emotion she seemed to have. "My name is Alexandra Dumas, Miss 𝐭𝐸𝐫's other knight." "It's a pleasure." The next girl to step up was tall and curvy, about the same height as Yuto. She looked incredibly athletic, yet at the same time had a unique finesse to her. She had long brown hair that went past her shoulders with deep red eyes. She wasn't as endowed as most of the other girls, being slightly bigger than Kyoka. Her light bronze skin showed some Latino heritage. She also spoke with a slight French accent. "Hey, I'm Jessie James, Miss 𝐭𝐸𝐫's rook." The next to introduce herself was slightly taller than Izuku. Her dark red hair was rather short, only reaching to the tips of her shoulders, and her eyes were purple. She wore the girls' UA uniform, though with a vest instead of a blazer. "I'm Nishino Nene's, 𝐭𝐸𝐫-sama's other rook." The next to introduce themselves was a young girl with light brown hair in pigtails and green eyes. She wore a school uniform that consisted of a white shirt with a tan vest and a light green bow tie, a green miniskirt, and brown small ankle combat boots with wings attached to them. "Hi, I'm Celica A. Mercury, Miss 𝐭𝐸𝐫's pawn of 5 pieces. A pleasure to meet you." This girl had long, auburn hair tied into a ponytail with a red ribbon, pale skin, and bright eyes that were a soft, reddish-brown color. Her chest was notably well developed, bigger than Okiko's. "Akemen Makoto, 𝐂𝐸𝐸𝐲 pawn, worth 3. The last girl in the group showed even less emotion than 𝐭𝐴𝐽. She had dark hair and gray eyes and wore a light brown hoodie, brown breathes, and dark gray combat boots. So you got yourself a new rook and found someone suitable for your knight. Impressive, you've completed your set, Rias nodded, looking at Nanae and Yuko. Well, I do admit that I had a bit of trouble recruiting them, but it was well worth it in the end. I'm not as picky as you or Sona, 𝐂𝐸𝐸 said, sounding a bit smug. Quality over quantity, 𝐂𝐸𝐸, Rias retorted, you don't need to outnumber your enemies to overwhelm them. Since you're the crimson-haired princess of ruin, I'm sure that power is all you care about, 𝐂𝐸𝐸 continued, her smile turning somewhat bitter. Before Rias could reply, there was another knock at the door. It was the Citri peerage. With 3 different devil peerages crammed in one room despite it being large, it was a full house, so some of them had to stand or sit on the floor. It was a good thing that there were some extra chairs around the room just in case. Once everyone was settled, Rias spoke up. Thank you for arriving, everybody. I know this is sudden, but this meeting was done at the request of our guest. She gestured toward Mizu. This is Mizushima Akari, formerly the pro-hero Ryuto, and a representative from Komatage. Suddenly, the room grew very quiet. But all of the younger devils were simply confused, in particular, Izuku, Ibara, Momo, and Soji. Whoa! Are you serious? 𝐂𝐸𝐸 asked. Can someone explain why you're all freaking out? Soji asked. What's Komatage? We're a group of sorcerers whose mission is to maintain peace across the supernatural world, Mizu answered, standing up. We're sometimes called the MSTS of the mystic arts, which is accurate since, thanks to our power and influence, some consider us the 4th faction to the devils, angels, and fallen angels. That caused the eyes of the young devils to widen. Seriously? Soji gaped. Indeed, said Sona. I've even heard that their leader, the Sorcerer Supreme, is one of the 10 most powerful beings in the world. It was partly because of Komatage that the war between the 3 factions ended when it did. She then looked at Mizu. So what brings you here? Sona asked. A few reasons, but I'll start with the most important. About 2 months ago, several relics were stolen from our Hong Kong sanctum. I tracked the thieves here, but they covered their tracks too well, which suggests they may be supernatural in nature. I spent the last 2 months talking to everyone associated with the supernatural, even a few heroes about the theft. Then, a few nights ago, I finally got a lead. Some yokai told me that several black market deals will be happening tomorrow night, with several big names in Japan's underworld appearing. So, you need our help looking for the relics at one of these deals. Rias finished. Mizu nodded. There's going to be at least 10 different deals, each held at a different location. And the relics could be at any of them. There's no guarantee that I'll find the relics if it's just me. Which is why I'm asking for your help. The 3 kings looked at each other, each of them very worried about what might happen if they stepped in. But the fear of what might happen if they don't step in influenced their decision. Very well, Rias nodded. As this city is under my protection, I'll aid you in retrieving these relics. Sona, 𝐂𝐸𝐸, will you help? Sona nodded. We'll provide whatever aid we can. Count me and my group in. 𝐂𝐸𝐸 said. The next few minutes were spent planning. It was decided that the 3 peerages would be split into teams, each staking out a different location. When a deal was taking place, they would observe from a distance. If they see any of the relics, they'll notify the others. This is kinda scary, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 admitted. She was currently sitting next to Izuku and Ibara. Mizu offered to teach me magic, and that this would be a good first experience. I mean, sure, I helped you guys save Shiozaki-chan, but I only made a few of those stray priests float in the air. I'm not sure I can do this. I'm sure you can, Uraraka-san, said Ibara. You were really brave to help Izuku-san and the others save me. Ibara-san's right, Izuku added. We'll be there for you. Thanks, guys. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 smiled, scooting and moving closer to Izuku. It's comforting that we'll be on a team together. The 2 looked to Ibara, who was sending a subtle glare at 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Both of them looked between themselves to where her eyes were looking. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 seemed to have unknowingly grabbed Izuku's hand into hers. Blushing, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 quickly pulled her hand away. Anyway, we should get going," she stuttered. "Yeah. Let's do that," Izuku stuttered back. The next night, Izuku, Ibara, 𝐒𝐭𝐲, and Milia waited atop the rooftop of a warehouse, looking down upon the dark alleys below. "How long do you think we'll have to wait?" 𝐒𝐭𝐲 asked. "Hard to say. All we know is that the deal taking place here will happen after midnight," Izuku pointed out. "That was about 5 minutes ago, so we need to keep an eye out." And waited they did. Each of them took turns watching the road while the others took quick naps, changing shifts every 10 minutes. It was currently Izuku's second turn at watch, the girls playing a game of I Spy to pass the time. Eventually, Ibara walked up to him. "Izuku-san, your turn is over." "Oh, right. Thanks, Ibara-san." Getting up, Izuku walked over toward Milia and 𝐒𝐭𝐲 as Ibara took her turn to watch. "Anything yet?" Milia asked. "No, just some pigeons." Izuku sat down. "I wonder how everyone else is doing." "Hey, Izuku-in." 𝐒𝐭𝐲 spoke up. "Is there anything going on between you and Shiozaki-san?" she asked, hoping she wasn't blushing as she said it. Izuku, however, did blush a little. What? Me and Ibibara. No, there's nothing going on between us." "Why?" It was 𝐒𝐿𝐲's turn to blush now, albeit lightly. "No reason," she exclaimed. Unnoticed by the two, Milia gave 𝐒𝐿𝐲 a jealous stare. A middle-aged man leaned against a wooden crate near the center of the warehouse and took a drag from his cigarette. He watched as the front entrance opened and 3 figures walked in. "I was wondering when you'd show," he said in a slimy, casual voice. "I didn't know you were bringing backup. Should I be worried?" he coyly asked. "All Might has been hanging out in the city more and more often," a woman wearing a white and black outfit said. "It's dangerous for groups like us to walk out in the streets alone." He could tell instantly that her words were hollow. "They aren't for her protection per se," he reasoned. "She can take care of herself easily. She's just being smart by having people watch her back." He flicked his cigarette into a puddle of muddy water and approached his client. "That's far enough," a young man wearing a bowler hat with a fringe sticking out from the side warned. The look in his eyes was like a snake's. He was being cautious, but ready for a fight at a moment's notice. "Don't get too close to the boss all casual-like." "Down, boy," the woman said. "Sorry about Brandon. He just hasn't had a good fight in a while." "It's no problem," he assured her. "I can talk from here." His eyes drifted from the eager younger man to the armored man. His armor resembled medieval European knight armor. It looked to be some kind of carbon fiber titanium mix with yellow glowing lines and a dark raspberry-colored cape. "And who's he?" "Who I am doesn't matter to you," the knight replied, his voice having an electronic tone, likely to disguise it. "What matters is if you have the information we need." "All right. Then let's get down to business." "That man," Mizu whispered to herself. She, Yuto, Koneko, Soji, and Alexandra were peering down from a window on the roof, making sure they were out of sight. "You know him?" Soji asked. "If I remember right, he's an underworld broker for support items," Mizu said. "I believe he's called Jiran." "You think he's here for those relics?" Alexandra asked. "I doubt it. Even if he knew what the relics were, not many would buy them," Mizu stated. "Besides, you heard what they said. This isn't the deal we're looking for. We should leave, but first," Mizu pulled out her phone and began texting someone. "What are you doing?" Yuto asked. "Just telling an old police friend about a big fish," Mizu smiled as she put the phone away. "Let's get going. Maybe Chako and her boyfriend are having better luck." "Do you mean Midoriya-senpai?" Koneko asked. Mizu nodded. "Chako definitely likes the guy. And so does Shiozaki-senpai," Koneko pointed out. "Are you serious?" Soji gasped. "Damn it. How the hell is that guy so lucky when all I ever get is a sore butt?" "Not being a pervert probably helps," Koneko deadpanned. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 suddenly sneezed. Are you catching a cold, Uraraka-san? Ibara asked. I'm fine, Okako replied. I just wish this deal would happen already. The last 2 hours and 10 minutes were spent with the 4 teens taking turns keeping watch. I hope they show up soon, Ibara said. If 𝐒𝐭𝐽 notices that we're gone, she's gonna be so worried. Yeah, Izuku nodded. I just got a message from 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐫-sama, said Milia. The deal she, Gremory-senpai, and Citra-senpai watched over didn't have any of the relics. Izuku nodded. Counting the one Kiba-san and Koneko-chan watched, that's 2. Now we just have to wait for hours, Izuku said. Okako looked out again and saw several vehicles approaching. Guys, I think they're here. They watched in silence as several black vans and a truck approached from the ports while some dark gray commercial Hums led by a dark red Humvee approached from the city. They all stopped within feet of each other, their occupants stepping out. The drivers of the vans had old, ragged-looking clothing, while most of the Humvee occupants wore black suits and sunglasses. From the lead Humvee, 3 people strode out. The first was a young man, likely not much older than them. He was shorter than most of them but taller than Okako. His eyes were gray and he had striking orange hair that framed his face, with a longer section that fell just past his left shoulder. He wore a black hat with a red hatband and a thin silver chain that hung over the brim. His outfit consists of a white button-up shirt under a dark red vest, a black choker in the style of a pet collar, a black ribbon bolo tie held together with a small silver buckle, an open black crop jacket with the sleeves rolled up at the elbows, black slacks, a black belt hanging off his right hip and black low-arch shoes, and black gloves. He also has a long black coat with light-colored lining and lapels with a light red undercoat, wearing it around his shoulders like a cape. The other 2 were young women. One was tall and slender with cherry red eyes and red hair tied into a traditional Japanese bun that was held by 3 long golden clips and another hair clip on the right side of her head, composed of a light pink furry hair clip and red ribbon which forms a 5-petal flower, and violet eyes. Her kimono was pink overlapped by a dark purple one with bellflower motifs, tied neatly with a maroon bow that has white borders, and a light pink mantle that goes darker in color from her elbow to her feet. She wore red eyeshadow and light pink lipstick. She's also carrying a red Japanese umbrella. The other had long, raven dark hair, violet eyes, fair skin, and a figure that could rival Ria's. She wore a black sleeveless jacket that had golden trimmings, a light gray-colored undershirt, dark-colored breathes, and shoes. Izuku, Ibara, and Okako recognized her right away. Reinair. You know her? Milia asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah. She tried to kill me because of my sacred gear, and she tried to steal Ibara's. We would have been dead if it wasn't for Bucho. Milia's eyes narrowed. She tried that. As the teens looked over the scene from above, the kimono-wearing woman sighed as she pretended to be unaware of their presence. Reinair, go take care of those spies. Chuya, I know you're usually not the type to pass up a good fight, but can you do this? I'm going to make sure we don't get any other uninvited guests. Sure, Aine, the man called Chuya sighed. The older woman gave the fallen angel a nod as if to indicate what she intended. Understanding fully, Reinair casually walked behind a pillar alongside the waterfront and disappeared from sight while the kimono woman walked down an alley. Where'd she go? Okako asked. I don't know, but I got a bad feeling I know why, Izuku muttered. Show them, Chuya ordered one of the suits, who was carrying a briefcase. He opened it, showing the smugglers a large amount of Japanese yen. Money's here, one smuggler, likely the leader, said to the others. One nodded and opened the back of a van, carting out several wooden crates. They opened one of the crates, revealing items like staffs, necklaces, and other trinkets that looked like they belonged in a museum. You think those are the relics Mizu-san talked about? Ibara asked. What else could they be? Okako said. We need to tell the others, said Izuku. I'll notify 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐫-sama and the others, Milia said, a small magic circle next to her ear. Yes, please do. The teens all froze. Slowly, they turned around, seeing Reinair, with a wicked smile, standing some feet behind them. Reinair. Izuku and Ibara both gasped. When Big Sis Kyo asked me to take care of some spies, I never expected one of them to be you, Welsh dragon. She formed a spear of light. I've been looking forward to paying you back. And you even brought 𝐼𝐵ARA and that one girl too, and some devil friend as well. And here I thought this was gonna be a dull night. Guess we don't have any other choice. Izuku summoned his boosted gear, activating Dragon Force. Do you have a plan, Midoriya-kun? Okiko asked. Not yet, I'm afraid. Reina began to laugh. Good. Once I'll kill you, your friends and nemesis will be next. Like hell, we'll let you. Milia fired off a dark beam of magic. Reina, caught off guard, could only rain her spear in an attempt to block the attack. The attack shattered her spear, leaving her open to Izuku landing a forward punch into Reina's chest. The force of the blow sent her skidding several feet back. She started to cough from the blow and little flecks of saliva came up from the force of the blow. Sking up the hit, she glared at Izuku with an angry look. Why the hell are you trying to cop a feel for? She snapped, trying to go for head games. Who do you think you are, FNDNG me anyway? The devils and witch all had different reactions. Izuku began stammering like an idiot trying to apologize. 𝐼𝐵ARA blushed a furious red. Milia looked almost jealous. And Okiko looked mortified. Hey, don't accuse Midoriya-san of being a pervert. Besides, those two ball are probably fakes, Milia retorted. OSHT. Milia's sweat dropped inwardly, having now realized what she said. I think I made a mistake. 𝐼𝐵ARA and Okiko all began to blush bright red, while Izuku could only stare at Milia in shock. Oh, you're gonna get it now, kid. Reina hissed dangerously as two swords of light appeared in her hands, her feminine pride screaming for retribution. Having just received Milia's message, Mizu created a portal. Let's get going. Mizu yelled. Before anyone could react, an explosion cracked the roof. OSHT. Soji yelped. Mizu wasn't able to react in time, the explosion forcing her through the portal as it closed. From below, the armored man jumped up and landed on the roof, Brandon next to it. Kids! Brandon blinked. And here I thought it was a pro hero. How disappointing. You're not much older than us, pal, Alexandra shot back. Oh, shut it, flat chest. Alexandra's eye twitched. That's it. She drew out a rapier. Brandon smiled and drew a gun that had a long blade attached to the underside of the barrel. Let's dance. Remember to keep focus, Brandon. The knight warned, a yellow globing shield appearing on his left arm. In his left hand was something that made the devil's skin crawl. That's a sword of light. Yuto gaped. Somewhere else in the city, three figures with a pair of bat-like wings flew through the cityscape, just high enough that they could easily be mistaken for birds. In reality, they were Rias, Sona, and 𝐿, flying as fast as they could to where Izuku and the others were fighting. I should have finished that fallen angel off when I had the chance, Rias hissed. It's not your fault, Rias, Sona said. You showed that low-ranked fallen angel mercy at the request of your servants. There was always a risk involved. And Mizu already went ahead to help, 𝐿 added. We just need to make sure this Reina doesn't cause any more trouble for us. Rias nodded. Right. Hopefully, Aizu and the others are all right. However, as they neared the site, a phantom of some sort, looking like a gold-glowing mix between a samurai and a geisha, appeared before them. A demon phantom. Rias gasped as the phantom approached, blade ready. She was barely able to avoid the blade, a few strands of her red hair not as lucky. The phantom then went after 𝐿 and Sona, eventually forcing the three devil heirs to a rooftop. What the hell was that? 𝐿 demanded. That would have been me. The devil heirs turned and saw the phantom had landed next to a woman wearing a pink kimono. I must say, I never expected devils to appear here tonight. Who are you? Rias demanded. I'm Ozaki-kuyo, an executive of the Port Mafia, and you and your servants are interfering in our business, she said. Golden Demon. Rid me of these devils. Ozaki-kuyo, Sacred Gear, Golden Demon. A subspecies of Demon Phantom, Golden Demon is an avatar-type gear that follows the commands of Koyo. Izuku was hopping left and right, avoiding the swings of the light blades. Having already promoted himself to knight, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had to stay on the defensive, as 𝐼𝐚𝐻 used her swords of light to attack viciously. Suddenly, Ibarra's vines raced down and encircled 𝐼𝐚𝐻, holding one of her arms to her sides. 𝐼𝐚𝐻 grunted as she tried to free herself. "You think these can hold me?" "No," a voice from above answered. "Just long enough for me to do this." Above her, Milia was floating with her devil wings, lightning sparking out from her hands. A tower of lightning shined. The shockwave forced 𝐒𝐬𝐽 back. Milia shielded herself as the force almost knocked her out of the air. 𝐼𝐚𝐻, charred from the attack, some of her clothes torn and burnt, glared at the teenage devils. "DMNU." She tried to move, but Ibarra's vines prevented her from doing so. "𝐼𝐚𝐻, just stop," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 sighed. "This has gone off long enough. Just leave. Don't you dare look down on me." 𝐼𝐚𝐻 hissed, concentrated light glowing in her hands, "You can take that pity of yours and shove it right up your dash." Suddenly, ice froze over nearly every part of the roof, except for the area 𝐒𝐬𝐽 and the others were standing on. 𝐼𝐚𝐻, ice encasing half of her body, could only shiver in shock. "What? So you're 𝐼𝐚𝐻?" Stepping out from behind the fallen angel, Mizu walked to her side. "For a fallen angel, you sure aren't that pretty." 𝐼𝐚𝐻, despite being half-frozen, gave a terse growl. "Mizu-san. We don't have much time, so I'll make this quick." Mizu stood in front of the half-frozen fallen angel. "I'm sure you know why I'm here," showing 𝐼𝐚𝐻 a necklace with the 𝐼𝐻𝐽 symbol. "So tell me what I want to know," and before Mizu could continue, something slammed into her torso, sending her crashing into an adjacent building. "Mizu Onichin!" Okiko cried out. Before anyone else could go check on the sorcerer, a new voice called out. "You just have a knack for finding trouble, 𝐼𝐚𝐻." Chuya now stood where Mizu was. "Mr. Chuya!" 𝐼𝐚𝐻 gasped. "Why are you here, sir?" "Well, since most of the items disappeared into portals not long before I saw that gigantic light show, I went to investigate. And what do I find?" The man identified as Chuya looked at the group, his focus on 𝐒𝐬𝐽. "This fun little scene." He tossed his coat aside, cracking his knuckles. "Wait, Chuya sir. That's yes, I'm aware of your grudge against the Welsh dragon." Chuya began to glow a faint red. "But the port mafia's needs come first. You and the grunts get the remaining items and fall back." In a swift move, Chuya kicked the ice holding 𝐼𝐚𝐻, destroying it while keeping her unharmed. "I'll deal with them." 𝐼𝐚𝐻 nodded. Spreading her wings, she flew off toward where the deal was taking place. "I don't suppose you have it in your heart to just give up?" Okiko said to the port mafia executive. "No, I don't," Chuya responded, his eyes betraying an eager look. "I've been having a hard time trying to rein in 𝐼𝐚𝐻's disobeying habit, so I need to let off the steam. And I intend to finish this in a single blow." Charging forward, Chuya flew with incredible speed at 𝐒𝐬𝐽, who instinctively lifted his boosted gear in an attempt to block the hit. "Don't let him touch you." Only to duck at the last second, delivering a kick into Chuya's gut. "You call that a kick?" Chuya retaliated by grabbing 𝐒𝐽's arm and throwing him at the girls. 𝐒𝐽's body glowed red. He felt his weight increase as he crashed into the roof, going through it and falling into the warehouse below. "𝐒𝐽-san Midoriya-kin." The girls cried. "𝐒𝐽-san, are you okay?" Ibarra called out. "I'm fine. But I can't move. My body so heavy," he grunted. "That would be my sacred gear at work," Chuya clarified with a smile on his face. "Now then, who's next?" Golden Demon flew towards Ria's alarmingly fast, swinging the blade as it made its charge. Barely managing to avoid the slash, Ria's decided to fire point blank at the port mafia executive's avatar. Bolts of power of destruction swarmed around her. "Take this!" Shooting the bolts at the avatar, Ria's managed to force it back. However, its MSTR appeared behind her, blade drawn. Ria's barely had the time to react, forming a defensive barrier to protect herself as 𝐭 brought her katana down. "Leave my friend alone." Sona's scream got the executive's attention. When she turned around, her eyes widened in shock as she was greeted by a giant serpent made entirely out of water that hit her straight on, swallowing her in its mouth. Immediately, the serpent began shaking, and a large bump formed in its stomach area, growing quickly with each passing second. Small holes formed in the water, golden lights erupting from them. Like a plastic balloon that was filled with far too much air, the serpent exploded, water scattering everywhere. As the violent sudden rain subdued, a lone figure was sitting where the serpent was, soaking wet. Her hair was now down and messy, and an annoyed expression was present on her face. Behind her stood Golden Demon sheathing its blade. Trying to drown me. Had it been anyone else it may have worked. The sound of thunder then caught Kyo's attention. In the sky, clouds began to darken, thunder roaring across the heavens as 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫 smiled. Storm manipulation. Lightning, wind, and water surged through 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫's hands as she sent the elements coursing down toward Kyo. Golden Demon did its best to block the attack, but some of it still managed to reach Kyo. She grunted in pain as 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫 twirled around and swept her up in a vortex before slapping her palms together, launching Kyo back the way he came, sending her tumbling along the ground. Golden Demon had wrapped itself around Kyo, who only received some torn clothes and a few bloody scratches. The older woman smirked as if she was enjoying the fight. Spreading her wings, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫 and the other pure BLDS took to the air, sparks of electricity appearing in 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫's hands. Kyo's eyes widened, realizing what they were up to. Unholy thunderbolt! 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫 shouted. A powerful bolt of black lightning fired from her hands. Kyo made no effort to dodge the attack, however. Instead, Golden Demon appeared before Kyo, taking the direct hit of the blast. The lightning struck the avatar, black electricity sparking all over the rooftop of the battle due to the water. Kyo had managed to jump onto the demon's back, the avatar acting as a makeshift insulator. Once 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫's attack ended, the demon vanished, and Kyo fell to the ground as the devils landed. Had enough? 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫 asked. As much as I would like to continue this little ballad, I'm afraid we don't have the time. Kyo turned, and the sound of the police force's patrol cars and whistles came closer. It seems like they received a report on the fighting. Be warned, girls, you may be arrested to influential devil clans, but neither that nor the heroes will save you if you cross the port mafia again. Kyo turned and began to walk away, rain beginning to fall. Rias and the others watched the women leave with contempt. That was harder than I expected, 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐫 huffed. The port mafia, Sona said. I've heard about them, and it looks like they're no different from what the rumors. No, they're more than the rumors made them to be. Indeed, Rias nodded. Let's get going. Aizuku-kun and the others might be in trouble. The knight leaped into the air, swinging his sword of light downward. Yuto disappeared from sight, appearing behind the knight. Creating a demon sword, Yuto charged at the knight, only for its shield to block his hit. Holy eraser! The dark blade immediately began to weaken the knight's shield. But the knight simply delivered a kick to Yuto's gut. Yuto gagged, dropping to the ground. The ability to create any sword you can imagine. Interesting, the knight noted. You forget about us, tin can. Soji smiled confidently, a small black gauntlet that resembled a chameleon with a deformed face manifesting on his left hand. Pointing the gauntlet at the knight, the chameleon's mouth launched a blue line. The knight didn't have enough time to react as the line wrapped around its leg and latched on tightly. And now, absorption line. At Soji's command, the line glowed. The knight's armor began beeping as the shield began to flicker, warning its wearer that the power was being drained. Strangely, the knight seemed calm. Intriguing, this is your chance, guys, get him. Looking up, the knight saw Koneko falling towards him, looking ready to deliver a hard kick. Nearby, Alexandra fought against Brandon, her rapier clashing with his gun blade. Suddenly, Brandon's gun began dismantling itself, pieces either retracting or extending to form and link together. Soon it took the form of a full-length sword, the blade's edge glowing orange. The glowing blade easily sliced through Alexandra's rapier, having melted the metal. Pretty hot, here. Brandon said to her. Brandon Black, quirk, heat wave. He can superheat anything he touches. Ooh, pretty bad, you mean? Alexandra's body glowed a light green, and 3 spectral figures appeared next to her, each resembling a French musketeer. And this is far from over. Men, take him. Yes, the spectres all said. Alexandra Dumas, Sacred Gear, Trio's musketeer. She can summon 3 avatars to fight alongside her. Their names are Athos, Porthos, and Aramis. The knight hacked at the line connecting 𝐒𝐲 to his leg, cutting it and jumping out of the way just as 𝐭𝐴𝐲 was about to hit. 𝐭𝐴𝐲's kick caused a large part of the rooftop to crack. You're far stronger than you look. I'm impressed. Thanks, 𝐭𝐴𝐲 deadpanned. 𝐒𝐲 stood behind the knight, readying his sacred gear again, while Yuto stood to the side, 2 demonic swords in hand. 3 against 1. I suppose it's no surprise for devils to fight dirty. He knows who we are. Yuto thought to himself. He's clearly not an ordinary human. Just who is he? I'm afraid our time has come to an end. The knight turned to Brandon, who was fighting against the 3 spectres. Brandon, it's time for us to leave. Here. You can't be serious. It's just getting good. Brandon complained. Just listen, boy. Sure enough, the unmistakable sound of police sirens was approaching. Oh, man. The police are almost here. The knight then turned to 𝐭𝐴𝐲 and Yuto. Be sure to keep proper care of the Red Dragon Emperor. He may become an important player soon. Before the 2 could ask what he meant, the knight ran to Brandon, grabbed him, and jumped off the building. Hey! Get back here! Alexandra yelled, but it was too late. The 2 were gone. We should get out of here, said Yuto. We need to check on Bucho and the others, 𝐭𝐴𝐲 added. Chuya charged at them again, aiming for the girls. But when he reached them, they vanished. What the? All around him, multiple copies of the girls appeared. Chuya tries to punch the nearest one, but his fist goes right through it. Fakes. Chuya continued to attack each of the illusions, unaware that the 3 real girls were a good distance away. That should keep him busy for now. Milia kept her focus on Chuya, ensuring that he wouldn't hear or see the real them. Nice one, Takamaki-san, said Okiko. Izuku-san, are you okay? Ibara called through the hole in the roof. I'm fine, Izuku responded. I still can't move, though. I might be able to help. Okiko leaped down, using her quirk to slow her descent. Squatting next to Izuku, she placed her hand on him. Instantly he felt himself back to his original weight. Grunting, he stood back up. That actually worked. Okiko asked, more to herself than anyone else. That Chuya guy's power must be similar to yours, only he can freely alter someone's gravity, Izuku noted, stretching his wings. He increased gravity's effect on me, then you removed gravity's effect. So both of your powers cancelled the other. Are you okay, Izuku-san? Ibara asked him as she and Milia floated down before retracting their devil wings. I'll be fine. What about Chuya? Boom. The roof behind them gave way, and a very angry Chuya clad in a dark red aura descended down with the remains of the roof. Oh. Never mind. Oh. What hit me? Mizu groaned as she stood up. Whatever hit her, it had the force of a freight train. Pushing aside some debris, Mizu checked herself over. Aside from her torn clothing, what felt to be BLD running down the side of her face, a slight concussion, and what was most likely a shattered arm, she was okay. She felt the Yukinoha rubbing against her, asking if she was okay. I'll manage for now. She told it. I just hope Charco and the others are doing okay. Chuya immediately went after Milia, who barely had time to register the sudden kick against her gut. The blue-haired devil was sent flying, crashing into the others with enough force to knock them against the wall. Playtime's over, kiddies. Chuya floated into the air and charged at them. Okiko, acting on instinct, created a bubble around them that blocked Chuya's attack. Bam! 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 The Port Mafia executive just punched relentlessly against the shield Okiko had made. How long do you think this little bubble can protect you? Chuya mockingly asked. How long will it last? Ibara asked as she tended to Milia. I'm not sure. This is really the first time I'm doing something like this. The bubble then began to crack. Okay, not long. Chuya smiled when he noticed that the bubble was beginning to break. I was expecting more from the Red Dragon Emperor and his friends. Guess you don't live up to the hype. A bright ball of plasma suddenly hit Chuya, exploding. The explosion pushed the Gravity Man away from the kids. You guys okay? Mizu Onichan. Okako called out as the older woman ran into the warehouse. You kids get out of here, Mizu ordered. I'll deal with him. Izuku then noticed how hurt Mizu was and her limped arm. Wait, you're hurt. You can't take him on by yourself like that. Ice covered Mizu's damaged arm, creating a makeshift cast. I'll be fine. Plasma gathered in her left hand. Plasma strike. A beam of plasma shot at Chuya, which created another explosion upon reaching the executive. Chuya, however, walked out of the fireball. Aside from being singed a little, he was mostly fine. Now that's interesting, Chuya smirked. I think I heard about you. You're the Kaika hero, Ryuto, right? You have a quirk that lets you control plasma. What can I say? Mess with Ryuto, and you'll get burned. Mizushima Akari aka Ryuto. Quirk, Plasma Cast. She can generate and control red-orange plasma, which she can use to create anything from small ball of explosives to shields. And that's not the only thing I can do now. She grabbed her sword, and with a swing of the blade, the entire warehouse was engulfed by a gigantic amount of ice. The kids had managed to avoid the attack, having been lucky enough to be behind Mizu. Holy hell! Milia exclaimed. Mizu stood there eyeing the ice she had created. Soon the ice began to glow red. It soon began to crack, imploding on itself. Chuya then shot out and landed several feet in front of Mizu, the ground beneath him indenting. An attack like that would have killed almost anyone else. And your arm must have shattered after I attacked you earlier, yet you're still going, Chuya smiled. Guess the sorcerers of Kamartage aren't all talk. And I'm impressed you withstood Yukinoha's attack. Mizu, despite herself, smiled as well. I've never heard of a gravity-manipulating sacred gear before. What's it called? For the tainted sorrow, Chuya answered. Poetic. Like it. I came up with it myself, Chuya beamed with pride. Anyway, why don't you stop stalling? Talking isn't going to get us anywhere fast. I disagree. Mizu shot red beams of magic at Chuya. The gravity manipulator was quickly ensured by the bands, which anchored themselves to the ground. The hell is this? The Port Mafia executive growled as he tried to wrestle free. A red aura practically steamed off Chuya's body as he struggled. Mizu smirked, expecting little to come of it. But that smirk soon disappeared when the bands began to break. With a roar, Chuya quite literally broke free from the crimson bonds. Mizu jumped back several feet, shocked. Not many can break those chains so easily. Mizu began to sweat. That's not a normal sacred gear, is it? Chuya smirked. Yep. If I had to guess, it's probably a Longinus. Nokuhara Chuya, sacred gear, for the tainted sorrow. The 14th Longinus that allows Chuya to control the gravity of anything he's touched, including his own. A Longinus. Izuku gasped, he and the girls watching from behind a still-standing wall. That can't be right, said Milia. There are only 13 Longinus gears in existence, and none of them allow you to control gravity. It's actually more likely than you'd expect, Mizu said to them. God wasn't able to perfect his system, so there are plenty of bugs. The Longinus gears can be considered part of that. Depending on what type of sacred gear it is, how it was created, and how it works, entirely new sacred gears can be born with the potential to evolve into Longinus gears. She looked at Chuya and asked, "Did something like that happen to you?" "Not quite, but I'm not in the mood to discuss something so personal." "We gotta do something," Izuku hissed as Mizu and Chuya continued to fight. The only reason Mizu was ignoring the pain from her shattered limb as long as she had was because of adrenaline. Once that ran out, she wouldn't be able to put up much of a fight. "I got an idea." Okako focused, remembering what Mizu told her the previous night. "Okay, so where do we start?" "Well, first we need to figure out what kind of magic suits you best." A book with stars and moons on the cover appeared in Mizu's hand. "Witches and wizards like you tend to use magic that's best suited to your personality and taste. Your mother, for example, is an expert at spatial magic, and since you share plenty of similarities with her, we'll start there.
How?
Mizu looked around the apartment, her eyes falling upon a paper cup near the TV.
See that cup there?
I want you to imagine a ball surrounding it. Then imagine that ball taking the cup to the center of the table here.
Okay.
𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 eyed the cup in question. She focused, imagining a ball surrounding the cup. But after a minute of focusing, the cup stayed near the TV.
I can't do it.
I'm sure you can. But it looks like you weren't focusing properly. Is something wrong? Mizu asked.
I don't know, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 huffed.
I can imagine the bubble, but that's it. I'm not sure why, but lately, I haven't been able to focus on anything for some reason. Seems like you're distracted or otherwise bothered by something. Mizu stated. It's not that uncommon of an occurrence among mags like us.
Di distracted? By what?
𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 stuttered. Oh, I don't know, Mizu said, feigning ignorance and then giving 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 a cunning grin. Maybe something to do with a green-haired boy.
I have no
idea what you're talking about, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 exclaimed. Those blushing cheeks tell a different tale. I am not 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 began to protest only for Mizu to shove a mirror in her face. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 had pinker cheeks than sakura blossoms. She just growled and avoided eye contact.
Talk to me, 𝐻𝐻𝐲.
I can help. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 trailed off.
Fine.
I think I might like Midoriya-kun.
You think or you know?
I don't know, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 said. She was trying her best to remain calm, but Mizu could tell she was flustered over this. The older woman then began to interrogate 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲. So, when Midoriya-kun is around, does your heart rate increase?
I think so.
Does your head feel fuzzy at all when he's around?
Yeah.
Have you tried to avoid being alone with him?
I'm not sure.
We never had much of a chance to hang out, and when we do, Shiozaki is usually with him. Alright, then earlier when you came here with him and Shiozaki, did you hope it would have been just him? That Shiozaki didn't come with?
Why yes, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 admitted.
Mizu nodded. It's official. You have a crush on him. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 turned red.
Oh,
I see, she swallowed. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 was now very nervous. She had a crush. Her head was starting to feel funny again. Mizu, she asked as her face turned as red as an apple. Am I really in love? Much to 𝐒𝐻𝐲's shock, she saw Mizu shake her head and affirm the motion with a calm no. 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 tilted her head in confusion. Right now what you have is a crush, which may soon bloom into love. And love takes time for all those involved. Just because you may love him now doesn't mean Midoriya loves you back, at least not yet. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 nodded.
So, what do I do?
Confess. That would be the easiest option, but that can cause problems if done too early or too late. Just take it at your own pace for now. Now then, try teleporting that cup again.
Right after that talk.
Yep. Sign, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 looked at the cup again and focused. She imagined the bubble around the cup, and this time a see-through, light pink bubble surrounded the cup. In an instant, the cup disappeared, reappearing on the table. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 gasped in shock before she gave a big smile.
I did it. Good work, 𝐻𝐻𝐲.
Mizu said, smiling.
You're officially a witch now.
Imagine the pink bubble around that guy. 𝐒𝐻𝐲's hands began to glow a light pink. A pink bubble of energy surrounded Chuya.
What in dash?
Chuya's body contorted and warped into a spiral with an audible whoosh before he disappeared completely. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 let out a sigh of relief. I can't believe that worked. She would have collapsed right there, but Izuku managed to catch her.
You okay?
He asked. Yeah, I'm fine, she huffed, laying her head against his chest, a light blush on her face. I wouldn't mind staying like this for a while. The moment didn't last, though. From the corner of his eye, Izuku saw a flash of light. Recognizing it right away, he picked up 𝐒𝐻𝐲 just in time to avoid a spear of light. Looks like you managed to actually improve, the all-too-familiar voice of Reina said from above.
You again?
Milia exclaimed. I don't know what you did to Mr. Chuya, but I'm not letting any of you leave alive. Reinair held out a hand, conjuring a large spear of light from above. Die! Reinair threw the spear at the teens. But it didn't hit its target. Instead, Golden Demon appeared and, using its sword, sliced the spear in half. That's enough, Reinair. 𝐭𝐲 called out. Don't waste any more time on these pests. But, Big Sis 𝐭𝐲, Reinair pleaded. The police and heroes will be here soon, 𝐭𝐲 continued. There's no longer any reason to remain here. Reinair growled at her human superior. Fine, she reluctantly complied. She then looked toward Izuku and the others. This is far from over. She flew off, 𝐭𝐲 disappearing as well. We need to leave, too, said Mizu. It'll be bad if the police see us here. A little while later, all three peerages had regrouped in the ORC room. Mizu was currently being tended to by Ibara, her twilight healing restoring Mizu's arm. I should be done soon, but you should still rest for a while. Thank you. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 walked up to them. How are you doing? Other than still not having any feeling in my arm, I'm doing great, Mizu replied. How's everyone else? They're all fine, Rias answered, Sona and 𝐿𝐴 beside her. Still, Reinair going such a dangerous group is rather unprecedented, Sona said. It may be best to inform the Satans about this right away. I already made a report to the 4 Satans about Reinair's new allegiance. As did I, said Mizu. The doc will be meeting with Azazel, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, about it. Wait, who are the Satans? Izuku wondered. The 4 great Satans are the rulers of the underworld who were selected after the death of the original Satans during the Great War, Mizu explained. The current 4 were given the titles of the original 4, Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus. Ria's older brother is the current Lucifer, while Sona's older sister is the current Leviathan. The Great War dragged on for several years and forced several other factions and races to get involved, the human race being one of them. It really caused all 3 factions to take major hits, and because of that, it's one of the reasons why we're at a standstill at the moment, Rias continued. There were originally 72 high-class devil families in existence, but after the war, the number dwindled to at the moment, only half of the devil race remains and our people are quite desperate to repopulate, usually through traditional means. Izuku almost didn't catch it, but he could hear the tone of Ria's voice suddenly turn bitter. Just a little longer and it'll be good for tonight, Ibara interrupted before Izuku could question it. It still hasn't fully healed, so I'll continue tomorrow. As the members of the 3 peerage gradually left, Momo approached Izuku, Ibara, and 𝐒𝐭𝐻 as they were about to leave. I heard you guys ran into Reinair again, she said. Are you all okay? We're all fine, Izuku reassured. She didn't say anything, did she? Momo tentatively asked. No. I don't think so, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 answered. Momo breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, how come? Ibara asked. Hey, another voice interrupted before Momo could answer. It was Milia. She was standing by them with a light blush on her face and rubbing the back of her head. I wanted to ask you, can we hang out sometime Midoriya-san if you want? I mean, we're both devils so we don't have to hide anything anymore. Yeah, sure. Izuku nodded, not seeing the jealous looks from 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and Ibara, or from his senior. Hey. Rias blinked, looking over at Milia. Hey, 𝐿𝐴. What's up with your bishop? Who, Milia? 𝐿𝐴 asked, a smile on her face. She's had a crush on Midoriya for a while now. Seeing her friend flinch at her words made her raise her eyebrows. Oh, you jealous of my bishop, Rias? Of course not. Rias stated, though the light blush on her face told 𝐿𝐴 differently. Right. So, are you planning to add 𝐒𝐿𝐴 to your peerage? 𝐿𝐴 asked nonchalantly. I mean, she's both a witch and an apprentice to a sorcerer from Kamar-Taj, she'd be a real catch. I'm just disappointed that I won't have the chance. But you better hurry before Sona takes her. I'm not gonna let that happen, Rias stated. I had a feeling something was different about her compared to normal humans. Now that I know she's a witch, she can become a very versatile rook. Plotting behind backs, are we? Rias froze up. She glared at 𝐿𝐴, who was smiling, before turning around to see Mizu standing over them. "What's this I hear about wanting 𝐒𝐿 to become a rook?"
Well," Mizu patted Rias on the head.
"It's okay. If 𝐒𝐿 wants to become your servant, that's up to her."
Rias, though somewhat surprised, smiled and nodded.
"By the way, 𝐒𝐿," Mizu spoke up. "Where did you send Chuya to?"
𝐒𝐿 blinked a couple of times, taking a moment to remember. Mizu had told her that teleportation spells like that work best when the caster is familiar with the destination. She thought back, trying to recall what came to her mind. The first place that she could think of was, her eyes soon grew wide, a look of horror on her face.
𝐒𝐿 gaped in shock, Mizu and the Gremory devils right behind her. A good part of her apartment was gone, replaced by rubble.
"Diamin,"
said Mizu.
"That 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 𝐔𝐸ℎ𝐿 deadpanned.
What am I gonna do now?"
"Well,"
Mizu slowly looked at Izuku, along with Rias.
"why are you looking at me?"
A big part of her apartment was destroyed. Some of her things survived, but she doesn't have anywhere else to go.
𝐒𝐿,
Izuku, and Ibara watched from their seats at the table as Mizu gave 𝐒𝐭 her explanation. She could head back to her parents' home, but that's at least a 4-hour train ride. Not that convenient for attending you. Allowing her to stay here won't be of any hindrance, will it?
𝐿𝐿, with a sympathetic look, answered, "Of course not. The poor dear. Losing her home like that."
"I'm sorry for being an inconvenience," 𝐒𝐿 spoke up, hanging her head low.
"It isn't, 𝐒𝐿-chan," 𝐒𝐿 said. "You're welcome to stay here as long as you like."
"Yeah," Izuku added. "I hope you like it here."
Ibara watched on quietly, grumbling something about rivals and being out of reach.
𝐿𝐿 then began to ask questions about 𝐒𝐿. It was quite a shock when she learned that 𝐿𝐿 had a similar quirk to her own. When the topic of why she wanted to be a hero was brought up, 𝐒𝐿 told them about her past and parents, and even the reason why she wanted to be a hero, much to her embarrassment, but thankfully, Izuku, Ibara, and 𝐿𝐿 looked to be supportive and understanding regarding her reasoning.
𝐒𝐿, dear, there is nothing wrong about being a hero for profit, especially if it's to support your family. My husband is the same way. And I can honestly say that what you are well on your way to becoming a wonderful hero that your parents can be proud of, 𝐒𝐿.
I know I am, Mizu added.
𝐒𝐿 couldn't help but feel flustered at the praise, but the feeling of elation she was getting from their support had put a massive, slightly teary smile on her face. She managed to get off a soft word of thanks, before changing the subject so she wouldn't get too overwhelmed. After a long while of nothing but pleasant talk and a quick visit to Ibara's room, which 𝐒𝐿 will be sharing with Nao, and Izuku's room, which was full of all might memorabilia to 𝐒𝐿's amusement and Izuku's embarrassment, they began to unpack 𝐒𝐿's things. It went by relatively quickly, due to the limited amount of things she actually had. The only real obstacle was the box of clothes, which Izuku had the unfortunate luck of opening, laying his eyes on a BR and panties before an embarrassed 𝐒𝐿 closed it. It took about a half-hour for Izuku to calm down after seeing it. Once they had finished unpacking, the three had sat down in the living room while Mizu and 𝐿𝐿 continued to chat.
"Do you think you'll like it here, Uraraka-san?"
Izuku asked.
"I think I will."
Ibara silently glared at 𝐒𝐿.
"By the way, what did Rias want to talk to you about?"
"Oh.
She asked if I was willing to join her peerage now." Both Izuku and Ibara blinked.
"Really?"
𝐒𝐿 nodded. "She made a really good argument about it, including how I'll get funding for my parents."
"Wait, does that mean you accepted her offer?"
"I did," 𝐒𝐿 answered. "But I want to wait a little bit before the whole reincarnation happens. Wait until I'm conformable with the idea."
"Why did you accept?"
Izuku asked. "To be honest, to be closer to you, I guess," she admitted, her face as red as a tomato, which caused Izuku's face to turn red as well. Ibara continued to glare at 𝐒𝐿. "Anyway, where's your dad?" 𝐒𝐿 asked, hoping to change the subject. "Oh, he works overseas," Izuku answered. "I don't really see him that often. I think the last time he was home was for Christmas last year. He barely has enough time to actually come home due to his job, so it's just me and Mom here before Ibara-san moved in. Mom's all I needed, though. She's amazing for raising me." practically on her own, and was super happy for me when I finally got my power, Izuku explained, looking slightly nervous and even a little melancholic towards the end. Ibara and Okiko noticed his change in tone and couldn't help but frown. Izuku had told them and the others a while ago about how everyone, particularly Bakugo, treated him after they discovered he was quirkless. While Izuku said he was okay, it still pained the girls to know that the boy they admired went through a lot of torment in the past. Okiko, in particular, wanted to make the pain in his heart go away. To bring his smile back to his face where it belonged. Resolved, she grabbed his shoulders and made him turn to her, much to his surprise, and proceeded to pull him into a warm, loving embrace, causing him to turn red in embarrassment. Uraraka-san. What's this F for? He exclaimed as she felt his arms flailing, as if unsure of where they should go. Okiko, she said, her face just as flushed as his. If we're gonna be living together from now on, I want you to at least call me by my name, Izuku-an. Izuku audibly gulped, not expecting her to use the nickname Rias gave him. He then suddenly felt someone grab his arm. Turning, he saw Ibara had wrapped her arms around his, looking jealous for some reason. Uraraka-san, can you please let Izuku-san go now? No, the little witch soon-to-be-turned devil responded, a sly smile on her face. Izuku watched in worry as what looked like sparks flew as the two girls glared at each other. In the kitchen, Mizu watched with an amused expression. Well, it looks like they'll get along just fine, she said, an amused smile on her face. Inko simply watched the spectacle with a look of awe before shaking her head with a small smile on her face. Teenagers, she sighed to herself. Midoriya and the others ran into Reina. Kyoka asked. Yes, Momo was finishing telling her what happened that night, the two in their room at the Gyro residence. She has apparently joined the Port Mafia. Momo undid her ponytail, letting her hair down. DMN. Did she tell them about Dash? I asked Midoriya-san and the others. She never mentioned me or him, she hissed the last bit, her hands beginning to shake. Seeing this, Kyoka took hold of Momo's hands. You do realize you can't run from it forever, right? Rias and the others will learn about it eventually. It'll be better for you to tell them instead of someone like your cousin. Momo hung her head. I know, but what if they don't accept me? Midoriya-san and Shiozaki-san were both tormented by fallen angels, so what if they dash? Kyoka stopped Momo by giving her a quick peck on the lips. You don't know that, Kyoka told her. Besides, Rias and Midoriya are both pretty smart. They might have figured it out or at least know you didn't tell them everything. It would be better for you to be honest with them. Not yet, Momo answered. Not now. I'm not ready. If I try now, I don't know what I'll say or do. It could lead to something we'll regret. Kyoka nodded. I don't want to rush you, but if you're gonna talk to them, how long do you need? I don't know. I just need time. I doubt it'll be anytime soon. Well, whatever you decide to do, I know of a way to cheer you up. Momo didn't have time to register when she suddenly felt Kyoka's hands begin fathering her breasts. Ah! Momo's face erupted into a blush. She retaliated by passing Kyoka down into the bed. Kyoka! Sneak attacks aren't fair. She playfully said, leaning her face near Kyoka's. And I'm always the one to dominate you. I thought I'd mix things up a little tonight, Kyoka replied, earning a giggle from Momo. As fun as that sounds, it'll have to wait. The two shared a kiss to start a night of fun. On the top floor of the Mori Corporation's central tower, the tallest building of Yokohama was a large office. It had an appealing view of the city due to its position. There were countless books lining the shelves on the walls, a wooden desk sat at the end. There was a checkerboard marble floor and a handcrafted red carpet. But this wasn't the office of some corporation. This was the home of the boss of the infamous Port Mafia, Mori Ogai. He was sitting at the desk, wearing a white button-up, a black pinstriped suit jacket, black shoes, and black trousers. The shirt has a purple and white striped tie. Over this, he has a black trench coat and a long, almost knee-length maroon scarf he leaves hanging over his shoulders untied. He's also wearing white gloves. Next to him on the floor was a young girl, humming as she drew on the floor. She was young, having pale skin and bright blue eyes. She has long, blonde hair, styled with straight, blunt bangs across her forehead and long, thick ringlets that curled past her waist. She wore a large red bow on the right side of her head. She wears a red dress with short, puffy sleeves and a frilled, white hem at the bottom. Around the waist is a thin white band. Her collar is white and buttoned, fastened by a pink ribbon. Below, she wears black and grey stockings with red Mary Janes. Before Mori were 3 people, Chuya, Koyo, and Reina. That concludes our report. Koyo had finished recapping what happened that night. Mori nodded. I see. Chuya, he addressed the gravity user. Take what little relics we've managed to acquire and store them in our main vault. We'll contact Kamatage afterward and negotiate their return. Yes, sir. And Reina, the fallen angel, visibly flinched. I must congratulate you for finally obeying orders for once, however brief it was. Thank you, sir. Reina looked up at him. But I recommend that no, we will not eliminate the Red Dragon Emperor nor his friends, Mori quickly countered. Doing so would risk the wrath of the Devil King. If that were to happen, this organization may not survive. Reina gritted her teeth. I understand. Good. You may leave now. Boss, Koyo spoke up. May I have a word? Very well. Reina cast Koyo a slight glare as she stood up, following Chuya out of the boss's office. Once they had left, Koyo turned to the boss. Why did you bring that brat into this organization? Not only is she immature, but she's also incredibly petty. She's bound to cost the Port Mafia more than she'll earn it. It was a request from an old friend, Mori answered. He asked me to look after her. He'll eventually come retrieve her, but until then she'll have to take orders from you and Chuya. Koyo sneered. Just who exactly is this old friend? In a large room of an expansive mansion, a young girl entered a room pushing a trolley filled with sweets and a tea kettle. Her hair was tied in twin ponytails with large, drill-like curls, blue ribbons keeping them in place. The front of her hair had several bangs hanging over her forehead, with a V-shaped fringe hanging over the bridge of her nose. She wore a long, pink dress with white frills and a magenta bow in the front. She wore matching pink shoes and light pink stockings. In short, she had the appearance of a teenage princess. Riser, I've prepared lunch, she said to the other occupant in the room, an older man in a sharp suit. Oh. Thank you, Ravel, the man said. He was sitting on a chair by a wall, preoccupied with the picture in his hands. Ravel didn't seem to mind as she poured tea into a teacup. Are the preparations for the ceremony going well? Ravel asked him. Humph, he smirked, like there'll be any problems. In his hand, he held a photo of a 14-year-old Ria's Gremory in a white dress. Midoriya-san, how is your training going along? Milia asked. Classes had ended a few minutes earlier and most of their classmates had already gone home. Oh, it's going great. I've managed to increase my limit by a couple of minutes. Izuku's voice trailed off as he held his chin, eyes focused on the ground in front of him. But there's still a lot about my sacred gear I don't know about. Bucho told me that I might be able to transfer the stored-up power to someone or something else now. That has plenty of uses, but there's still so much about the boosted gear I don't know. Like whose voice I heard when fighting Chuya. Still, if I can transfer the power to someone like Ibara-san, then her twilight healing can heal wounds more easily. Maybe I should train with her today, but no, I should hold off on that until after I can use the transfer without fail. One thing at a time after all. Bucho keeps insisting for me to not overwhelm myself whenever I train. There he goes again, Milia sighed in amusement as she watched Izuku mumble. It was now mid-December. About a month had passed since the fight with the Port Mafia, and only about 2 months were left before the UA entrance exam. She hadn't seen him or Ibara around the school as often as she used to. They were likely training whenever they could before they did their duties as Ria's servants. Speaking of, by the way, how's Uraraka-san doing? Oh, she's doing great. Bucho reincarnated her last week. She's still getting used to her new strength, though. Izuku chuckled, recalling how Okako accidentally crushed a doorknob not long after reincarnating. It takes a little while to get used to being a devil, here. He said, recalling how he felt after Rias reincarnated him. I suppose so, but I would never know. I was born a devil. Izuku did a double take. You were always a devil. Milia rubbed her head. I guess I never told you. See, my dad's Japanese, but my mom's a devil. She was a succubus, a subrace of all female devils, which technically means so am I. Succubus. When he realized what that meant, Izuku's pupils shrank, his face suddenly becoming red. And no. No. I'm not like that. Milia exclaimed, blushing herself. Though I do understand why you would think that, it's okay. Izuku garbled out a response as he cooled down. Then something else that Milia said caught his attention. Wait. Your mother was a succubus. Milia's head began to hang low. She and my dad were killed about a year ago. Izuku gasped, flashbacks to when he met Freed coming to his mind. The two continued to walk in silence toward the school gate. Ibara and Yuto were already there, waiting for Izuku. I need to get going now, Izuku said to Milia. I'm sorry about your parents, Takamaki-san. If there's anything I can do to help, Milia smiled at him. You already did more than enough, Midoriya-san. Izuku wondered what she meant by that. I need to get going myself. See you tomorrow. Right. See you tomorrow, Takamaki-san. Milia watched as Izuku met up with Yuto and Ibara. A small amount of jealousy boiled within her when she saw how close Ibara was to Izuku as they walked, but she also felt determination. I won't lose to any of them, she mentally reassured herself, mostly referring to Okiko and Ibara. If they're going to you with Midoriya-san, then I'll do the same. Later, the Occult Research Club, otherwise known as the Gremory Group, was all gathered as usual. The school day was already over and the devils were now preparing to do their devil work. Koneko had already left and Kiba was preparing to leave. Momo was serving Rias some tea and Ibara had just come back. I'm kinda nervous, Okiko admitted. My debut as a devil. I don't even know if I can do this. I'm sure you'll do great, Okiko-san, Izuku reassured. If you want I can come with you. Okiko blushed. Sure. I'd like that. They failed to notice the slight glare Ibara gave. Okiko then asked Izuku. What was your first job like? I'd rather not talk about it. Rias then taught Okiko how to use a magic circle to transport her to where the client was. Okiko, accompanied by Izuku, stepped into the circle. They were enveloped by the light of the teleportation circle, disappearing a moment later. When the light dimmed down, they opened their eyes, revealing themselves to the environment. It looked like the courtyard of an old shrine, one with a view that overlooked the city. It looked like it had been abandoned for a while, otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have been able to enter. Yet there were boxes and crates surrounding the entrance. It looked like someone was in the middle of moving into the shrine. But who? Where are we? Okiko asked. My place. The two turned, seeing a familiar face that the familiar voice belonged to. Mizuo Nichin. Okiko ran to the older woman and hugged her. Oh. Be careful, Chako. My arm still hurts. Sorry. Okiko let go in an instant. But why are you still here? I thought you went back to Kathmandu. Good question, Mizu smiled. See, not long after the Port Mafia returned the relics, it was decided to create a new sanctum here in Japan, with me as the MSTR. So this is all yours? Izuku asked, looking over the shrine. Yep. This place was abandoned by its god several years ago. After some negotiations, Kamartage now owns this shrine, our new sanctum. Mizu then looked over the tons of boxes and crates. Course I need help setting it all up, so I figured I'd ask my devil apprentice to help. Okiko looked over the many boxes. This was going to take a few hours at least. Any chance this is part of my training? Nope. This isn't Karate Kid. Sure enough, it took at least 2.5 hours to get all the boxes and crates inside. Once that was done, their contents were to be removed and placed throughout the shrine. Overall this part wasn't as bad. Mizu had already set up several display cases, hooks, and empty bookshelves throughout the shrine. All they had to do was place the relics where they would work. Izuku brought one of the smaller boxes into a room Mizu was going to use as a study. There he noticed that something was already there. It was a coffin made of silver. Chains of various sizes were wrapped around it, some of which were bolted to the floor. On the lid was an upside-down cross. Below the cross was an inscription written in English. "The bird of Hermes is my name, eating my wings to make me tame Isugen, you in here?" Okiko asked as she entered. "I just finished with the first room. How are things?" "What is that?" "I don't know. I just found it." Izuku took a second glance at the coffin. He didn't know why, but something about this coffin seriously unnerved him. "Let's go find Mizu-san." Several hours after helping with the move-in, Okiko and Izuku returned to the clubroom. "We're back," Okiko called out. Though the only one there was Rias, sitting at her desk doing paperwork. Everyone else must still be out on jobs. "Welcome back," Rias replied. "How was your first job?" "It went pretty great." Okiko beamed. "It was great to see Mizu-san again. She even gave me this." Okiko showed her MSTR, a wooden staff. It was the same height as Okiko and had a red gem surrounded by wood at the tip. A witch's staff. That is certainly a rare artifact. There aren't many of those left in the world. She said that it was both my payment and a gift. Apparently, it's a Kamartage tradition that the person who recruits a new member is responsible for their well-being, so they often hand down belongings to symbolize that. That was how she got the Yukinoha. "And why didn't you tell me she was the one who sent that request?" "She wanted it to be a surprise," Rias answered. "No complaints, either. I say you'll do fine as a devil, Okiko-chan." Okiko blushed lightly at Ria's compliment. "It's no big deal. But I gotta ask, are all devil jobs that easy?" "They usually are," Rias smirked. "Unless you're Izuku-in. The entire time he's been with us he's only completed a handful of contracts." "Ucho. Really? Wait, really?" Okiko looked at Izuku. "How come?" Izuku laughed nervously. "Well, it's not like the jobs I get are hard, it's just that most of my clients are kinda weird. With impossible requests. Like Morisawa-san. He's one of Koneko-chan's clients, but he sometimes requests me to talk about manga and the like. Then there's Miltan, who wants to become a magical girl dash, that doesn't sound so bad. He's also a male bodybuilder who likes to cosplay as a magical girl. I take it back. Then how about we come along?" Rias suggested. "I just received a request from a new client. It's a good way to end the day, don't you think?" From the looks of it, it was a room in an apartment. When Izuku looked around the room, he noticed the abundance of objects related to Sengo. There was a sword in a sheath mounted on the wall and many posters of Japanese castles. There was also a scroll that said Furin Kazan. There was even a helm of the Bushi from the Sengo era on the shelf. The room was dark, but there were lights on the lamps. "Wow, this is really cool," Izuku muttered. "Whoa!" Okiko let out a sudden voice and almost fell back. She was apparently spooked by the armor sitting right in front of them. It looked ominous because of how dark it was in the room. Looking around, there didn't seem to be anyone else in the room besides them. That is, until the armor moved. "Ooh-ah. Are you people devils?" The armor was talking. No, rather, a person was speaking from inside of it. And from the sound of the voice, it was a woman. "Yes, we are." Rias calmly answered. "I'm really shocked. Devils do exist. My name is Susan. Just like you can see, my hobby is to collect things related to the Sengo era. I'm sorry for dressing up like this. It's dangerous at night, so I protect myself like this by wearing this armor. I'm not sure you have much to worry about dressed like that." Izuku mentally said. Rias stepped in front of the group, taking the foremost position. She started with a nod. "My name is Rias Gremory. This here is my Doria Izuku, the devil you summoned. Me and Okiko are just here to see how well he does." "I see. I'm glad that the ones who came out were kind-looking devil-san. If it was a scary devil-san, I would have drawn out this katana, Kijin Marakunishaij." Susan said that while holding a Japanese sword in a sheath in her hand. Due to the blatant ridiculousness of the situation,
Izuku's and Okiko's faces somehow ended up getting stuck with deadpan expressions. Are your clients normally like this, Izuku-an? Okiko whispered. Pretty much, Izuku whispered back. Clearing his thought, he stepped forward. So, Susan-san, what was the reason you summoned me? You called us. Because you wanted us to fulfill your wish, right? When Izuku asked, the armored foreign woman began to cry. Sob. Please come with me to the university I am attending as an exchange student. The university at night is really scary. Upon hearing that request, Izuku and Okiko's sweat dropped. Hey. You're joking, right? Okiko asked. But. I left my notebook there. The university at night is too scary, I can't go alone. Izuku sighed, having gotten used to these odd requests. Where is the university? About a half hour later, the three devils and armored woman returned to her apartment, notebook in hand. It was rather odd. Susan was a total scaredy cat, swinging her katana around at the slightest sign of something scary. Although, Izuku silently admitted that the university did look creepy at night. Izuku had already received his payment. It wasn't a big wish, so he didn't mind doing it for free, but she insisted she would pay a price. The payment he received was a small-scale Japanese castle. For some reason, Rias took a deep interest in it and decided that they would keep it in the clubroom. Rias had started to cast the magic equation connected to the magic circle in the clubroom, made for returning to the clubroom after confirming the job was completed. Okay. We will be going back now. Excuse me. Susan walked up to Izuku shyly. It might be a bit rude. If it isn't rude, there is one more wish I want to be fulfilled. Izuku looked to his MSTR. Is this okay? Rias nodded. I don't see why not. To tell you the truth, I'm thinking of going forward to someone who goes to the same university as me and tell him about my feelings. Feelings? Okiko immediately realized what she meant. You're planning to confess to someone. Susan started shaking like a maiden when Okiko said that. There is a man that I like. I'm slow at these things, but I want to tell him my feelings. Rias gained a smile after hearing that and nodded. It's a wonderful wish. Okay. I will listen to your wish. You will. I'm glad. Devil-san are good people. Susan began to do a step dance after hearing Rias's answer. So what do you want us to do? Izuku asked. I'm not that great at these sorts of things, so I'm not sure I'll be of much help. If it's possible, I want to go out with him by telling my feelings. But it's my first time doing something like this. I'm not sure where to start. Susan admitted. In other words, she wanted to win a man's heart by natural means, but since she doesn't know much about it, she's asking for assistance from the devils. It would be the quickest if you confess your feelings directly. Susan shook her head violently at Rias's suggestion. It's impossible for me. I'm too embarrassed. Being the scaredy cat she is, it did seem implausible for someone like Susan to confess so directly. Especially if she was gonna end up doing it inside that armor. Then, how about you write him a letter? Okiko suggested. Rias nodded at Okiko's suggestion. Yes, I think a love letter is also good. I think it's wonderful to show your feelings in a letter as well. I understand. I will write it. Susan went into a corner of the room and started to search for something. She then took out a calligraphy set. She got a blank page for the calligraphy and put it down. She then dipped the brush in the ink, preparing to write something on the paper. But then she stopped. And her body started shaking. I don't know what to write. She sounded like she wanted to start crying again. Gently, Rias placed a hand on Susan's armored shoulder. Just write what you feel. What I feel. As Rias and Susan discussed what to write, Okiko began to think. Maybe I should take my own advice. She looked to Izuku, who was once again admiring Susan's Sengo-era collection. Something on your mind? Okiko squeaked in surprise at Rias's voice, which drew Izuku's attention. No. Nothing. Everything's fine. If you say so, Rias chuckled as she sat down next to them. How's the letter coming along? Izuku asked. It honestly sounds like an official address, Okiko noted,
overhearing Susan as she read aloud what she wrote. "It's all right," Rias said. "It's the feeling that matters, not the form." Not the form. For a moment, Izuku saw a somber look on Rias's face when she said that. She looked almost sad. "Bucho. I'm done." Looking up, the devil saw that Susan was done. And she had apparently grabbed a bow and arrow, folded the letter to the arrow, and was beginning to fire. That's how she's sending the letter. After a few days, Izuku, Okiko, and Rias reunited with Susan in a random park. And Susan had gone all out. In front of them was a base, various flags with a certain symbol on it everywhere. And at the center of it, the armored Musha sat on a chair. With the help of Rias a few days ago, she finished writing her love letter safely and safely delivered it to the person she likes. Well, as safely as an arrow can take it without injuring anyone. What mattered was that she successfully delivered her letter. And now the man she was crushing on will be coming to the park today to give Susan a reply to her confession. Izuku, Rias, and Okiko stood on the sidelines while Susan, on the other hand, was shaking a bit in her armor. She seemed nervous, but it honestly looked creepy. A bizarre sight for any bystander's witness to it. "Looks like he's here." When the group looked in the same direction as Rias, there was a figure in the distance, gradually getting closer. Wearing Western armor. A knight's armor. He held a cone-shaped lance in his right hand and a shield on the left. His head is covered with a helmet that also covers his whole face so his face cannot be seen. Just like with Susan, he seemed to be another culturally fanatical person. "Ah, it's amazing. It's a collaboration between a Musha and a knight." Rias said it with some sort of wonderment in her eyes. If one were to look carefully, an arrow could be seen piercing the helm of the knight. "I hope he wasn't wearing that helmet when Susan-san sent her letter," Izuku muttered nervously. Then, finally, the knight drew closer to Susan. He came into Susan's base while making sounds of metal colliding. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a battle is about to start. The knight stood in front of Susan. Susan also stood from her place. There was an abnormal atmosphere around them. The knight then pierced the ground with his lance violently and brought something out. It was Susan's letter. This letter. I have read it, yes. Susan's body was shaking nervously. It was a wonderful arrow letter. For me to let my guard down and get shot. It was a good arrow letter. I was just thinking about shooting the bow. Horyukuan. If it's me, I would be glad to go out with you. Luckily for Susan, she ended up receiving the answer she was hoping for. Ho, Horyukan, sob, I'm glad, sob. Susan had a tearful voice. It was difficult to tell because she was wearing a helmet, but it certainly sounded like she was crying. Susan, the Western knight, Hori, hugs Susan gently. They hugged each other while wearing armor, so the sound of metal colliding was present. It was an especially bizarre scene, as innocent as it really was. Let's talk about the book of 5 rings you wrote about in this letter. Yes. I wanted to talk about Miyamoto Musashi's Knighten Ichiryu with you, Horyukuan. The Musha and the knight then took each other's hand and walked away. Thank you very much. Susan waves her hand at the young devils. The 3 responded with smiles and applause. In the end, it was considered a happy ending of sorts. Is that how your jobs normally end, Izuku-san? Ibara asked. Not long after Okiko, Rias, and Izuku returned to the clubroom, Izuku received a text. A picture from Susan of her and Hori, wearing their armor at a restaurant. This was bound to be on the news soon. To be honest, it was a little different in the end, Izuku admitted. As the 3 walked home, talking about how their jobs went, a thought occurred to Izuku. When she saw the picture of Susan and Hori, he noticed that she looked sad, almost longing. By the way, did Bucho look sad to you? Sad? What do you mean? Ibara and Okiko asked. I'm not sure. During the job, she seemed off. As Izuku thought about it, a strange feeling gripped him. He didn't know why, but he didn't like seeing Rias so sad.